Ladies and gentlemen, viewers and gamers around the world, welcome to the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship happening right here in the beautiful city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the biggest esports and gaming festival, Gamers 8, from the 10th to the 17th of July. I'm Bara Abdullah. I am humbled, privileged, and honored to be your voice and your MC in this beautiful esports journey, along with the amazing and phenomenal co-host وجيه. What's going on? كيف الحال وجيه؟
يا أهلا وسهلا أخوي براء، حياكم الله جميعا أعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان. حياكم الله في جيمرز 8 بطولة الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية الآسيوية، وكلنا متشوقين ومتحمسين في هذه الأجواء الممتعة، بالذات أنه بيكون عندنا منتخبات جدا كثيرة في 4 ألعاب ابتداء من اليوم من تاريخ 10 إلى تاريخ 17 يوليو. طبعا معكم أخوكم مقدمكم وجيه، وصراحة سعيد جدا وفخور أني أكون مقدم مع أخوي وزميلي براء.
Man, fist bump to that. Let's go. Boom. You know what, G? I got the numbers right here. Can you just believe? Can you imagine? We got here right now taking place in this championship. 20 countries, 155 players, more than 75 matches. We got 3 game titles and 4 competitions. The best of the best, all competing to earn their place at the IESF 15th World Esports Championship taking place in Yash, Romania. وجيه, the excitement is real. الحماس قايم ولا ايش رايك؟
يا ساتر، صراحة أكيد الحماس واصل حده، بالذات أنه بيكون عندنا 20 منتخب يتنافس على المركز الأول، والحاصل بينهم على المركز الأول بيتأهل إلى بطولة العالم في رومانيا. وما ننسى أيضا أن الحاصل على المركز الأول بيفوز بجائزة $50,000. طبعا بيكون عندنا 155 لاعب مشارك في هذه البطولة، وبتكون معانا أكثر من 75 مباراة أسطورية في هذه المواجهات. أخوي براء، احنا جدا متحمسين أنا وأنت والمشاهدين والمتفرجين أيضا، فلازم نعرف الألعاب وتفاصيلها من ناحية التواريخ أيضا.
بالضبط، يعطيك العافية. You're absolutely right. Now let's see who's participating in this kind of championship happening here right here, ladies and gentlemen, in Saudi Arabia. And what are the games? Starting with right now, we have Mobile Legends Bang Bang taking place from the 10th to the 13th of July. Dota 2 taking place from the 10th to the 13th of July. CSGO, the male competition, from the 13th to the 17th of July. And CSGO female competition from the 13th to the 17th of July.
يا ساتر، ذكرنا الأربع ألعاب، وبتكون عندنا اللعبة الأولى موبايل ليجندز ابتداء من تاريخ 10 إلى 13 يوليو، وبعدها بيكون عندنا لعبة دوتا 2 بنفس الموعد ونفس التاريخ من تاريخ 10 إلى 13 يوليو، وبعدها بيكون عندنا لعبة CSGO للسادة ابتداء من تاريخ 13 إلى 17 يوليو، وفي الختام بيكون عندنا لعبة CSGO للسيدات من تاريخ 13 إلى 17 يوليو. الآن احنا يا براء ومشاهدينا الكرام عرفنا موعد التواريخ والألعاب، ولكن بيكون عندنا الآن بنذكر لكم ال20 منتخب المشارك في هذه البطولة. وأعزائنا المشاهدين، المنتخب الأول بيكون عندنا منتخب المملكة العربية السعودية.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen, as right now we are announcing all the countries participating in this championship with now Australia.
ومعنا أيضا منتخب بنغلاديش،
Cambodia,
هونغ كونغ الصين،
India,
إندونيسيا،
Iran,
الأردن،
Kazakhstan,
كيرغستان،
Mongolia,
ماينمار،
Nepal,
باكستان،
Palestine,
فلبين،
UAE,
أوزباكستان.
and Vietnam. 20 countries, 8 days. It is happening right here at the Asian Championship. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to take it over and pass it on to our phenomenal casters with Naisu and OSX. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Bara and Wajeh. It's amazing to be here once again, coming at you guys live from the SEF Arena here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I am Naisu. Joined here with me is OXX, and we are bringing you guys the MLBB action for the next few days here. It's simply amazing. The stage looks amazing, and I know OSX already. How are you feeling, man? We're here. We've been here for a couple days, and it's been amazing so far.
I feel good and I feel great. To all of our fans and also the watchers of Saudi Arabia, Assalamu alaikum, and thank you for joining us here today to witness the action-packed matches of the day in IESF. And it feels so good to finally say it right now. Well, good day, Saudi Arabia and the world. It's a dream come true. Nice you.
Yeah, it is a dream come true, not only for us to be here and celebrate this, basically a big event for this time over here in Saudi Arabia, but also, again, 20 countries are here, OSX, right? They already talked about that. Now for MLBB, we've got 8, right? We've got 8 of those countries battling it out. But just being here and seeing all these games celebrated for esports, it's simply amazing. And the big question is, yeah, out of those 8 teams, who moves forward, right? Now we do know that 5 of those teams will move forward, heading over to Romania, and it starts today, right? Day number 1, we've got 4 days, I believe it is, of action-packed games for us.
Yeah, straight action, and all of the teams that who are going to witness, or we are going to witness today, is from the online qualifiers from the countries of Middle East, Asia, and now the best of the best is going to battle out today.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what's in store for us over the next 4 days here. But before we dive deeper into the MLBB action, we're going to actually throw it back to the stage over to Bara and Wajay. Guys, take it away.
And we have our groups here. Who is going to battle it out? Group A and B. So we're about to witness also the match of Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan today, and Philippines and Bangladesh.
Yeah, so we're going to have pretty much 2 groups, right, split up. Now, just as a side note, because I know I've been getting questions about this online, is are all the games going to be live streamed? No, they will not be, right? So today we have 2 that are going to be live streamed from Group B that we'll be seeing. Tomorrow, again, we'll have 3 this time, 2 from Group A, 1 from Group B, and then as we move forward, we'll have 2 and 2 for the final 2 days.
Yep, it's all about how we see their journey from the group stage to the playoffs. This is a road to Romania on how will the teams battle it out to get that gold medal again. It's a jump-packed afternoon. We've seen also teams who's been stable. We have Cambodia, we have the Philippines, we have the United Arab Emirates, who we are going to see for the first time as well here on their qualifiers to the championships.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing is, for some of these teams, obviously people are wondering, what's their play style? That's one of the, that is, every time there's an international event, a lot of people wonder, because let's be honest, you watch a lot of the other leagues out there, right? You're kind of paying attention to these teams. You know that there's a play style being kind of settled in, right? The meta. But when you have these other teams that you necessarily haven't watched too much of, or maybe even you've hoped that there was an English broadcast for it, but unfortunately there wasn't. I know we've been in that position, right? But now you get to see it, and I think that's something that's most exciting. Other than that, is the fact that OSX, we just had a pretty big update, right, for MLBB. I mean, recently, it was what, 2-3 weeks ago, I believe?
2-3 weeks ago of adjustment, the meta.
Emblem.
So the qualifiers of this matches of the day, it was before the new emblem patch. And now we're about to see how they completely adjusted and how will they go against one of the best teams of each country. So today we're about to see how their playstyle works, how their identity works, how they will put their personality into these games and to represent them moving forward in these days.
And it's funny because even just on a personal level, I know a lot of people that have been playing on this new patch, this new emblem system, they've kind of had to alter their own playstyle, right? The way they approach the game. And if you've been watching a lot of the content out there on the emblem kind of update and how this has changed things, right? Now, there's a ton of it, and I know some of the smartest minds in the world have compiled, their own thoughts. So hopefully you guys have seen that. But, even for us as players, I spent, I don't know how long experimenting. My favorite always going to be Gord, right? And it's funny because there's a player here in this tournament named Gordos. So I don't know, exactly where the name came from. Who knows?
That could be an Easter egg.
Exactly. Nice. But the fact here is the experimentation with emblems makes things very interesting. And I feel like, too, what we hope to see evolve throughout these next 4 days, OSX, is what kind of meta sets in here? Because I would say, yes, there's meta establishing out there, right? But what always happens in these tournaments is pretty much the fact that there's like a tournament meta that gets set, right? And when you have so many wild cards, you have so many new updates and how that plays out, we're going to have to see how it turns out for this tournament, right? But now I believe we are ready for the walkout here. We're going to be throwing it back over to the main stage. Boys, take it away.
All right, big shout out goes to OSX and Naisu. Waji, the excitement is on. It's gonna blow my mind away. So, جاهز حق أول مباراة؟
كلنا جاهزين حق أول مباراة، فعشان كذا لازم نعرف الفرق اللي بيكونوا معانا في هذه المباراة.
Yalla, yalla. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the first team, the first match on the first day with Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We're gonna start with a bang. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it right now for the first team happening here in the first match. Let's hear it for Kazakhstan.
تحية قوية لمنتخب كازاخستان. طبعا هنا هو المنتخب الأول معانا في أول مواجهة، ولكن نبي نعرف فريق خصمهم أو المنتخب اللي بيكون خصما لمنتخب كازاخستان. تحية قوية لمنتخب المملكة العربية السعودية.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Saudi Arabia. Oh my God, we're gonna start with the bang right here وجيه. صراحة الحماس قائم خيالي، صراحة إثارة وقوة وحماس ناري ما بين كازاخستان والسعودية. Ladies and gentlemen, taking place right here. We're gonna have an amazing thing happening here with Kazakhstan and Saudi Arabia. ولا إيش رأيك يا وجيه؟
أكيد بتكون مباراة باستفتاحية قوية بين منتخب السعودية ضد كازاخستان، فصراحة كلنا متشوقين نبدأ في أول مباراة، وخلونا الآن نتوجه عند الاستديو التحليلي.
بالضبط مثل ما أنت قلت الحين. So ladies and gentlemen, right now we're gonna pass it on to our phenomenal casters right now with Naisu and OSX. Fire it up.
Once again, thank you so much over there on the stage. The stage looks amazing, dude. And I feel like for a lot of people out there, again, you really have to be here to kind of experience just how grand and how great it is. I don't know if you noticed, too, the players have boxes. They have those soundproof boxes, man.
They have their own gaming space.
Yeah.
In soundproof, you can only have the chance to like even hear yourself, because we have seen this kind of setups in different parts of the world. Now it's happening here in Saudi Arabia, where teams get to finally feel what it is to be here.
Not only that, but again, the fact here is that we're kicking it off. I like that Bara mentioned it. We're starting off with a bang, right?
Yeah.
We're starting with MLBB
We
here.
will.
He caught on that. But yeah, that's the thing. We start off with these two teams where I got to say, right, a lot of people, if you haven't been necessarily following them, if you did not catch the qualifiers, right, you are at a question exactly what is going to start here for these teams. How are they going to kind of play around the meta, the new emblem system? And even for us, I would say casters across the world have been very excited about the change here on the competitive level. Because let's be honest, for a long time, we had a meta. And it got to the point where, like, even if you weren't, you know, a huge big brain analyst out there, you kind of knew where the draft was going. You kind of knew where the emblems were going, right? I mean, for example, with Arlott, he would be the biggest kind of throw in the air. What emblem is Arlott going to take, right? We saw kind of that play around. But now you're at a point where, once again, there's a lot of questions. And I feel like these tournaments happening around the world is the time to really kind of lay that ground before we move into the next part of this, pretty much the year.
Yeah, it's going to be answered today on how the personalities will be set up in our teams of today, because you've mentioned the growing meta.
Yeah.
And as we watch the qualifiers back in the IESF online qualifiers, where this teams really participated, it's not too far from our meta, right? So how it goes with the new emblem patch, it's the best of both three worlds that we can see. Combining all together, we have the spell, we have the lifesteal, imagining being used by different kinds of heroes to pop up here.
I think, you know, there's probably a part of the population out there that just don't care too much about the emblems, because they are more excited about the heroes being picked, specifically in the jungle, right? I think a lot of people can agree that they were tired of seeing kind of that tanky jungler, utility jungler meta. It's still there, by the way. Like, it's still a possible pretty much game strategy. But now what we're seeing, especially with recent tournaments, is the rise once again of these assassin junglers coming out, right? And it makes things honestly exciting, because when you're watching those games and you have always that contingency where you have an assassin in the jungle, kind of setting that momentum, sometimes it's just flashy, right? So I think that's a healthy, I would say it's a healthy thing going forward with MLBB's meta on the competitive level.
Yeah, we've seen Ling, we've seen Lancelot being back on the meta. We've seen also export. Somebody used export also in the qualifier. So a lot of metas could actually be used here with the new emblem being implemented. So Naisu, I think you're right. We're about to see some development on how the MENA region is going to climb the ladder going through the days of the championship.
Well, we'll have to find out, right? Because already there's been statistics being put out there with recent tournaments on how this new emblem patch and setup is performing, and exactly, again, how it's going to paint the road here going to Romania. We're going to be looking at the team rosters here first for Kazakhstan. We've got Nori, we've got Destroy, Neo Kui, Neo Anim, and there it is. This is the guy I was talking about, OSX.
The Gordost.
Gordost. KZZ. So I don't know if that hints like, maybe there was one point in his time where he loved Gord.
Yeah.
But
It could show up.
It could mean completely not that at all.
Well, it could be. It could be because if you want to complement something within your composition, that could actually work. Because again, in this country, we are about to see yet on how they unfold their story here in the first day. So if Gord will probably
If he does,
show
I'm gonna
up,
freak out.
I can.
I've been
I
waiting.
can see your smile right here.
Man, I don't know if I'm not going to put too much weight in there, right? Because again, the thing about even with these teams, their roles, there could be switch up in the roles, right? There could be switch ups in the picks, of course, the emblems again. And now one thing I would say, even just looking at the data here, OSX, is there needed to be some of a change up as well in terms of picks in the mid lane, because for the longest time, I don't know if how that trend is going to change, but we saw so many Eves. We saw so many Novarias pop up.
Farsa.
Yeah, Farsa. But take us through the roster here for Saudi Arabia.
Now we have KSC, we have Tarzan, Sanji, Cuffin, Troll, and Lark.
Interesting. That's
We
a
have
familiar name.
A familiar name it is. We have the home court team, which could also have a home court advantage to see how they play against the team.
Yeah, and we heard some facts, right, about this team specifically, even for the Roam, right, with Troll, I believe it is, who is able to he likes to pick a popular pick of the Roam. If he decides to opt that way, the Cho pick, if it pops out here. But still, one thing that we're seeing, at least throughout even with the changes, right?
Yeah.
Roam is critical, and I feel like it's still one of those kind of unsung heroes for a lot of the teams, no matter really where you're playing from. Roams can carry games just by themselves, right?
Agree. They're the playmakers, as we see it in the Southeast Asian Championships. It happens. How do you funnel your marksman, your jungler, even in the XP lane? How do they rotate?
The thing is, and there's been chatter about this online, especially again with the emblems, is how has it changed? Or how has it affected the tankier types of roams, the tankier types of hero picks? Because there's a lot of people out there that are saying that, yeah, you might be better off picking something different in the roam from what we're used to seeing, right? We used to see a lot of even Francos pop up, of course the Cho, but then you're seeing teams also go the route of experimentation once again with these new emblem setups where they pick a little bit more aggressive roam styles. And we are, now that we saw that too, even on the roster, Sanji, for example, right? We know that even Sanji likes to experiment on their team for Echo, but still, with a team that we're not used to seeing so much of, this is where the surprises come out. And I think even though it's day one here, OSX, you have to remember, right, what's at stake here. Not only that, there's the prize pool and everything, but these teams are fighting for that chance to once again go represent their nations, their countries at Romania. And there is 8 here, 5 will move on. Right? Because
only
I think
5.
Yeah, only 5. I mean, no, that's a great thing that there is going to be 5 and not just 1 moving on to Romania. Because once again, what happens here in the next 4 days for this section of pretty much the IESF qualifier or championship, is a meta is going to be set, right? And then how does that change going on to pretty much the championships in Romania?
Well, I'm excited to see how this unfolds, because if we're about to establish how they went through this, because as you can say, Troll could be the playmaker, but how about on the side of Kazakhstan, right? So that's where we're about to see how the diversity adjustment of this team or this country could go up against the KSA. That's something we could look forward to.
Let me ask you this.
What
do you think is going to be the most critical for these two teams? I mean, again, in these tournaments, usually the teams playing on day one, they are the meta setters for the tournament.
Oh, yeah.
So,
oh, yeah.
In the top of your head, are you thinking there's going to be something that we're not used to seeing just because simply it's still relatively a new patch and a new emblem system anyway? Or do they kind of opt towards what we've seen before from previous tournaments?
Well, they could use the starting day for their own personal or comfort picks or identities, but it could change things around, right?
Yeah.
So if you for better or for worse, you need to start strong into the first day, so you don't get to be read on the next day. So you're going to compete up against different countries, because that's one thing that you're looking up to. That it's the double-edged sword that you can actually continue throughout the matches.
That's one thing I'm looking forward to, right, is seeing exactly where these guys stand, especially in the jungle, because we know a lot of these teams on these international stages, they really do thrive in the jungle, and how they're kind of able to transition from that early game momentum. Objectives, obviously, super important here. But things, once again, and you guys are going to probably hear this a lot throughout all the broadcasts from the future, at least until we really get settled in with the new emblem system, is how things change. Because, yeah, we're so used to even seeing junglers just play around, before with the Demon Slayer emblem, the jungle emblem, where they just hyper-focus on objectives. But now you have this whole other dynamic to it. And I think that really highlights, for example, teams like this. Like, even teams for these teams kicking off today, for Kazakhstan and for Saudi Arabia, their playstyle might be pretty much highlighted with a new emblem system, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's what I'm saying is, specifically, once again, we're going to have to look as the tournament unfolds, the stats, the head-to-heads, right? And that's something I'm really interested in seeing, because we know that teams also will be keeping an eye on day one here.
Yeah, it's all about the numbers for the first time.
Yeah.
But again, we were talking about the roamers. We were talking about how star players could actually make the play happen. But again, the tenacity was set into the tier 2.
Oh, tenacity.
On the recent patch, right? On how it was so effective on being tier 3. Now it's on 2.
I'm sure you've heard, like, the talk about tenacity. There's been a lot of it.
A lot.
Yeah.
So it's things about to change. This concussive blast could be the option, or something that for mobility, things could go differently.
There's been, I don't know, I want to say tenacity at this point is like almost a go-to pick for majority of people. I think 9 times out of 10, you will see people opt for that, unless, once again, they like to play a little more risky here, knowing kind of what's at stake. Again, they could just highlight their own play style and opt for something differently in that tier 2 area. But still, that's something that's what the exciting part about this is. You have so many just combinations, even from previous tournaments that happened. We saw, I think it was, off the top of my head, it was probably around 50 plus unique combinations of emblems that were actually played with.
It keeps on going.
Yeah, which is amazing, because again, you don't necessarily, just because you're playing a tank or a roam, doesn't necessarily mean that you're kind of forced into picking those emblems, right? Like, you can actually change things up quite a bit, and this is what is so nice about it. Again, as we get to know more about these players over the course of these days, what is their playstyle? How do they kind of highlight around that, right?
Yeah, and as we can see, most of the adjustments tend to dwell on the assassin ones that being used by the mage heroes. Do you use it as well in most of your time that you adjust your gourd throughout your rank up games?
Well, I still lean towards Lethal Ignition. And I think that's, for some reason, for the longest time, I was always a Last Worship user, right? Before.
Same.
So naturally, too, I just love to go along with Bargain Hunter, that mystery shop before. Now you kind of have that, right?
But the discount, or even the percent, is just so low.
But that's what I'm saying. People, that's why I'm talking about my own decision making here. It's not. It's something that highlights my play style, right? Because again, most people say just take tenacity. It's amazing. And actually, it's funny because our dear friend out there, Wolf, was telling me that in a pretty much a show match that we had. He's like, dude, just take tenacity. It's the way to go. And I was like, I like to live on the edge. So, maybe there's some players out there as well that we'll see here today live on the edge and not opt for maybe, so what's best, what's meta. And I think that's what's so exciting about it, right? Because you still have that kind of dynamic to play around with.
Live on the edge.
Live on the edge.
That's the possible game style you're about to see. Because it's either the invade or the team setups will happen in most of our matches today. So that's one thing that you can do. Outplay, outsustain, what's it going to be? Because in terms of changing the new emblem here, as you get the 3 best of the emblems, you need to choose. Mobility, will you be the purely support of the team?
Yeah.
Will you be the main damager? But there's something that you got to give, but you can't always take 2.
You know what's scarier too is the fact that there is a high chance as well for, what we've been used to seeing is kind of that healing meta, where for a time it kind of fell off a little bit, and there was teams obviously that really like that kind of healing meta composition. And now with the emblems as well, that's something that has to be considered. And these are, heroes like Estes, the Florin that pop up. You have a lot of that sustainability. And so again, this could also just kind of alter pretty much the grounds for a lot of these games where we're used to seeing, let's say 18 to 23 minute games. Do they extend them? Do they actually make them shorter? Again, this is the perfect area to see exactly how this update has pretty much changed the meta. And not to mention the unique hero picks that can actually come out too. I forgot how many exactly specific heroes were picked up in one of the last major tournaments, but it was quite a few. And even, for example, picks that we're not used to seeing pop in the gold lane, Esmeralda.
Oh, yeah. That could actually exist.
The
gold lane in this meta right now
shake-up
is changing faster than we expected. And even the recent matches you said on the Asian games or even the championships, more and more, as Reptar even said this.
I was just thinking about him.
Yeah, his Jawhead gold lane.
Yeah, I was just thinking about
Jawhead gold lane could even exist. He was never letting it go.
Yeah, he was hoping for that. Again, I wouldn't, put that out of the realm of possibility that it could pop up here for the next 4 days or, something more crazy. But also we have to talk, since we're talking about the gold lane here, we do have to make note that I believe Ixia, the new hero, cannot be played, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
She is not going to be able to be played during this tournament, and she would have been great to see, kind of in the hands of these professional players,
Yeah.
And
who doesn't? Yeah, I would love to see it, even right here, pop off. Well, it's standard protocol.
yeah,
It's when some hero pops up, well, it's the respect of having it go through the process of being banned officially. So this calls something that signature picks or comfort picks could show.
but that's the thing is like even with that not as an option, I would say that some people still feel like it might be better off, and I don't know where you stand on this, OSX, but it might be better off that you don't have a traditional like marksman pick in the gold lane. Like, how do you feel about that? Do you agree with that?
Traditional?
Yeah, so I'm talking about like the Beatrixes, right? The Brodies, the Wanwans. Like, is it better? Do you think it's better to opt to not take a marksman and put something else? That's why, again, that whole conversation even before with Renmar.
We're going in deep right here.
No, yeah.
Harith gold lane, Esmeralda gold lane, Farsa gold lane. It's not limited to just marksman heroes. It's about how you make your composition work. Again, you have 3 emblems to choose from and to mix and match. You could build your own laboratory to how you take damage onto your team. Well, focusing mark being used more often, especially today, even for all of our matches. So maybe that's one thing. Could go out of the box. Our teams could go out of the box today.
I think that's what we're expecting. Oh, yeah. Like, if it doesn't happen, but really, then again, because of the update, like, the box has changed. So you're hoping that, yes, they kind of explore outside of the box here. But that's what my point was. And I kind of agreed on this, especially. And the reason why, for example, our friend Renmar was mentioning he'd love to see a Jawhead out there that is parked in the gold lane. Because, yes, if a marksman was picked up, for example, Beatrix, you park it in the gold lane, you just decide to, play a little risky here, lock in Jawhead gold lane, it's going to perform really well. And I feel like, once again, that dynamic to kind of have that option is great because we're seeing this in XP lane as well, right? We're seeing some of the changes for XP lane and even looking back, right, on recent tournaments where we had exciting pickups for XP lane alone. I feel like for the longest time, XP lane was just kind of this, I don't want to say it was a dead or a boring lane, but let's be honest, we had a coined saying, eternal battle for a reason before.
Uranus showed up
Yeah, there's a rise once again.
3 weeks ago, he showed up.
Yeah.
So, could be a possibility. Gord has been buffed up. Huh? Harley being balanced.
Not enough.
No, but from what I heard in our friends and casters in the MENA region, QB and XLR, it's more. We could expect more of the more of aggressive roamers. Valier, actually show up. No, and also Gord attack damage. You have magic, so we're not limited to just being inter-traditional. It's opening up a lot of avenues to be used here in IESF.
Yeah, and I think, as you guys are probably wondering why we're kind of going through this so much. The players are just pretty much getting set up, things getting ready to go here for that first match. We know they're excited as well, but we got to make sure they're all appropriately set up for this. So, going back to the point, too, is what I want to say is emblems, we've talked about them. really, when we get to the game,
Yeah.
that's where we got to talk about it more, right? Because this is something to say about all the analysts out there for MLBB. They nerd hard over it, right? They love the changes, the numbers,
yeah.
how do they pretty much affect the course of a game, even down to a series. But other than that, of course, the fact that they have the hero options as well, the unique picks, play styles, we've pretty much already kind of hinted at that, where we're going to find out exactly the play styles of these other teams and how it affects the course. Now, one thing I do want to talk about is the teams that a lot of people have seen of. Now, when you look at the groups, a lot of people are going to already automatically see the Philippines.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They're going to see the Philippines there. And some people are thinking, who's going to stand up to the Philippines in at least from the group or even the whole tournament, right? Do you think, is there a team off the top of your head that can do that?
Okay, going back to SEA Games in Cambodia, I see Cambodia right there. I see an Asian country there, and most of the teams that we're also respecting is the Middle Eastern countries who's also participating today to battle up against the Philippines. So I see one of the Asian countries for now.
One of the Asian countries.
Yeah, one of the Asian countries.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's the thing that I would say is, like, yes, Cambodia might be your second choice, where you're like, or your first choice that can go against the Philippines. But that's why I can't wait to see kind of day one and day two, because we get to actually see once again play styles. And I would say, even with our conversations out here with some of the co-casters out there, or some of the other, we've even talked to some of the players right yesterday, and they said how much they really do focus on watching some of these regions like the Philippines, like Indonesia. They spend time studying, they spend a lot of time just watching the play styles. And we heard that it might not necessarily mean they want to copy that play style or anything like that, but they want to take some of the strengths of those play styles, and kind of alter their own, right, and try to highlight their strengths.
Infuse personality.
Yeah, pretty
right
much.
there.
Whether that's in the draft, whether that's the play style itself, whether that's rotations, right? I mean, there's a lot that you can kind of just take from watching some of the best teams out there in the world, some of the best regions, and I think that's why we might be in store for some surprises here.
Yeah. So as we wait, we give a little bit of a sneak peek right there.
Sneak peek.
Yeah, this is about how we look at this tournament, engaging who could be the best possible threat. Because right now we're expecting the fact that we have no data on some of the teams today, and we want to base it out on facts. How does their team play style works? What is the average kills, assists, the stats of these teams in the recent tournaments that we've learned and see?
Well, not only that, but the question, like you mentioned, you don't have so much data, right? And I feel like at this point, once again, if you guys did watch the qualifiers, even that data from the qualifiers, the online qualifiers, like you can take some of it and maybe use that for kind of your assumptions about these teams. But still, I would say it's almost like a clean slate, right? Aside from that's one thing. Online qualifiers, there was a lot of sweeps. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case here, over the course of the next 4 days. But as we take a look at the players, they're all getting situated here once again. And we do want to give a shout out, of course, to the sponsors here to make this possible. The Savvy Games Group, Qiddiya, STC, Saudi Esports Federation, and everybody else that takes a part of this. And again, it's a growing, massive industry here, and there's a lot. He's ready.
There's a lot, and that is also the first thing you do.
Yeah.
Home court advantage, 2-0.
2-0.
On screen.
That's by the way, that's like, what are those boxes called? That's the soundproof banter, I would say, between the teams right there, since you can't hear them. Right? You can't. That's what we're used to seeing with the players literally yelling at each
our
other.
country, yeah.
Yeah, from side to side. Well, here they gotta pretty much use their hands here, right? And once again, like I said, it's gonna be a whole learning process. I feel like, really, even for viewers out there, exactly how things happen. Yeah.
Well, now as we see our cameras here on the opposing side. And this is how they prepare. I think we're about to go to the draft.
We might be, unless they're still making sure everything's set up here properly for them. But once again, like I said, once we get to the draft, that's where we really see things kind of paint the picture. I will say that the first phase of the draft, though, I don't expect too many changes, right? I mean, even when that new emblem update came out, and it was being played over in ESL, like that's the thing. didn't change things too much. I mean, for first phase, I would say, right? You still saw a lot of the teams kind of opt for those safer priority picks. Obviously, there's still heroes out there that work in nearly every composition, you know, that a team decides to draft.
Yeah.
So I don't expect that to change so much. I expect the changes in that second phase.
Second phase it is, because right now, as we wait for the draft to show, so possibly it's an XP lane. It's mostly, again, we might see Fredrin again rising up his own statistics of having the win and pick rate.
Oh, man.
Could show up. Small changes.
Either small or just big ones.
Yeah.
You know, because I would say
Either way.
like it really depended where you looked in the pretty much the land of Dawn, right? I would say that relatively there's been some big changes in some of the roles, and then in other parts there's been those minor kind of smaller changes, right? And even in the jungle specifically, like I said, there's more room for experimentation there. You know, it doesn't just have to be what we're used to seeing, like you mentioned,
Yeah.
the assassins being picked up, like the Ling, you know, being placed in their tank. I don't even, see, I'm so used to saying tanks a lot, man. You know,
It's a thing now.
well, it's a thing, but now you don't necessarily always have to go tanks a lot if you don't want to.
Yeah, you could either be aggressive, but well, speaking of which,
There he
call
is.
it Lancelot first pick on Kazakhstan. Now for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, banning out a possible EXP lane, even a Navaria. The one thing that we also consider one of the most annoying heroes into mid to late game, they don't want that. Something tells me it's a setup on how to control AoEs. That's the Beatrix and the Eve that you've mentioned earlier.
Okay, that's interesting because the fact is, first phase you're already seeing.
Yep.
The Lancelot popped up like you mentioned. And this isn't too different, right? I was just talking about this. First phase might not change too much. We're still going to see what that next pick's going to be locked in here for the team from Kazakhstan. But the fact that they went and just first picked the Lancelot, like they already have that strategy in mind. Now, my biggest question
that's
is
confidence.
Yeah,
Could be comfort.
And we're at the point here, OSX, where, like I said, you before you would see the Lancelot pop up, and you immediately think, you don't even think. You know what emblem he's going to take. You know what build he's going to take.
Yeah.
Right? But how does that change this time? And it looks like their next picks.
Oh.
This is interesting.
This is day one. We have a Clint and a Farsa. So do you want to battle out something for the burst damage in AoE? You have the Eve, you have the Farsa, and you have it. On day one, showdown of assassin heroes. We have a Ling on the first phase.
I don't know if this is going to be like the new trend.
It's the same thing that we see in the qualifiers.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know
This
if...
could be something.
Is it what we want? Like, is this what the people want? Like, no, the reason why I'm saying that is because what if we get into a world, like, do people get tired of just Ling and Lancelot? Or is it just like, it's so flashy and cool that it works and you never get tired of watching it?
I would never get tired of watching it right now, because at some point in our region, in the professional league, this two heroes never existed for some point in time and in seasons. And now they're putting it all over again. It's like going back on few seasons back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was like, for a time, you know, some of the great junglers out there wanted to bring, you know, this coveted Lancelot out, and they're like, man, the only way he's going to work is if we build him like a tank. So yeah, he's cool, he's flashy, but really you're not doing too much other than securing objectives. And I think that's one of the big things here, is how that's kind of changed the course. And of course, Ling, you know, in a much better position competitively. And I'm glad to see Navaria being banned out, you know, because there's a time where just it's automatically always that Navaria picked up. It is a great option, but this is also kind of a throwback, OSX. You know, the two picks we saw a lot of before in the mid lane matchup was the Farce and the Eve. You know, we called this before the Squid Game matchup, right? So this is
circle and the square.
This is more so traditional, I would say.
Yeah, it takes us few seasons back. And looking at the bans here at the second phase, they take out the Lolita, they take it out the XP lane that you were talking about earlier, about could be on Sanji. Well, Sanji here.
This is throwing you for a loop.
Yeah, because right now, look how friendly our players here on our screen, because they have taken out something, a hero that could possibly be a harass in the side of Team Kazakhstan. So yeah, they're just being friendly here. No matter in their own cube, they're just being friendly.
Yeah, I would love, you know, being in that soundproof booth as well.
Let's check it out after
You
this
know?
one.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't had a chance to actually go, kind of experiment with that. But yeah, there it is. The Cho pick comes out. This is exactly what we were told, right?
Yeah.
Now
By our
kind
friends.
of, yeah, by our friends on the way here. And I want to see how it is because we know, honestly, we know where a lot of that influence comes from, right? There's some great Cho players in the Rome around the world, but specifically even in the Philippines.
Just giving you a thumbs up.
Yep. There's the thumbs up. He's ready to lock in. Oh,
See?
It gets more interesting.
Selena. Yeah, Selena Rome, and also the XP Lapu-Lapu that we used to see as well. So you have the Cho, the Roamers right now. We've also told that this is also one of the signature picks of Troll, the Cho, the Roamers, the playmakers. And I love how the identity of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, once the camera is right in front of them, they just smile.
No,
That's how confident they are.
Once the pick is locked in, you pose and you're ready,
pose
man.
and you're ready.
Get it for the socials. You know?
Screenshot.
You notice how many fingers he had up as well.
Yeah.
It was 2.
2.
But where was... Oh,
Another one.
yeah, they're always ready, man.
This is confidence. This is home court advantage, man.
It should be. But now that the lineup is rounded out, we talked about this before we got to the game. There's the Uranus being locked in once again. So, that matchup alone, and I feel like for a lot of people, it's just when they see Uranus in the lane, they're just kind of like, oh man, I'm not going to be able to do too much, right? But actually when it comes to managing kind of that, I would say it's the play style of the Uranus when you're even going against it, controlling how much cutting he's doing in the lane, how much pressure he eventually puts, because he gets to a point where he's like unkillable, right? Unless you actually have the tools to handle that. That's something they have to deal with. Now, a big part of this for Kazakhstan, man, is the Selena pick.
Okay.
Are the arrows landing?
Well, a good pick though for Kazakhstan, because if you're looking for a global way of taking or stealing down out a purple buff out of the lane, that's one way to do it in the early game. Something tells me they need recon, they need coverage on how Team KSA is going around the map, because as we can see here, this could possibly be a snowball lineup for Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
And they want to slow it down early game.
Oh, well, they're not going to slow down any further. Ladies and gentlemen, jumping right into game number 1, already starting here between Kazakhstan and the home court team, Saudi Arabia from KSA.
Okay, now taking the first buff, Alim secures his purple. Now, this is one way of doing or seeing Troll and also Eve here, or Coffin, managing the control of the river right now. Nobody gets to cross early game because this is they want for Tarzan in the jungle to do early game.
I think it's kind of what you have to expect, right? You got to put pressure where it needs to be, especially in the jungle, dealing with these two heroes being picked up. Also, keep an eye on the emblems, right? We're going to get probably a closer look later on about them, but quantum charges here being placed in for Kazakhstan. You also have, once again, a lot of the mages and even other roles like to go with that lethal ignition, play around with that the best they can here. And then, of course, you have the fighters rolling with the same, right? So really, there's a ton of sustain in the XP lane. You're not going to expect too much action happening there for now, right? I mean, just kind of like the most action that might happen there is obviously you have a Lapu-Lapu, very flashy, might be able to pull something off early on, but more so, it's just going to be a farm lane for now.
Sustainability, lane push, maybe it all goes down on how they want to steal the first objectives of the game. Because right now, they're looking towards on getting the first objective. On the position of Alim, they're looking in and securing the area of the mid lane. But right now, our cameras are on the marksman. We have Clint and Beatrice. We haven't seen it for a long time, right?
Which one? The Clint. You're missing the Clint, huh?
Yeah, for so long.
Well, he's been out in the Wild West, man. Now he's back in the land of Dawn. Turtle going to be started up here. Might just go in the hands over here. Yeah, and just like that, Tarzan securing it.
Wow, without any contest from Alim at all. So if you take a look at these emblems, maybe there's something that they're willing to sacrifice early game, but now they're not going back down. They're trying to get this purple out of the way. Now Alim is being trapped here. Now the knockup goes in, real manipulation, and the first blood goes to Tarzan. And now it's a follow-up. A Troll saves with an inch of life, but Sanji here trying to distract. That's the Sun, that's Abyssal Hour connecting, but Kashi there with the reinforcement. taking a bit of time to retreat back.
Man, you see how much pressure was just put on Tarzan? I love it, right? Tarzan
In the jungle.
In the jungle. But this time, the focus just being put there, really making it not a good time to secure his purple buff. And that's kind of what we have to expect from Kazakhstan here. They really need to put pressure, not allow him to just kind of roam free. I think, was that taken?
Oh.
Wow, okay, that was a great arrow.
Good setup from Troll. That is the way of the dragon, but Red goes out with the wings by wings. Now it's Team Kazakhstan gaining control of the push. And going back to EXP lane, Sanji and Kazakh, look at that, almost half HP. I say it's not too bad using a Lab against a Uranus now.
Yeah, but again, it's just like, it's just a sustain lane. I mean, even rolling with the Brave Smite that they have, and just kind of rolling with the regen already built in Uranus. Like, even 2v1, how do you deal with this? And if we even just take a look at the items, right? He doesn't have too much. He's got a little bit of that physical defense already. Nothing's going to happen here, but hold on, top side.
Tarzan, that was the ultimate being missed out. Tevis Blade being dropped down under the turret. Now Nori could fall down, and Lark secures the kill. Now Troll for the back lines, for manipulation with a combo. Now who's going to be the follow-up here from Team Saudi Arabia? Now back away, 2 members falling down short. Kazakhstan retreats back and taking 1.
Okay, so already a little bit of a lead building here, right, for Team Saudi Arabia as they go ahead and continue to punch down top side, get a little bit of extra gold. We can see, too, how that's transitioning for their itemization, right? Still putting pressure on the purple buff here.
Okay, Kazakh now being poked by 2. Now, can he out-sustain? No, he can. Sanji secures the kill now, gaining control over this second turtle, possibly being taken again by Saudi Arabia.
Oh, man, okay. So this might just be, once again, another turtle. I don't think Kashi can even do much here. He'll probably just give it away. There you go. Retries it, secures it. Now, once again, this is pressure. They're still going.
They're still going. That's the Void Crystal connecting in with the slow. Now Nori falls down again in the hands of Lark.
Lark is, he's getting there. 2-0, right? He's working. It looks like he might look to complete that BOD pretty quickly. Right, he's kind of, what do we call this? There's a term when you have a bunch of different items. I'm thinking hollow, but it's not that.
a mixed way of using the best of the items,
yeah,
but not fully building it.
There's a term for it, and it's off the top of my head, but still, you know, both teams, they're not, like, even for Kazakhstan, man, they're not falling behind too much, right?
No.
It might be a small lead here for KSA, but what Kazakhstan has to do is contest some of these objectives. They definitely don't want to let any more, well, at least the last turtle, at least contest it if you can, if you're in a position to. If not, I have a feeling or a hunch that the Lord fights might just kind of unfold in the same way that these turtles early on have.
Oh, this is what I'm feeling about how the meta is working with Kazakhstan, because at some point, they might not need to even contest the third turtle as being a landslot. They're up to something that they want to keep trading onto the early state, onto the late state, the mid area of this game. Something tells me they're boiling up something here for their gold lane.
Well, their gold lane, a little bit of struggle here, though. Top side, though. Lark
again. Could be in trouble,
no.
being switched up now. Tarzan, that's the stun.
Nori.
Mobilization, but Nori, once again, will he be caught again and being killed?
Still alive.
Tarzan is still sustaining the fight. Real manipulation, slowing down 3 right in the turret. Coffin takes down Nori once again. Now how will they fight back Tarzan? That's the way of the dragon onto Kazakh. Now what's the follow-up? That is the ultimate coming in from Lark. Still sustaining that skirmish now. Team Kazakhstan still fighting through that invade of KSA.
That was a great save from Troll, right? He kept, he used the Way of the Dragon defensively to keep Tarzan alive, because if that kick didn't happen, he most likely would have went down, right? So they're able to at least get something out of there for it just to turn into a bad news bear situation. But now, right, still pressure all around the map being put on by KSA.
Aleem?
Oh, Aleem.
Kill. Talking about the XP
That's
lane
rough.
right now. Or Uranus over Lancelot.
Yeah, that's rough. That is not a feels good man, you know?
It's not.
And right now, they're just going to have to give up this turtle. Tarzan, once again, securing it.
Yeah. 3 objectives secured now. Troll, another setup now inside the manipulation. Lark takes another kill. That's 3-0-0 for a Beatrix. A good way of snowballing this composition, Naisu.
Like I said, OSX, you know, Lark was sitting pretty even minutes ago already. He did have that BOD now too. Troll is, you know, this is we got that fact, we got that fact in on our way here that Troll loves this Cho pick. And I feel like, learning just from this game number 1 in this, yes, it's a best of 3, he might not get his hands on it once again because he's setting a lot of these things up for his team. Nori went down though, bottom side here, top though.
Yeah, Lark being stunned, now Troll on half HP, but targets out Aleem, giving time for Lark and Coffin to be safe, but Aleem gets the kill, but that is the sacrifice he's willing to make for Lark and Coffin to not be the liability for KSA.
Okay, I think Kazakhstan's still holding on. Yes, we're talking about a 3K gold lead here for Saudi Arabia, right? But still, they might be able to just hold on a little bit longer and then contest into those Lords if they can. Still though, Kashi.
Well, look at that, look at the damage coming from Kashi. Sanji's not letting him go. Sanji as well being trapped in 2. But Coffin is here in the vicinity, could give actual support, but now being trapped on red, being bursted down. That's Coffin taking that kill. Now 2 members being fallen down, Sanji as well, trying to hold Nori and Kazakh back to the base. But now still, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia pushing through the mid lane. Nori once again falling down. 5 deaths, and it's not even stopping. Kaleem, Lark on a killing mode streak on this Beatrix.
I thought you were leading up to that, man. I thought you were going to say a killing spree. He's rolling with the killing spree. But no, it's funny just because at this point, as soon as I said it, if Kazakhstan could hold on a little bit longer, they might be able to contest into these objectives, right? Specifically that Lord. But now it's just looking grim. That whole last couple minutes that unfolded, a lot of this on the shoulders of Sanji. Look at him, right? He's just literally bobbing and weaving, having a good time in this Uranus. The team secures the Lord. He's not going to go down. He knows it. He's 3-0-5. It's a 4v1 in the bottom lane.
Just surviving and sustaining everything, giving everybody's attention onto his own lane. Now this KSA is just completely diverting how Team Kazakhstan could bounce back in the mid game.
Oh man, it's looking a little grim, right? Things are getting a little grim here. They might have to kind of work around it and do their best here. But right now, as they push in, they're gonna have to defend.
Now it's Team Saudi Arabia marching through this one, but there's a setup coming in from Troll now being trapped. That's 2 members down from Kazakhstan. Now they're taking another one. Kashi again falling down, but that is the casualty in the trade. Troll is still holding through, but this is just the holding part of Kazakhstan. What is now the answer of this team? 2 members down, 2 members as well for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Okay, so they hold on, right? But they lose that mid turret in the base. And if we just even take a look at the items here, it's going to be tough, right? Because you're talking at this point, it's like 6-7K gold lead, right? And with that kind of itemization, it's tough to deal with if you're Kazakhstan. Now, the best thing you can do is hold on. Here we go. We've got the items. You can see it, right? Everybody's kind of scrambling. Even Nori, he's had a rough time on this Clint, man. He's only got the Malefic Roar. He's got the Endless Battle. He doesn't necessarily have much mobility either, and that's just kind of one of the weaknesses of Clint. You've got a little bit of a kind of move back, kind of get out of jail card. You've got the Flicker. But look how much mobility and kind of, even with the Ice Queen wand, just from Cuffin alone, makes it pretty much hell for Nori.
Yeah, and now Troll, with all of the setup that he's been doing with the Jeet Kundo and the Way of the Dragon, it gets so much sticky in the room manipulation that you can't even get out. Look at that Kashi being in trouble on almost 1 HP left. Now they're trying to fight back with a fair airstrike. Troll is down. Kazakh gets another kill. What is the answer of Kazakhstan? Will they defend or will they attack? Will the damage go? Will the arrow connect? No, it won't, but Sanji here still taking damage. Now they're just marching through everything. Now they're going back. There's no minions to push in the base of Kazakhstan.
So I'm going to look at the bright side here for Kazakhstan, right? Even given this massive gold lead and kind of item power that KSA has, they're holding on, right? They only still lost that middle turret, not too bad. The lanes weren't pushed in, so KSA couldn't kind of capitalize off of that. Now, most likely what's going to happen here is Sanji still takes a lot of the attention wherever he decides to go and spam the BTK sticker emote, right? But at the same time, Lord is now coming up. Look at the positioning, right? Is Kazakhstan in a place to actually contest this? Because if you ask me, it might just not be worth it. Just continue to defend in your base if you can. Sanji doing what he does best, right? Gets the attention, allows his team to secure that next lore.
Yeah, almost 8K gold lead in the side of Kazakhstan, not even contesting. They haven't got one major objective on their side to go up and lift their economy and get the numbers and even the gold to go up against Team KSA, because right now, look at the damage.
Whew.
It's being led by Kazakh here, having 44,109 from the side of Kazakhstan. It's not even, they need to have this equalizer for their team to go up with the damage and even the defense on the lineup of KSA.
You know, it's a tough situation, right? When your XP laner is the top of the damage, but still you're so far behind right now as a team. Like, all you can do in this situation is buy time, right? But how much time can you actually buy when the lords just keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger? Eventually, you have to be in a position where you can actually flip things around, and that's getting increasingly harder here.
Well, speaking of being hard now, flicker out from Kashi. Coffin, almost half HP. The Lord is trying to pierce through the base, but now ultimate is being used by Lark. Now there's few minions going in the base of Kazakhstan. Yes, they can still defend, but Kashi almost down in the sliver of health. Tarzan as well, half HP that they have caught Sanji out, still sustaining the fight. Kazakhstan is not giving up just yet.
Okay. Once again, this time they lose all their turrets. Base is going to be fully exposed, right? But I would say essentially, Kazakh's doing a great job of this Lapu Lapu, man. And there's a reason why he is on top of that damage leaderboard. He's able to hold his own kind of in the front of the battle, right? And this is something that we kind of expected from the draft, to be honest, right? When you see those first 4 picks, you know that, all right, essentially we're going to lack a little bit of a front lane. So then it becomes your XP lane's job to do that for you, and you're the sole pretty much front line, right? I mean, yes,
Pseudo tank.
Yeah, you kind of have to do that whole role yourself and hope that you can get these pickoffs or these burst windows.
Well, speaking of burst and damage, will they get through and pierce through 4? That Starzan taking down Kashi. There's no poke inside of Kazakhstan. Now Coffin is going on a roll with the damages. How will they go through? But Coffin has eyes on Aleem, not letting him go. Look at that Lark on the damage. Maximum damage potential onto this Beatrix.
That's it.
Now they're on the base. Now 2 or 1 members left to defend. And that is it for the first point. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia takes 1.
Okay, dominant victory there for Saudi Arabia here. Hey, we saw the poses earlier, man, and it looks like it might come to fruition here, because that was just strong all around, across the board in each lane. Just absolutely dominating. And again, I think one of the big things here for Kazakhstan is they just didn't get a chance to take a breath, right? They were constantly focused. There it is, right? We're getting a preview exactly what they want to happen. They want it to be a sweep. But let's, you know, before we go and kind of break down the game, just at the face value of that game 1, that's impressive, right? At least for Saudi Arabia. Yeah, that's a great start. Like I said, we kind of had some of these, we heard through the grapevine, especially even with the Cho pick, and we saw it there. And it wasn't just him. That's my point, is it was every lane really doing it. And you saw how much kind of focus even Kazakhstan tried to put in the jungle to stop things, but it was handled so well by Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, they don't have how do I say this? They don't have a counter for the setup on how Troll does it from each of every time. And there was an early burst down on Clint. If you're a scaling goal lane hero, you don't want it to happen in the first 5 minutes. It got down to 2 kills early on onto Lark. So this is how a snowball composition. What do we talk to about the draft? Global coverage. You have setups. You have burst damage with the AoE. That's one problem that Team Kazakhstan that needs to answer onto the next game.
It's a good thing you point that out, because, again, from the draft, you didn't have as many options as you wanted probably to deal with that front line, especially when all KSA had to do, all Saudi Arabia had to do, was like, where do we put Sanji? We're just plant Sanji here on the Uranus, he's going to be fine. 4 versus 1, no problem. Like, just let him be a big distraction. I feel like this is, you know, at a point where some people might feel like Uranus is kind of, in a way, it might be a little bit of a boring playstyle.
Yeah.
But because when you get that lead and you can kind of just farm up and be in a position to be able to do that and just take all that attention while your team goes and shines elsewhere, that can be a problem, especially again looking at the draft from Kazakhstan. When you lock into Selena, you're hoping that early game you can start building that momentum with those pickoffs, with the arrows and everything else to land up to them, or at least to even feed your Farsa, right? In a way, you're hoping that you can help that scaling pick up even faster. But unfortunately, that just didn't happen, right? And things kind of fell into place. And I think also that's a good kind of indicator too. What I was talking about before we got to that draft was, you know, those kind of traditional marksman picks. Yes, you mentioned Clint. We haven't seen too much of him, but you could see, especially with the picks we're used to seeing, he didn't have much room to work with.
No. Coverage, AoE. How Coffin rotates around, if we had a heat map on how their mid laner goes around on aiding the gold lane so much, it gives a lot of potential for Lark to just even funnel through what he needs or what items he needs, because as you said, he built the steel leg plates just to sustain Clint's basic attack damage.
Yeah.
So throughout, it was just steel leg plates heading to the BOD. That's one answer that he just needed to continue throughout the game.
Not only that, but it was part of the fact was just that, again, as a Clint, the way that whole kit works, if you're getting pressured up there, you don't have many tools to kind of escape, right? And once that Ice Queen wand was even locked in from Coffin, it was, what do you do? Once the flicker is gone, once you have that little jump back ability done, you're kind of a sitting duck, right? I mean, it's really tough to deal with. Not to mention, even before that point in the game happened, he was already having a hard time, right? He was at 0-2, 0-3 at one point. So your gold lane is struggling. You're kind of forced to, all right, we went from transitioning of putting pressure in the jungle to putting pressure, or to basically keeping our gold lane alive. And as we take a look here at just how this game unfolded, right, it was relatively close in the early game. This was great too. There was pressure, but then KSA just handled it so well.
Yeah, completely clean. And how they wanted to put targets on the right lane, this is just one way of dealing or giving Tarzan and also Lark to have the damage that they needed. Look how they cage through 3 and 4, even in the turrets. Only Kazak could be the front line. And as he does miss that, the bravest fighter, that's where Troll comes in. He waits for the proper time to use those setups that Team KSA could, or Team Kazakhstan could build or move from.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You know, even when you have this pretty much draft, it's really difficult to make it work if you don't get past that early game snowball potential. Like, that's literally what you're trying to do here, especially with pickoffs from the Selena. If you're not getting those pickoffs, it doesn't work for your pretty much transition to mid to late game, right? And that's kind of what we saw here. So what I'm expecting is pretty much a different draft, at least, you know, for game number 2, to see if they can get themselves to game 3. Because right now, once again, across the board, this was played so well, from dealing with the aggression that was put in the jungle. Saudi Arabia handling that, allowing Tarzan to do exactly what he needed in the jungle, profited very well from that, and then they just kind of moved on, right? And once again, I'm wondering too, maybe you take maybe the answer here, already starting off the draft, is you just take that Uranus pick and you try to kind of emulate what Sanji did there.
Yeah, it was a meta. It was a meta in the qualifier. So it's no surprise that they still keep on using it. Because one thing that also that needs to be addressed in the side of Kazakhstan was they had the Selena. And one thing that they're also trying to solve is, where is Tarzan going? Because mostly he's securing his objectives and also giving vision on his team to have more control, especially have the Cho. You need more information to feed on, especially if you want good setup. So with this kind of strategy or composition from the side of Saudi Arabia, you need to answer a global way of like getting a right, counter for these things. Because you can't be all over the map in places at once. So that's a problem too. The roamer for Selena didn't work. It was underutilized as well on how it can rotate around that game.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, essentially, it would have just worked better if they had something that could kind of complement the Lapu Lapu pick. Where, you know, with the Lapu Lapu, he had a great game, actually, though. You know, Kazak had it. But the problem is if he was gone, then you couldn't even fight. Like, let's say that was
There's
even...
no front line.
Yeah, let's say that was even at a point where it wasn't such a big gold lead. if your Lapu Lapu is gone, there's no one to really kind of initiate things unless you land an Abyssal Arrow, right? So
Yeah.
that was what I would have loved to see, is maybe if that Selena wasn't locked in. Again, this is part of the risk thing that we were talking about before. You know, before jumping into the game, they might like to just play a little risky, and that's kind of what we saw from game one. But if you look at that draft, right, if they would have just had, let's say, a more rounded out tanky roam option, it could have worked, right? Because at least you have someone to complement the Lapu Lapu. But still, I don't think that would have been enough to solve all the issues there with that game one.
It was a hit or miss
Yeah.
most of the composition. So either you lose the chance or you just slow down the process of Team Saudi Arabia. Because that's one thing also, the kills, Beatrix, if you're a Beatrix early game, that's one thing that you wanted to have in the first 5 minutes. Kills over kills, and that was a 3-0 right away.
He was on a killing spree.
Killing spree. On a streak, in a streak. Even I was out for what to say on that moment, because it's just too massive of a damage being thrown upon the other team.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, sometimes it's a battle of what team can get their gold laners the best route to that mid to late game spike. And in that case, Lark, for example, he had a great early game. He didn't really have to do too much because the team also just helped him capitalize on that matchup versus the Clint. And then it just worked out really well for them as they transitioned mid to late game. And this is once again why, you know, roams play a huge part in that early part, because once, you know, you start to see that pressure on your jungler, you kind of help him out there so that he at least doesn't go down if you can get the buff better. But then you start roaming, right? Literally the roam role starts roaming and turns things around. And that's the momentum shift there.
Speaking of shift, so in the second game, there could be a respect ban coming out.
I think this is when you start. This is why I'm saying this is why I love it, because every time, you know, international tournaments or just tournaments in general, day one is always kind of like, well, let's roll the dice and see what happens.
Yeah.
You know, like with our comfort picks, with the enemy team comfort picks, and then you're going to see that meta kind of form here.
Yeah, they need something. They need a complete stronghold in their composition, because at some points, their playstyle could actually work. They ban out the elite, they ban out the Kufra, so it's a normal for a tank slot, even a land slot, to even work with those kinds of bans. It's a good ban.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's a bit of a hard approach if a lot of things happening at once. Even the EXP lane, man, Uranus got even a kill against a Lancelot solo kill.
Yeah.
So imagine that. So a problem after problem after problem.
Yeah. There's a lot of boxes you have to check.
Yeah.
Basically, you know, and you have to think from the mindset too from Kazakhstan, what they learned from game one, and I think that's why too they kind of have to alter, especially the draft here for game two as they get kind of set up and prepared for that. Because interestingly too, when you looked at the bans, those were a lot of those, for example, meta picks that we're, you know, so used to seeing.
Yeah.
And since they were kind of taken out, maybe that's what shifted them into that kind of composition, right? Very risky, very snowball, very let's get this momentum going early on. And when you don't have that happen, like I said, you need to be able to have a fail-safe. You need to have a plan B almost. And that lineup just didn't have it. So hopefully for game two, as they get kind of prepped up for that, they're able to kind of reconsider those picks, maybe even let either steal one of those picks, like I said, the Uranus maybe, over from the other side of Saudi Arabia, or again, alter that draft, alter the banning phase here.
Yeah, so they ban out Novaria in game number one. So that points or answers the question that if you're up a lane, they don't want that mid to late game, effectivity of a Novaria to even go and being countered upon the late game. So they don't want that. So Team Saudi Arabia has eyes on the possible potential threats.
Eyes on the prize.
Say, on the meta. Yeah.
Yep. Well, again, and I think we're just moments away from the draft here for game two. I'm really curious to see how they kind of alter bans, picks, priorities here, because Saudi Arabia, to be honest, they don't have to change too much.
No.
You know, even down to the hero picks that they had, but the play style, the way that they kind of played around things, they were on point, man. You know, and it seemed like their communication was phenomenal this time, and the way that they kind of rotated around the map, the way that they fed off pretty much the setups with the way of the dragon from Troll, everything worked out really well. So I think there's a lot here, like I said, a lot of boxes, if you will, that has to be checked for Kazakhstan to not get swept here in that opening match.
Okay, so I say they could answer those boxes here right now in game number two. So Okay, so Kingdom of Saudi Arabia don't want that Novaria. They don't want that.
They don't want it.
They don't want that turnaround, and even in the clapback of a threat of a team that
Yeah.
could be a possible way of bouncing back. So the main problem for Kazakhstan is they don't want that the annoying skill set of an Arlet to be in there most of the composition, because mostly in the first game they don't have a front line. So I say it's more like, okay, you take the first hit first, and we'll do the second move after you do it, and let's see if it works or not.
Yeah. And as we get ready for this last ban here, let's see what's the play for KSA. There it is, the 1-1. Now for Kazakhstan, this makes sense, right? Like you mentioned, Cho being taken out, you don't want to give that to Troll once again.
That's respect, man.
And I would love to see them just take in their own kind of setting hero roam this time around, right? And some might argue and be like, oh, that's Selena, man. Selena can be a set. Well, she only lands one arrow, right? And then you kind of
Hit or miss.
Yeah, you kind of, if you miss it, you gotta wait. You gotta wait again.
You gotta wait a little longer.
Yeah, and then you get to a point where you just jump into the fray and like you're probably gonna get bursted down, you know, or CC'd and stunned and dealt with. There you go. Last ban for the first phase from Kazakhstan is gonna be a Kaja.
So eyes on Troll.
Yeah.
On the way here, our friends also mentioned this. Nice. The Kaja, the Cho.
Yep.
Something tells me they're trying to open up something from Troll to be used in this one.
Well, we'll see if how deep that hero pool goes, right? I still think they might even opt here. Okay, they just go for the Eve. They prio the Eve, and why not? Because we just saw a phenomenal game from Cuffin previously, and even before he had the Ice Queen wand, which is such a massive item for Eve early on.
Okay.
He was playing around with the real world manipulation so well.
Okay, so they're doing it again. So again, Coffin being back on the Eve, nothing to be changed as usual. So they want that AoE, they want that setup, they want to cage in something in team fights that they could actually be a benefit for.
Yeah.
So with this, well, this opens up the marksman, or even Frederick. We haven't seen Frederick being prioritized, but okay, Kadita on to Kazakhstan.
I love it.
It's just okay. Personality. We have comfort. We have. Wait, Kadita and a Farsa. Is this going to be the goal lane that you've mentioned, or could be?
I don't. I'm leaning more towards, you know, the relationship we've seen between these two heroes before, Mid and Rome. They might still be trying to live on the edge, man. To be honest, they might just be like, let's still live on the edge. This is what we're comfortable with. They've got two big burst potentials already, and across the board, you can see, man, Tarzan does not mind. He still rolls with the Ling pick. He knows that there might be some pressure put in the jungle, and especially across from him, he's already got these two heroes that just burst like crazy.
Yeah.
But this is what I'm talking about. You count on your team. You know, once again, that you can count on them to help you with that jungle. And
there you go.
Lark.
Finally, we've seen a Fredrin back. We've been talking about
Not
it a few
finally.
seconds.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, man. I mean, in this day.
No, I'm just saying, like, if we don't see Fredrin, I'm okay with it.
But now it's back. So, something to contest with Tarzan. As you know, being a utility hero for Kazakhstan, they were missing out something because they haven't gotten any objectives or buffs in the last game. All four, even on the First Lord. No contest, not even taking a peek on how they wanted to give a setup.
Yeah.
But what with the presence of the Kadita, maybe this changes things a little bit.
I think that's crucial, right? Great point there, OSX, because we were talking about early on when two turtles were already secured without any, you know, there wasn't even a threat really of taking those turtles early on in the game. So Fredrin, as much as, you know, personally, I've seen enough Fredrin so far, but this might be the play to at least secure those objectives to hope that you can get that momentum built early on. And if that's the case, it's great for Kazakhstan. Now the question would be, how exactly do they round out that lineup for the second phase? Already though, as we get through the second phase of bans, you can see, once again, they take out that Lolita, they take out the Diggy. There's a lot of focus there on the Rome, man.
Yeah, Rome, it's all about the playmaker. Troll, and they don't want that setup to be missed. They want to make things work now. Kazakhstan wants to have a great way of countering team fights because, again, this could be a snowball composition because we've seen Kingdom of Saudi's lineup. We have the Beatrix, so now they could pick up another EXP. Like, it could be Lapu Lapu, or could be the Uranus being present once again. So now they pick on a carry for Kazakhstan. A melting or shredding point of a marksman pick.
I'll say this. So far, I like it better than Game 1's draft. 100%.
Oh yeah,
you know,
better.
At least
Adjusting on the fly.
At least we see that. But my thing still, even with the Kadita pick, is if you're able to burst things down, you know, you kind of always have the option there. But knowing what we saw from Game 1, I kind of I just expect KSA know how to deal with that. Already, though, they pick up the Grok. We'll see what the last pick is here for the second phase. You've just, once again, you really got to be able to control a lot of the objective space. They've already done that, checking that off with Eve. They've got the Grok. Oh, and now they cap it off with a penalty zone of their own. Terizla.
Oh, we're going to see it once again. We've seen this back in the qualifiers. Now Terizla is back in the hands of Sanji. Now this tells me a lot of setups. You have the real manipulation, you have the penalty zone, troll setups. The deadly setups of troll could be mayhem.
Troll setups does not sound very professional. I don't know. Like when you're like, oh, yeah, these are troll setups, but they're actually like amazing.
Amazing, but that's his IGN.
He's not trolling.
It's troll setup, but not trolling, but he's damn serious about it.
Yeah, and he's good at it too. Like if anything, what we saw once again, and what warranted that Cho ban, this time we see how he does it, rolling around on the Grok, right? And at the same time, objective control here from KSA is so good, right? It's something that Kazakhstan has to deal with. Hopefully, the best thing they can do for Kazakhstan is get an immediate -1 from KSA. And I think that's, once again, the game plan here. You've got Kadita, you got Farsa. Hopefully you can actually be a threat in the objectives. You've got the Fredra now too. And this is great. Hey, we talked about this, man. The Lapu Lapu now is complemented, right? You're not the sole frontline guy jumping around.
Not anymore.
You might be brave, but like let's not be too brave. Let's at least, you know, stay alive.
Measure the composition and being alive in those team fights, because if this composition works for KAZ, the Kadita roam makes a difference, because there's a Ling, there's also the Eve, so this counters out where, or he could actually be poking something out once teams get into the objectives like last time.
Yeah, that's the main thing I would take away from game number 1, is wanting to see the objective congestion here. And the tools are there, right? The tools are here as we jump into game number 2. They're at match point here for KSA, though. So we got to see a game 3. Troll already very aggressive.
Yeah.
Even on the Grok here.
Trolling around with the Grok. Now eyes on the purple. Trying to delay Aleem here. Still the same thing. Still the same approach, because they want Tarzan to have his purple, but instead he opted for the orange now, faster. But look at this, the emblems, Naisu.
Yeah, hold on though. Kashi could be in trouble.
Almost dropping onto the HP, still
regen.
sustaining. Regen is on, so trying to contest that. Again, the Lethal Wanderer now onto the hands. How's the emblem now?
Love it, right? And we were talking about this earlier, tenacity being so strong. Well, this time they all went their own play style, right? And I love to see it, especially in consideration Cuffin having crazy games. This time he's got a little bit of that speed. He's also got a little bit of that cooldown reduction to help him out, spam those things. Now, my biggest thing too is, once again, the burst potential. Both Kashi and Red running the Rupture, right? The tier 1, they're going for that penetration. They want to be able to get the immediate -1 we were looking for. Now, big thing too is, can Kashi get the combination off, right? That's massive if he can, and the follow-up's going to be there, right? So Troll, once again, getting the information he needs. Early on, I don't expect anyone to actually go down until that first hurdle, but that's best case scenario. Yeah, have that full force, full fight for it.
Yeah. Foiling or checking out on the right way to strike here. If you're KAZs, now this is looking good for their own emblems. You have 2 possible burst damage heroes that can be a threat for KSA. So it's an option if you want to build defensively or aggressively. Now first turtle is up. Aleem here is trying to poke out the turtle now. Looks like they'll be catching 1. That's Stroll. Sanji with the penalty zone catching 2. Making it the first blood. Now this is Coffin being in trouble from the Bravest fighter now, but Red takes down the Eve, and now Aleem still has eyes on the turtle that was going to be. Look at the damage coming out from the EXP laner. Now it's still KAZ finally taking their first objective, the turtle, on their hands.
That was great. That was great for Kazakhstan there. They played it very well, right? And there was some misplays as well from KSA, but like I said, they got punished from Kazakhstan. Even the fact that, you know, things were kind of held on. Aleem was quite low, but able to utilize that Praiser's Wrath. He even had to use the Retribution. He didn't use the Retribution to secure the turtle, right? It was taken by Red here. So still, we're kind of seeing, once again, the potential this time around from this Farsa pick working much better here for game number 2.
You have a better zone, you have a better burst. That's the AoE. Now Red's again, a feathered airstrike could mean something out of team fights. Look at that, exchanging ultimates, Kazak and Sanji. Who is sustaining this fight? Look at the regen from that Terizla rising up the HP bars. Now this is all pokes. Now going back here, river control still being sustained by Kazakhstan, Naisu.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, you're hoping that Kazakhstan can hold on to this lead that they have, right? And if we saw anything from game number 1, we know that this man right here, Kazakh, can hold his own on the Lapu Lapu, right? Best case scenario, he continues on, but look at the focus actually as I say that. 3 members of KSA now kind of trying to get vision there. Meanwhile, top side too, some focus as well in the top lane.
Now it's all gold late, but Blood hold that thought. But it's Kazakh. Will he fall down? No, he will not. Red with the reinforcement of the feathered airstrike. He still lived. But that was a trade. Look at that, how they even respond to that. KAZ onto the global response. Look at that knock-up onto Troll. Now that could mean business. He falls down the hands of Nori.
Okay, what we're seeing here, OSX, is a better version of Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
The synergy between their abilities as well, the layering of the CC that they have in this whole composition is working out really well for them, and then hopefully they can maintain it, right? Because if they can get a kill also on Lark here, that's going to be massive. They got to kind of control him, not allow him to just kind of free farm up, get to the point where we saw him last game. But already, like I said, Kazakhstan off to a great start for game number 2. They might be able to just secure themselves here a second turtle, but let's see if KSA can do anything about it.
This could be a retreat battle onto Aleem versus Starzan. Who is going to get this second turtle? Starzan almost half HP. Will he make attempts to play? It's being used. Now Retribution secures the objective. Now KSA taking their first turtle of this game.
Okay, Nori should be fine. They trade across the map, right? Turtle's going to be taken. They go ahead and focus on the turret. That's going to be the first one of the game secured over here for KSA. So objective trading right now. We'll see if they can maintain this, right? And at the same time, a turtle for each team already secured. That third one, we'll probably see them all go full on for it. But still, a lot of action mid lane.
Oh, off-cam kill. We've got it there by Tarzan. Taking down Kashi, being caught up on 5 of that river, in that river.
So here's what we're seeing too. With this Kadita pick, yeah, the combo is great. We saw it just a few minutes ago in the top lane. But if you continue to get battered like this, 0-2, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle because eventually, too, that burst potential to get that -1 gets a little bit harder every time, every minute the game goes on, right? Especially when, if KSA decides to even build some magic resistance to deal with that, even if it's just the Athena shields. As we take a look here, we're going to have to look at the items if we can. But hold on, here's the replay, right? And this is a great steal. Well, I mean, given the situation, Tarzan able to get this, goes in, Tempest Blades, retries it away, fitting for his name, Tarzan. He's in the jungle, and he means business.
Yeah, not swinging, but flying all over the map.
Love it.
See? That's how he actually works for Team KSA. Now focusing on this lane, Nori here being eyed by 3. Feather Airstrike being used defensively by Team Kazakhstan. Now Troll is on the other side on the L-Bush. Now this could mean they could either do a push here, but look at that up top. Tarzan and Aleem, almost half HP. Still a good amount of damage for Aleem here, being a Fredrin. I think that's a problem heading on to mid-late game.
Yeah, and at the same time, you can still see being pressure here. Kashi, though,
rough waves Bursting the damage. Kashi again falling down in the hands of Cuppin. Kazakh with the kill. Now Lark secures one. That's Nori falling down. 2-1. Now who will get this turtle once again? Two members from KAZ is present. Only Tarzan is here. Just by the wall. Will he swing? Will he fly? Almost 3/4 HP taken from this turtle. Aleem. Red is also here. They have burst damage. You have attack damage, but Aleem secures this one with the retribution. Not today. That was Tarzan.
That was a great attempt. You know, great try there, great effort from Tarzan, but unfortunately for him, not able to get it. Kazakhstan played around that really well, but still, the fact that they got those 2 kills on the bottom side for KSA, they put punishment where they can find it, right? So right now, it's still pretty even across the board, I would say. So now you're gonna wanna start fighting for positioning, for space around the map to work with before that first Lord of the game comes up here, right? And that's kind of what we see. KSA once again in position. Let's put pressure in the jungle if we can. Let's see if there's anything that we can find. And it looks like the bottom side.
Nori being trapped in the RWM. Now Kashi here. Look at the light wheel mark onto Cuffin. He's not letting him go. The first kill gets or goes on to Nori, finally taking the damage in. Now Kashi knocking up Troll, going back to the turret for the defense, but Aleem here, I think he's not letting him go. 2 against 1, almost half. That's the wall. Aleem, we have minions here present, but Troll holding on to this turret. Now it's better to let it go.
Yeah, Troll knows that could have gone really bad if he stayed a little bit longer, able to get back to base. But look at the pressure. As I was saying, right? Put pressure on the map, open it up for the best, for your best transition to that first Lord of the game. KSA does that flawlessly. They did get that kill up there, utilizing that penalty zone earlier from Sanji, and it transitioned to the tier 2 going down. As we take a look at the items here, builds, once again, gold-wise, it's relatively even, right? But even so, Kashi just finished that Genius 1. Still looking for kills if he can find them. If they get that numbers advantage, it works out really well for them. 20 seconds away from the first Lord here. They're looking for anything.
Oh, look at that penalty zone flicker combo. Red goes down in the hands of Troll. What a good setup for KSA. Now to follow to the back lines. Look at that. Appraiser's run connecting onto Lord. No marksman. Now it's a go time for KSA to fight back our defense. Now Kashi, look at that. Being bursted down by the rough waves. Nori finally gets the kill. Now it's KAZ bouncing back. Something new. Look at that Void Crystal being used to poke out Aleem. Now this is a good view for Kazakhstan to take this Lord.
They should be able to get this. Tarzan able to secure his purple, going to put pressure on the tier 1. They might look to just try to steal this away if they can. Not sure if they're in a good position to, but if Tarzan can do it, he's definitely going to attempt it. Already leaping across the wall,
Troll.
quite low.
Who's going to make it? Who's going to take this Lord onto the first Lord? It's going to be Nori securing the kill onto Troll, but Aleem secures the objective. Still KAZ. A better performance from game number 2, I say.
Oh man, this is a great performance from Kazakhstan from game number 1 again, which was very one-sided. So they've got things together. It looks like they're in tune with each other here, especially with the composition they have. And you know, as much as I say it, we saw so much of Fredrin in the past, but it's working wonders here that they pulled it out because, like we said, you needed to complement that Lapu Lapu pick, and kind of that's what's unfolding here, right? You're really shining there. Nori as well has had a way better game this time around rather than the Clint from the previous game. So they're setting things up for a game number 3 if they can find it. Sanji, though.
Oh, Sanji not in a good position. Used the penalty zone aggressively. It could be defensively, but Aleem onto the back lines. But now Coffin using the Void Crystal to slow down the march of KAZ. Now this opens up another part of position of the map for Aleem to steal his objectives against Tarzan.
Okay, so far so good for Kazakhstan. They're going to get themselves a tier 2 turn on the bottom side. It looks like Tarzan's just making the call. You know what? I'm going to do what Lings do when they're down and they don't really have much to work with, right? Now, he hasn't died, which is great, but he doesn't really have openings in these team fights as well. So what do? You push the side lanes. You put pressure where you can find it and hope that it at least alleviates some of the pain or some of the pressure being put on Kazakhstan right now. Still, I would say you're kind of seeing, even for Troll, he's got to be able to find that one Holy Mary wild charge, the set, right? But what's happening is it's the opposite. Kazakhstan is playing so well in the counterpunch department, dealing with what KSA is throwing at them. So it's kind of who finds the better situation to be in and who has a way to counterpunch the counterpunch. I don't know what you call that, a counter to the counter.
Counter to the counter, that's
There
the
it
rough ways.
is.
That's a knockoff. Sanji falling down again. Kazakh on almost low on HP. Look at the damage from Lark, but now
Tarzan.
Tim's dropping down onto 2.
Oh.
Now Nori falls down. That's the shutdown.
Wow.
Now Tarzan eyeing on Takashi Ali, going for the reinforcement. Will he make it to the cut? Now Tarzan falls. Now going back on the walls. Defensively, Lark still survives.
Oh, no.
He still survives, but now Troll trying to hold on, still sustaining this one. 2 against 1, flicker out for Coffin. Man, this Lapu Lapu is not letting go. He's trapped behind the wall, he's burning down. Coffin secures and answers it back with a recall.
Sword's too big, can't fit through there, so he tried.
Mind the gap, mind the size. The wall is not too good for Lapu Lapu.
That's what happens when you carry around a big sword, you know? You just can't get through those crevasses. And now, as we're seeing, that was literally the counter to the counter, what I was saying. It happened, right?
The counter.
It happened. And so with that being said, now you've got this Lord here that's for the taking for either of these teams. Right now, numbers advantage for now is for KSA.
Advantage now is from that penalty zone. Now catching one, that's Nori. There's no marksman. Now Tarzan gets a double. Now onto this manipulation. It's Aleem being trapped in 5. How is he making this? Will he sustain? But no, it's Aleem taking down Coffin at the cost. 4 members down, and that's a Maniac. The first Maniac of IESF right here in Saudi Arabia. Tarzan, the king of the jungle. The Kazakh with a steal.
What just happened? How did Kazakh do that? And he's still going. He finally dies, but man, he just had a huge play securing the Lord, but is it enough? There you go. A couple members going to spawn here, but wow, what a play.
Oh, what a play. What the mindset of Kazakh. 4 members now, he just jumped in. Now or never mindset, like, okay, I'm going to try to steal this one. But yeah, he did it.
That's a pretty big sword, Kazakh.
Pretty big sword, a pretty big heart. A heart of
He's
not
a brave
giving up.
fighter.
Brave heart. Brave fighter, brave heart. Now prison in Kazakh.
Yeah.
At the cost of his life, that's a push. That's a flicker out. So now there's time for KAZ, but some knockup from the rough wave. Now 2 will be dropping. Nori secures the kill, but as well as the HP is dropping down. Nori, another foul. That's a double! And he's not letting go of Sanji here. And that is Kaz by the cost of Kazakh's life and taking this Lord with him with a sliver of health. Bought them time, bought them push. But yeah, it didn't make it.
It almost made it.
It's almost.
Not quite.
Oh,
no.
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 Oh, Lark could be the target here. Oh, Kazakh has eyes on the prize there. No damage dealers for KSA. Now it's Stroll with the double and
That's
KAZ.
it.
Kazakhstan eyeing on Stroll, not letting him go.
They
Red,
hold on.
but no, there's
Wow.
still chance backing out with the Feather airstrike. There's no minions. No minions for Kazakhstan to push.
That was amazing from Troll, too. You got to say. Right? I mean, that literally could have ended the game there, but even using that wild charge to buy a little bit more time to allow the rest of the team members to come up, hey, it saved the game so far. It was looking like we were going to a game number 3.
Yeah.
But, hey, this game, too, I'll say this. It's quite the exciting matchup compared to what we saw from game 1. A lot was learned there, right? I mean, a lot was learned, obviously, from Kazakhstan. And at this point, you got to be wondering, what can KSA do? Gold-wise, it's not that different, right?
Yeah.
But so far, once again, it's who counters who? How do you play around those setups that's happening? Even Kashi, man, he's got 6 deaths, but he's got 7 assists, and he's actually finding some of these setups, utilizing that kid on the Kadita to find moments where they can possibly get someone down. And now we're going to have to get into immortality territory, right? So it gets even more kind of detailed on how you approach those fights. Whose immortalities can you get down? And leading up into that next Lord in about 10 seconds.
Here's the problem now of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia team. Now, looking at this, Kashi with the Purify, knock up from Kazakh's bravest fighter, and also you have the taunt from Aleem. You even have the slow from Red. So there's no Purify on the side of KSA.
Yeah.
You can force out the flickers onto the players of KSA, but that could be their last resort of escape.
Well, right now, it's going to come down possibly to this Lord. If it's given away, it's going to be very difficult for them to deal with in a defense situation for KSA. They have to contest this, and if that means Tarzan gets his purple, swings in, tries to get it, they're going to try, but here we go.
Kazak, half HP, Sanji, almost as well, almost slowing down the team of Kazakhstan, but now it's still present here.
Okay.
KSA is looking for an avenue, Naisu, but Kashi is patiently waiting on who's going to step first.
Yep.
Still controlling the lanes, though.
Lord resets.
Nobody saw.
Kashi gets in position.
Okay, in position. Look at the control here of KZ. Just by this Lord. Just by this Luminous Lord. They don't know where. They don't know where Kashi is. Nobody's checking this bush right now. And look at this. This could be a trap, a triangle of death for this team fighting set of KAZ right now. Nobody's checking it. They're pulling on
Kashi's
KSA.
on the move.
Oh, with the conceal catching two, that make it three! With a rough wave disabling 3 members out of KSA. They're not stopping, but Lark can make it through the ultimate now. He hit one, but Tarzan secures down one with exchange of Aleem's trade. 3 members down inside of KSA, but Nori, he's mad, he's on the run. Nobody moved, 3 members out, and they never knew where Kashi could be.
Kashi just had a play of the game moment, right? He died 6 times this game, and it all came down to that moment where he got the 3-man knockup, and it's gonna possibly win them the game here.
Oh, look at that. Base almost half HP now. Aleem is the last one to defend here. Minions pushing through. Kazakhstan now still working on clearing this waves, but now they could possibly end this base. Troll using the conceal, using the knockup to buy more time, but the damage will make it through the base, and today, Kazakhstan says no to that 2-0.
There we go. What a game number 2 between Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan, able to take us to a game 3. And this is what we wanted. Because hey, we don't want the sweeps here. Right? We don't want the sweeps. And it just I got like the adjustments made from game 1 to game 2 so apparent here, where again we went from a very one-sided game in game 1 to such a close one in game 2, but still you gotta say Kazakhstan really controlled a lot of parts of this game, and you know they're of course excited as well to get to a game 3, because this has to be the thing, right?
Yeah.
The fact that you still go with a composition that relies on momentum in a way, right? You want to get those burst windows down. You want to be able to get those numbers advantages. And there was times where they weren't able to do that, but because they had the backup, the composition they rolled with, it worked out so well. And again, this is just having Fredrin with the Lapu Lapu, man. Like, that was a big component to this draft. And like I said, Kashi having, I wouldn't say he was having a rough time, because
But she has rough waves.
yes, I walked right into that. She has the rough waves. But that's the thing. Kashi was able to find some of the setups that he needed. He was struggling, like, he would go down, right? He has six deaths, like I said. But that final moment when he patiently waited in that bush, even I feel like there was a time he's probably like eyeing Cuffin, because Cuffin got relatively close. He's like, I can probably just go for this, get that kill. But instead, he waited. And then eventually it led to him using the conceal into 3 members. So not only did he get Cuffin, but he also was able to find Lark. So that was huge, right? He was able to get 2 big, pretty much members, components of that lineup, and able to just have the rest of the team collapse down. So great game there from Kazakhstan.
From calling it, knocking up 2, make it 3. And that's one thing, the element of surprise of how Team Kazakhstan managed to pull themselves back.
Yeah.
And that is purely momentum on how they adjust. They ban out the heroes of Troll. Now they have adjusted so much in terms of the team fights. And just in game number 2, going back on this replay, 2 minutes into the game, the first turtle was on to the side of Kazakhstan. And that's how this Lapu Lapu, the XP laner, made so much difference in the early game.
Yeah, Kazak, I'd be surprised if he gets his hands on a Lapu Lapu again. It just feels like such a comfortable hero for him, you know, and he's able to do so much with it. So we'll see if it actually ends up being picked or banned out in the future here for game number 3. But still, like I said, Tarzan, even doing the best he could, able to take a turtle from the hands from Kazakhstan, but even able to push the side lanes the best he could, right? When there really wasn't anything else that he could do. I mean, even that play there, working alongside Sanji, but still, every single time there was something in play from KSA, Kazakhstan just had an idea. Like, okay, we saw them do that. We can either go with a cross-map play or we can counter-punish them. And even this, leading into that Lord fight, this was such a good orchestrated fight, right? Between these both of these teams.
Yeah, and look at these replays 10 minutes into the game. They're looking for an avenue. Team KSA was looking for an avenue to have this setup. Now, onto the front lines, they were having some trouble, and the moment the troll falls down, it's just so difficult to adjust on how would you enter the wrath of KAC with the burst. Yeah, there's two emblems here present in red and Kashi.
Yeah, lethal ignition is tough to deal with, man.
Ignition.
You know, and we actually, there's been a lot of talk about that emblem as well, and how a lot of players like to opt for it, just the way that it works, you know, with that adaptive damage. There we go, too. Kazakh not able to get away, but right after that, this is where he turned, like, after being trapped by a wall, he comes through the wall and gets the Lord here. So team is going to fall apart. He's making his way down to the Lord pit. As he gets there a little bit too late, it just looks troublesome, right? You're thinking, okay, this is going to be a Lord here for KSA, but look what he does. Kazakh just patiently goes in, jumps over the wall, takes the Lord. He might go down, you know, and this was even after the Maniac.
And he didn't care at all. He got the Lord, he got what he did what he needed to do, and that's just enough for them to just pull through and push.
Yeah, this was, you know, still the defense, I believe, from Troll. They do lose that mid turret, the inhibitor, into the base, but they hold on a little bit longer. And you would think that, you know, KSA might have had a chance to turn this game around here, but, you know, miraculously, Kazakhstan, once again, this is what I was talking about. Boom. That patience from Kashi, able to find the multiple member knock-up, and it just kind of falls apart from there into the win.
2-3, amazing replay moment there. That changed everything for their side. If they don't know what's coming, if they knew and checked that bush right after they marched through that Lord pit, it could be a different approach. Because if they saw Kashi there, it could be a burst down for the side of Team Kazakhstan right away, but nobody did.
That's the thing. If Kashi hadn't been that patient, or maybe set up even in that bush, then there might have been an opportunity for KSA to turn that around, right?
Yeah.
Because that was a critical moment. Once again, like I said, Kashi was able to find some of the knockups that he needed throughout the game. Sometimes he wasn't able to get it, but that was a very game-winning moment for him and his team right there.
Amazing.
So able to take us to game 3. And now I'm wondering here, now that once again, we talked about this before we jumped into the matchup, things are kind of settling into place, right? But still, there's, even when we got a chance to look at, you know, from the tier 1 to the tier 3 emblems, once we jumped in that game number 2, there was a lot of variation. And you could see kind of how that played a part in this matchup.
Yeah, and speaking of the matchup here, they targeted 4 bans on the Troll, and that worked.
It did.
Completely worked. And if you look at the stats here on how the game went, it's something different that we could see on how it could, well, emerge on game number 3. But looking at the SPO stats in the second game, look at this. The goal is not too far, but one thing that they funneled on here was also Tarzan. Even Eve, not even much so for Beatrix, but it's how they made their own lineup work, Naisu.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, relatively, it was a close game, right? But there was a lot of times, once again, where both teams were just counter-playing into each other, whether that was through map objectives, putting pressure where they had to, or even just straight up, you know, skirmishing it out, team fighting it out, and the better team won. I feel like even for Lark, this was a much harder game for him on this Beatrix than what we saw in the game number 1. And it showed, right? A lot of this too. Again, even locking in that Athena shield, he still had to deal with a lot of that follow-up, right? Even if he got focused on and dealt with, he didn't have much room to work with, you know, and that's why he had such a hard time on the Beatrix, not able to follow up, even if the sets were coming out from Troll. It was just so difficult, right? And the same thing. Tarzan really tried to turn things around the best that he could in the situation that he was in, but just overall, Kazakhstan had an answer for that. And the same can be said, right? You had just you had the Farsa. Red was playing the Farsa here, and it worked out so well for him this time, right? Because early on, he was able to burst people down, aside having Kashi there with him.
Yeah, there was no Petrify present for Team KSA, but look at the item buildup here. The 170 KDA of this Kadena that didn't even feel that much of a 7th death at all, because the burst, how he made it through the setups here, paved so much way.
Yeah. Not only that, but a big part of that, looking at the, not even just from the number perspective, but the ability to actually start those objectives and contest them early on the turtles. That was a lot of the whims of having a Fredrin this time. Like I said, you know, I would have loved to see them have that option if it's not in the roam, because like we were saying, maybe you go with a tankier option or a setter for the roam, but this time they're just like, no, let's just go with, you know, we love that kind of risk burst potential lineup that we have, but we just go back to a traditional pick that we've seen from the meta so much before, which is the Fredrin, and this worked out really well for them. But it's funny too, because again, Fredrin, he wasn't, you know, we're so used to seeing that jungle emblem, the Demon Slayer before, but this time, like, he didn't even, you know, he didn't have it. He had the attack speed. He had a Swift. He had, I believe it was Swift. So he was rolling with that for the tier 2. So, you know, we have so much here, but we are going to be taking a short break before we go to game number 3. So hold tight with us. Everybody watching from around the world, we'll be back after this short break. Joining us, welcome back to Gamers 8, the ISF World Champion, the Asian Championship. And we're starting off with match 1 today. We've already gone through 2 games, and it's been quite the series, I would say, right, between Kazakhstan and Saudi Arabia. So we're headed to a game number 3. This is exactly what we wanted, OSX.
Yeah. First match, best of 3, that's 3 games. And how they managed to adjust, I think Kazakhstan knows how to see the possible threats here now in KSA.
Yeah.
Roam heroes, you also have the main possible meta heroes to be off the charts. So this is where they probably bounce back today.
Well, honestly, if you look at game 2, they already bounced back. You know,
Yeah.
I would say Kazakhstan especially. Again, if you missed it, if you guys are watching around the world there and you missed it, game 1 was very one-sided, right, in favor of Saudi Arabia, and they were feeling pretty good about it. But then Kazakhstan made the correct adjustments for game number 2, and they came out swinging, and they did it very, very well. So it was a relatively close game overall, but just the execution from Kazakhstan was top tier, right? So now it leaves to wonder for game number 3 specifically, what are the adjustments going to be, right? We still saw that the majority of the bans from game 1 and game 2, the game plan it seems to be for Kazakhstan is let's ban out Trolls heroes, right?
Yeah.
Let's not give them any of that.
Straight 4 heroes out.
Yes, we've seen that before, you know, and it, in a way, did it work? Do you think that worked? Because it forced them on the grok in game 2.
It did. It perfectly did work for Kazakhstan. And that was the setups that Troll and I felt he was trying to do from early game for the first 5 minutes of the game, looking for a way on who to pin down inside of Kazakhstan. And they were mostly losing the chance because, again, the roam there is the Kadita. He has to Purify, he has the Ocean Oddity, he has the Rough Waves to even escape. So with that, he can even burst out or take out the resource out of KSA most of the time. And the setups were not really that translating into good results.
Well, that's what I think, right? In terms of so far, what we've seen from game 1 and 2, we know that Kazakhstan might like to opt for that kind of lineup, right? Go with the fact that we like to live a little bit on the edge, and that's what we saw from them. The Kadita, the Farsa pickup, working out actually relatively well. Now, you can't just look at the numbers, right? Because in that sense, the Kadita, a lot of the times, is going to have quite a few deaths because the whole point of drafting that hero is to just go nuts and get a kill if you can.
Yeah.
If it's not a kill, a knock-up or at least some sort of resource expended, right? So now we see the adjustments for this game number 3. KSA is going to be blue here, Kazakhstan on the red. There it is. It's already started, right? There's the troll ban.
That's the troll ban, Prio ban on Kazakhstan.
And that's a real ban. We're not saying troll, you know.
No.
You guys get it.
That's
You'll get
his
it.
IGN. He lives for that. And how he managed to be in a good position to outperform the roamers of Kazakhstan. They're respecting the fact that they won't make Troll use this show again. So we have the Diggy on the last one. We have the Kaja being banned. So grok could be a way of like letting it go again for Troll. They might force Troll to use those heroes again out of his book.
Yeah.
So by this, KSA could really tell, oh wait, Troll, how about you do something? You choose something out. Something different that we can see here.
I love this too, right? I love the fact that this time KSA decided to take out the Fredrin. Because we kind of talked extensively about exactly what had to happen for Kazakhstan from game 1. And, you know, it was a great pick. It was a great draft the previous game. It really allowed Alim to kind of complement once again the Lapu pick and roll around with that in the objectives and deal with that. So, you know, also a respect man coming out. They take out the Ling. Yeah, so they decide this time they don't want to give that over to Tarzan. He's already putting up a threat. You notice, like I said, even when he didn't have the angles that he was looking for, he was putting pressure on the side lanes. Doing great. And so already respect coming out for the series. And first pickup, the priority here for KSA is going to be none other than Joy.
Finally out of the bans, but okay. Responding it right away with an Eve against a Joy. Oh, backline security here could be answered right away by Kazakhstan, but they managed to get the carry second. Round the first phase, okay.
It's a little switcheroo here.
Oh yeah, and we have Kadit on the side of for KSA.
Yeah, and that's what I was wondering, right? Like these specific adjustments. I'm still kind of wondering exactly where the Joy is gonna go. Again, it's one of those heroes that even though I guess statistically, you've seen Joy Park like in the XP lane a lot of the times. There's still the realm of possibility that she's placed elsewhere. So now that you have that, right? Even Kadita, we're still kind of expecting to be in that roam position. And there's the Beatrix, so they pick up Beatrix once again. They're going to put that in the hands of Lark here, who, you know, had an amazing game one, had a relatively hard game two. And it was because of this pick, by the way. It was because of the Kadita threat. So it makes sense. Let's take that away.
Okay, they're not letting it go to Kazakhstan once again. It was a big of a problem. Vision was covered, Burst was covered. So if they want to Eve go, so this is one way to counter it. So counter for counter once again, but they stole it and go up against Kazakhstan. So now, oh, interesting band here, huh? Hayabusa as well. Nice. So we're leaning towards the assassin meta picks that we might see up against El Lancelot. Now Kazakhstan is streaming it down. They're pushing either KSA to be on the utility side, or they're pushing this Joy just to be in the jungle role.
Yeah. Well, and you know, still kind of being up in the air, we got to see exactly where things kind of fall into place. That's one of the great things about having those heroes that are rather flexible. So Diggy is going to come out for a ban. Interesting, right?
Wait, Yi Sun Shin?
Yeah.
In the new emblem right now, I've seen so many. It works great. We've missed Yi Sun Shin in few seasons of the professional league.
Yeah.
Being used by the world champions, world-class players. Now, this is something that Kazakhstan was looking at. Since they want the Joy to be in the jungle, they don't want this possible power meta pick to show up. IESF, okay, we might see something interesting here. So now the Arlot ban, another XP lane, so a much more balanced respect here.
Yeah,
KSA.
I feel like even, you know, Kazakhstan, like they're banning here relatively different from what they did in game one, game two, where it was so hyper-focused on Troll. Yeah. But this time it's like they've kind of settled in the fact that, all right, we just take out the Cho, we take out the Kaja. We're okay there. We can handle everything else, right? So let's see, again, how they round this out now that the banning phase is done. And, you know, the fact, too, that this time around, Aleem goes on that Lancelot, I feel like this could still work in favor of them as long as they're able to kind of complement this lineup, right?
Sure.
Not just be forced into having a one-man front. And there it is.
Khalid.
Wow. Fitting, by the way.
It
Awesome.
is. Khalid in IESF. Wow.
He's bringing the sand.
He's bringing the sand. It's right here in Saudi Arabia. A debut pick as well. Okay, XP lane. You have the control, you have the setup, you have the physical penetration, the adaptive damage on how the emblems could work here. But they're going back with the Selena. Okay.
I love both these drafts. I'm just going to say it, right? I'm glad that we have
Bane as well.
Yeah.
Bane.
That's why. You know, you got Bane there.
And a Kufra. Finally, they take it.
So I'm assuming the Bane is going in the jungle. I'm going to just assume that, right? Like, Bane is going to go in the jungle. We got Tarzan there, locking it in. So Joy in the XP lane, right? And at the same time, we have to also wonder, how does this work this time? Now that you have a Selena here for Kazakhstan once again, will you be able to capitalize on those abyssal arrows that we didn't see happen, you know, previously in the games for this series? So I feel like that's a big task, but still, if it's paired up, especially, you know, you have Khalid this time, you have Eve, it might be a little bit better in terms of like overall setting with the arrows, or at least the environment should be better for you to be able to land those and follow up with them.
Yeah. So now we could expect the Selena to be more busy than game number one. Something tells me this is a program match for the Selena. They want to put up something here, an identity that was missed in game number one. So we're back in this game, 15 seconds in. 3 members of Kazakhstan now guarding the purple buff to be securely taken here by Aleem. But on the other way around, KSA is still the same thing. Control on the mid lane, and that's where they spread out.
Okay. I gotta say, already too, you know, for our first match here, it's amazing that we get 3 games, right? This is always a treat. Best of 3s going the distance. And to anybody, basically, this one can be anybody's game here. Already Sanji popping that Vengeance early on. But even as we take a look, right, KSA is running 3 lethal ignitions. They got a killing spree, and they've got the concussive blast. Meanwhile, on the other side, there's still, right, a good, healthy mix of emblems being locked in here. There's an arrow.
That's a missile arrow being catched by one. Coffin almost out, or being in the first blood, but Troll was there. Good reinforcement and defense, though. So that's 3 members with the burst damage of KSA. Sanji dodging, facing through that wall. Now, something else BKAZ needs to build up on the Magic defense here once we head on the mid-game.
Yeah. It's, in a way, too, you got to figure out how you're going to handle this Khalid specifically. Now, you know, we don't have too much information on how well it's going to work, you know, with the metal kind of settling up. But top side, though.
So how will they defend this? Sanji here being trapped in 2. Who's to get the first blood? It's going to be Aleem. Sanji down. Now that's a follow-up. That's a raging Sandstorm. But Red takes down Tro. 2 members down in KSA. First 2 minutes of the game. An open avenue for the first turtle to be taken by Kazakhstan.
Already off to a great start here. Kazakhstan now in position to possibly set up for the first turtle of the game. It's going to be relatively hard for Tarzan much here.
Yeah.
But already the focus comes down.
Oh, look at that. RWM connecting.
Oh.
Tarzan receives the arrow now. Kazakh on low HP. Good takedown there. There's no jungler there for KSA, but now Troll and Coffin here trying to look for an avenue to poke or slow down, but Kazakhstan secures the first turtle of this game.
Man, already, like I said, momentum is going to be a huge factor for this lineup for Kazakhstan. I mean, already getting those 3 kills early on. They've got the first turtle. Itemization is going to be in their favor here for the early game. And that's crucial, right? Again, when we're talking about having a Selene on your side, you can already see it building up. Right, and that's exactly what they need to do. Even just running with the arcane boots, those arrows this early, if they land, they hurt. And then there's always that follow-up, right, especially with Red here. So in a good position. No first items really completed just yet, but the fact that you kind of have this early aggression building from Kazakhstan is something that KSA has to watch out for.
Building momentum. Aleem low on mana. Abyssal Arrow won't connect. RWM being used as reinforced. That's a Tyrant's Reach onto the revenge. That is the burst coming from the rough waves. And Troll takes down Aleem. Tarzan with the exchange. Now Kazakhstan eyeing on controlling this map.
Okay, already able to put themselves on the board here for KSA. That's going to be crucial for them. Again, they still have quite a few steps to work towards. They don't want to continue to lose here space and advantage. Nori taking a couple shots should be just fine. And now Troll as well. The best thing they can do here is park Troll alongside Lark. Let Lark just pretty much get online on this Beatrix, because that's going to be crucial for them as they transition to that mid to late game.
That's a good answer for a counter. Up against Nori, a carry. Now you don't want that late game snowball onto this carry if you're a Beatrix. You need to have a possible balanced way to burst down damage.
Oh.
Sniper won't connect. Hashi and Nori still holding through. Look at that. Sharks out. Now the Turtles. The Turtle is now up in 4 seconds, but this is just KSA looking for the advantage. Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage. Making a combo with the rough waves. Now that's the damage potential out for Nori, slowing down the potential threat of Kazakhstan.
Okay, that's great already. Again, getting in position where they need to be, closing some of the gap here. Still going to be going.
Catching 2, knocking up 2 once again. Now they're holding it through with the RWM. A sticky situation, but that is Hashi from the airborne. Troll now won't go to take another one to be knocked upon. But Kazakh here being present for reinforcement.
Oh, he's looking for his
ultimate
moment.
is up. Ultimate is up. Will he able to use this? But no. That's one thing. Pushing away KSA back to base.
Yeah, they're still, I mean, Lark, this is a risky that he's staying here.
Oh, with the jump, misses. The hug now, Kazakh going on, dropping on ace with Kashi, takes down Lark. I say marksman now are the targets of these 2 teams to slow down, slowing down the momentum of their damage output as they head on to mid-game.
Yeah, that, you know, I guess Lark just didn't have much place to go here, and even with that setup from Troll, you know, there's nothing, no follow-up that can follow through with that. Cuffin even has to back off here. So right now, this is what we're seeing. Once again, just momentum working in the favor. Tarzan
using that deadly catch to hold off 3, but the power and the magic burst combining for the members of Kazakhstan was a big of a threat there. Not even using the ale for escape, but that was one way of just accepting the fact that you can't lose that part. Nice, you.
Yeah, it's tough to deal with, right? I mean, and even, again, with this Khalid pick, we really haven't been able to see that utilization of the Sandstorm just yet.
Yeah.
I mean, we did for a minute there at the bottom against Lark, but really that's still a huge threat. You know, that's something that they have to deal with. Yeah, just in general, right? So if they can kind of play around that, not lose too much grounds, but I still think one of the biggest weaknesses here for this composition from KSA that they're trying to deal with is, once again, the Bane pick that really hasn't been able to shine the way it has in the past.
Yeah. Looking back in the past, now Troll catches one, Aleem receives damage, maximum damage, punishment, now Coffin takes that one, but now opening up more avenues up top, it's Khalid, we have Gazak versus Sanji still going through, still bursting through, but that was one trade. Lark against Aleem.
Okay, good. I mean, good positioning, good map control coming out from Kazakhstan. This is, again, what we kind of saw them pull off in Game 2, right? But this time, even with a bit of a variation in their lineup, still making it work wonders. And at this point, they have full control for the third turtle of the game if they want to go ahead and take it. You know, this is where you're still kind of scratching your head. Is this the best option? Was that Bane really that best option for this pick here for Tarzan? We'll see if he's able to utilize even that deadliest catch mechanic the way it works.
Yep, Kazakhstan zoning out 3 members, possibly holding the line here for Aleem in red. Look at that raging stance. Sandstorm finally used, sustaining the fight. Now 3 members are now in the hands of Kazakhstan. Coffin taking it for the kill. Now with the bounce back, Nori's trying to throw in light wheels, but that objective still secured by Kazakhstan with the life of that Khalid.
3 turtles.
Yep.
Objectives already secured. And we've seen, honestly, Kazakh do this, you know, now on a new hero. Before, even the way that he loves to play that Lapu Lapu. Very similar in playstyle. But this time, he's got so much sustain, it almost feels like a Uranus in a way, right? Like the way that he's able to just kind of plan himself in a 1v3, 1v4 situation, heal back up with the sustain. Again, he's rolling with that Brave Smite emblem, so he's got crazy heal. And right now, KSA just kind of has to get to a point where they can actually counter that sustain, counter that healing, or at least get a numbers advantage that they can. And that's honestly what Lark needs to be able to do, but he's having a much harder time once again in this Game 3.
Yeah, and counter sustain, they need the magic damage, they need the attack damage, because the sustain right now of KZ can really give on to team fights, even for a missed opportunity for a setup. So that's one thing.
There's big pickups right there.
As
I was saying, you know, deal with some of that sustain. Uh-oh, hold on. Cuffin should be fine. Okay, he's able to get away. Cuffin's still, you know, 3-0. 1 has good damage, but Sanji also picking up that Dominance Ice is going to be very helpful for them to deal with Kazakh. But like I said, even if you have those items to deal with some of that sustain, if you don't have the damage yet, right, to follow up, to hopefully burst someone down, it's really tough to deal with.
Well, speaking of bursting someone down, RWM with the defense, now with the knock-up Troll, with the hug, but now will he make it through that set? Nori, looking to throw those light wheel marks over and over again. Now they just poked KSA out from that bush and clearing space for Kazakhstan to take this objective.
Oh man, and Aleem the whole time just pushing top side, getting more space to work with for Kazakhstan here. And now that this Lord is up, it's looking tougher and tougher for KSA. Just picking up a BOD here for Lark at almost the 10-minute mark and 4,000 gold behind here. This is almost, you're kind of hoping that they don't contest this Lord, because you feel like it's just not going to go in their favor unless something amazing happens here, especially with positioning. So this is all for Kazakhstan to take, and it looks like a setup in the bottom.
Troll with picking 1. Now Kazakh here on half HP will be able to save Aleem, falling down or taking down the kill against Troll. Now Lark here, almost half HP. Phantom Execution might connect, but the Thorn Rose poke the hell out of the Beatrix. Now Kazakhstan here, a good view for this Lord to be taken. And you're right, Naisu, they should not contest this at all.
Yeah, like I said, this should just be a Lord going in the hands of Kazakhstan, even though, you know, that was a great effort from Troll trying to find some setup, but it was just counterplayed so well from Kazakhstan. And now still going to be working on it. There it is, secured. Nori, grab it.
What? The damage!
Yeah.
Maximum damage from Lark, sniping down Nori after taking that objective with just these items.
Yeah, he's just got the BOD for the most part, right? Working on his second one here. Rather, you know, behind in terms of even across from him. Almost 1,000, yeah, just about 1,000 gold behind, and he's got to, you know, he has to find kills like that. If it's snipes, so be it. But you really need to start funneling some of that, more of that gold into Lark here. He has to be the one, especially later on, when you get those setups, he has to be the one to provide that damage for the team here too. So, and with that being said, it's great. Sanji, you know, he does have that glowing wand. He's got the dominance ice. Red just picking up the glowing wand as well. So still, a lot of things have to fall in place here for KSA. Meanwhile, they're dealing with the Lord here.
They need to have a good winning condition onto this Beatrix. But Troll catching one. It's going to be Kazak now with the burst, but the follow
Nice
goal.
set.
Lark secures the kill finally. Going back onto the game. Needed the kills. Now they're trying to slow down the push of Kazakhstan. Arrows won't connect from Kashi now. Kaleem going through the Throne Nose and the Phantom Execution. Will he be able to take the kill? Troll burning down with the burst. It's still a safe passage for KSA to defend this, but now Kazakhstan is still pushing through. But Kazakh is out though.
Okay, so you see how much was expended to take out Kazakh, right? That's something that is going to continue to happen until you get to the point where KSA can not basically have to use their entire arsenal to deal with this Khalid, right? That's something that needs to be taken care of, and the only way to really do that, you know, as we take a little break here, the only really way to do that is, again, allow that gold, allow those items to be picked up by Lark here.
Yeah.
You're starting to see it, though, right? You're starting to see it. Even there, yes, that was a lot expended on to get Kazakh down, but still, they utilized the Kufra setup potential. Again, the dominance ice is online, so it helps with that regeneration. And at the same time, you have, once again, Kadita, but do you have the tools to not use all of that to essentially turn the tide of these battles, you know? And even when, as we take a look here at this,
Replay.
basically the early portions of the game unfolding, that's where the struggle was, right? There's so much focus on Kazakh here. And, you know, it also just allows Aleem to do what he wants on the Lancelot.
Yeah, I see you here. The setups here present for KSA would really work. So
Yeah.
the answer is, the question here is, will they make it in time for the Beatrix to have the damage items? Because no matter how the set goes, they need to pull it through together, matching all the layers of ultimates. But for that, for the cost of 3 ultimates onto Khalid, to Kazakh, that's one way to poke out resources out of the team, especially on the late game, knowing that the good snowball just happened in the side of KAZ. So this is a problem that they needed to do. Either delay more of this fight or hold on to the
Yeah.
base, and that should be the answer.
My question still is, you know, how does Tarzan do better here? Because the Bane, honestly, like, yeah, you have the deadliest catch and stuff, but I feel like he just hasn't been able to utilize the Bane pick the way that he's wanted. And it's still kind of, you know, I'm sure he still had other options in terms of jungle, but we got to focus on this since this is what he picked up, right? And as the game goes on, as the game goes forward, he will get to a point where that Bane, like sometimes it's just the deadliest catch. Like that could turn the tides of some of these fights as long as Lark is ready.
Yeah, as long as he is ready. But the
Yeah.
question is, will Kazakhstan make that happen in the late game? Because they know the possible threat there. He got the kill. He got the kill onto the Khalid, to Kazakh. So that's one thing. So one way or another, either he goes with the push, clear on waves. That's one way of answering a winning condition.
Yeah.
So they need to answer a lot of things. But if we look upon the items as we go back in the game, I think the sustain now is being countered at this point in time. Don't you think?
It's definitely there. Again, you know, they already locked in the dominance ice. Like they had that actually minutes ago. But the problem was, even if they dealt with the regeneration, that kind of sustainability, again, he has that brave smite too, right? He has that emblem to help him get more of that regeneration. But the thing is even when you have dominance ice, if you don't have any, you know, punch to follow up with it,
Yeah.
it's not really going to do much. And that's kind of what we saw. Like, we actually see Troll making great sets. Like, there is an effort there to make something happen.
Yeah.
But this is always the case, and I'm sure a lot of people that play the Rome role feel this. Like, you're landing set after set, but you know that you're kind of just doing it either to peel or to hope that you get something set up, right? But if that happens and then there's no damage, what ultimately is it going to do, you know, other than hopefully just buy you some more time?
So with that being said, no to team fights.
Yes.
As of now, buy more time, pull them out of the map, divert something up. That could be the answer, because as we're looking at from that pause, that's the problem. That's the problem of they wanted to answer, but again, will time be on their side for KSA?
You know, actually, I think the point we are at now in this game number 3, they don't necessarily have to avoid all fights. Like, if they do find a pick, again, Troll has been doing that for the course of the series, actually.
They need to choose the right one.
Yeah.
Just
And keep Lark alive. Like, that's a
Keep
big
him out,
one.
yeah.
Yeah. Because if at this point in the game, again, you're just not fighting, and we're in now, like, Lord territory, and once we get to the, you know, that second, third, fourth Lord, if it gets there,
Yep.
you want to be contesting, you want to be fighting that. But part of it, too, is just keeping, your gold lane alive and letting Lark shine. And also, if that means even utilizing the Joy to whittle people down early on with the Vengeance and the Beats combo, then so be it, right? But you really have to, if you're hoping to win these fights, working your way back up. Again, they had their backs against the wall, so to speak, and they're working their way back up here. It's things have to fall in place, and the only way to do that is to actually go with these fights and hope that you win them.
Yeah. When the first pick of the Joy, and they get with the exchange with an Eve, I was thinking, how will they sustain that backline? Because at some point in team fights, Joy could use the electrifying beats to even penetrate the backlines. But the problem at this point, there's so much sustain that they already did. Dominance Ice, you have Athena Shield. So that's one thing to think that maybe if the Joy makes the first move, that could mean the destruction of KSA to even move forward into the next matches of team fights, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, again, choose the right team fights and find a way to keep Lark safe and get the items in. That's the only way, the only winning condition for KSA to bounce back.
The scary thing here, too, is, again, like, we haven't, in terms of the Khalid pick specifically, like, that is always a threat. Because even when you're trying to find those team fights that we're talking about, and you're looking for those moments, especially around Lord Pits, or even defending your base, the mere fact that you have to, like, dodge literally a raging sandstorm, it's not so easy. And then
it's hard.
Yeah, if you get CC'd, if you get stunned and everything else, you're kind of just stuck there, because all he has to do, especially late game, is use that and then just heal up. Like, just, you know, stationary heal up, let that be. You know you got your stun off. It's very similar to what we saw once again from the Kadita from the previous game, where all your job was to get that knock up, and if it's multiple members, that's almost a sure win skirmish or team fight.
Yeah, that's it. That could be the end of it all, because if Khalid, you were saying, he could be a bait.
Yeah.
Use the Raging Sandstorm, use the second skill just to reach in there and put everybody in a space, knowing that there's an Eve. There's a lot of ways to look at. So for now, I'm seeing Eve here could either be the first one they could eye on those team fights to have a balanced way of, like, since the Beatrix hasn't had enough damage, maybe that's the way of doing. Either isolate or do a pickoff as of this after the pause, or just maybe prolong everything. We're going around of the possibilities here.
Possibilities because of, again, it's a game 3, and we're at a point where, you know, game 1 to game 2 was relatively different. This matchup here for game number 3, it's a back and a forth in a way, but still the fact that Kazakhstan has controlled a lot of this game, it makes me wonder too, like, what happened between game 1 where it was almost like a switch was turned on, you know, for Kazakhstan.
Maybe they had to test the waters from the first game, and like we have no idea on how the identity of the play style of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia could be, because even to us, it's still a dark area. Like, how will they go through?
We're starting to get the light now. You know, like, it's starting to make sense.
Yeah.
But this is what we were hoping for, for day 1.
Well, better make a mark. First best of 3 games, get on to game 3.
Well,
one way to start the day.
Not only start the day, but like I said, too, with the drafts here, the variations is what we like to see. But still, I think a lot of people, even for people rooting for Saudi Arabia, they got to know, how do we make this Bane work? Because let's be honest, at this point in the game, your lords, you don't want to give up. And what we're seeing is so much zone potential coming out from Kazakhstan that you have the Bane in Tarzan's hands, but what can you really do other than kind of waddle around and hope that you can get a deadliest catch-off?
We were expecting for a utility hero to show up for Tarzan, right? Because most of the games, well, that was the ban of the Hayabusa.
Yeah.
Kazakhstan maybe expected that, oh, he might be opening something from his book. Now he was on to the state that, will this Bane work? Because at most of the games, he was the flashy one. He was the ones like being or taking control of the algorithms on taking those main objectives, right?
Yeah.
So that's one way of diverting the attention of Kazakhstan. Like, okay, should we get it onto the jungle or should we take another one from their team? But this gives out a major kryptonite for KSA.
Man, you're going from algorithms to kryptonite.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of
This is very interesting what kind of games you're playing, OSX, you're dealing with your algorithm. No, I'm just saying, because it is true in a sense that, again, a way a lot of these teams play, there's a certain style that they like to play around. And, in OSX words, it's algorithm. But now we're going to be jumping back into the game. We're at almost the 13-minute mark, right? So this is why we're saying it's so crucial for them, because so far, honestly, Tarzan hasn't been able to find anything, right?
Yeah.
For the most part, especially objectively as a jungler. So now it's like, all right, you have all of this, you've had this time to kind of catch up, and now it's your time to shine, right? You need to be able to contest these lords that do come up here.
Yeah, Kashi bouncing back from game number 1. I said this is one upgraded Selena that we're seeing, utilizing all of his traps, abyssal arrows, and even poking out resources from KSA, even onto this minute. It's working perfectly.
Yep.
And how he managed to still use, okay, I want to still use Selena again, because on the line of KSA, they have the dashes, they have escape, but once a setup fails from Troll, that could mean anything. That's one way to counter out one team fight or destruction from Kazakhstan. So yeah, that's how they adjust quickly for this game.
Well, I think still what we're going to see here unfold, again, it's about almost 5K gold lead for Kazakhstan as they set up the first lord of the game. Positioning, also keep an eye on exactly where KSA is setting up. We've seen this before. There's the conceal.
3 members on conceal. Did Kashi know? Figure out for safety now. You're trying to bounce back. Rough wave to the combo of Kazakh here. Stunned. They have catched one, but the damage of Lark won't make it to the cut. KSA now falling back onto their base. Now Kazakhstan is not letting them go back to heal, but Aleem missed the final hit on that puncture. Now Kazakhs is now trying to cage in one. Now Troll here burning in with the magic damage. Will he able to escape forward rows, securing the kill? Now 3 members are still present, but now Sanji trying to pull out and buy more time, but Nori has completely taken that Lord, and now they're going in for the push.
They already got the Lord. Again, great timing on the Wind of Nature there. Still focusing on sieging this base of KSA. The rest of the members should be up by the time the Lord gets here. We got about 10 seconds on Troll. A big item pickup, Divine Glaive for Cuffin. Now they got to defend.
Now, speaking of defending, can they make it? Look at that. Almost half an HP burned down. Troll is up for 2 seconds, but Sanji trying to buy more time. Being immobilized with her RWM. Kazakh with a raging Sunstorm brought upon Lark. No marksman for KSA. Back in the base. Now still assigned team fight. Now the Lord pushing through the base here. Troll still have more time to do those 3 goals in, but Lark is fall down half. Kazakh, 5 members out, and today Kazakhstan makes their mark, saying no to a complete dominant sweep with a reverse way of taking it to Saudi Arabia.
Impressive series here. 2-1. First game that we get to witness for IESF Gamers 8, the Asian Championship, and it's a best of 3 that goes 3. They're definitely happy about that performance. Again, game 1, if you guys saw game 1, it looked completely different opposite than what we saw for game 2 and 3. So fast, quick adjustment from this team here, and just overall an amazing series turnaround for them. They should be proud again because, and you know, the Saudi Arabia fans, they had it. A lot of these moments in these games throughout the series, they had great things happen to them, and they're not out of it yet, right? It's only day 1. Reminder too that we have 8 teams here. 5 will be going on to Romania, right? 5 of them. So they still have plenty of chances, a lot to learn from this series between, against Kazakhstan, a lot to kind of adjust here. Because still, I know we're going to take a look a little bit later at the breakdown for Game 3. But I still, was wondering exactly the main pick. It just did not work for Tarzan.
Yeah.
From, the way we saw him, the play style that we saw from Game 1 and 2.
Play style identity has been set by Kazakhstan today. The reverse sweep, denying that 2-0 sportsmanship still lives on. Now going into the box, or the gaming box.
Yep.
And the handshake continues, and respecting one another. It was a good fight. 3 games on to the first match. That's one way to start the day.
That's what we hope for, right? Again, sportsmanship there, and it was a heck of a series. And we had, again, a lot of questions going into this on exactly how things are going to unfold. And I would say, we had some of those hero picks. We had some of those ideas on what would be picked up emblem-wise too. Again, I was kind of surprised because we didn't see so much of a dominance of the tenacity emblem. A lot of these times, these players, these teams, they really went a variety way of switching things up. And again, that's what I loved. And if you missed that early, pretty much the segment where we just talked about the emblems for the most part, again, this is why there's so much expounding on the emblems, just because it adds a lot of flavor to the playstyle, even when it comes to significant roles or jungles. I mean, for XP lane, at least for that series, we saw so much Brave Smite, right? Because they love those that sustain, basically, that they want to work around with.
The invade, the jump. Lapu Lapu is just one way of answering all of the problems. Even the joy, we were hoping for something there.
Yeah.
The back line, it was completely strong on the side of Kazakhstan. And it could mean a possible way of making a silver lining out for that moment, from that pause. We were looking. And from that moment that they didn't know that there were 3 members onto the conceal, pulling 3 members out of Saudi Arabia, they forced out all resources. 2 members used ultimates, and they just flickered out for safety.
Man, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I think it was Game 2, and then now in Game 3, you saw that where there was a moment they try to find, a setup against Kashi, and I like to call it the athletic flicker, right? He got out of there just in time to not go down.
Yep.
And it worked so well. He's done it, I think, twice now, where he's just life-saving flicker timing. And a lot of it, again, like you mentioned, OSX, it was that initiation with the conceal. It didn't work out. And as we take a look at how Game 3 unfolded, it was rough here, especially for Tarzan, not able to really contest the objectives early on and really do what he wanted to do, right? And this is the difficult part of it, because even Troll was finding great sets.
Yeah.
Great moments, but just didn't have the damage at the time.
Yeah, commending all the avenues that you look, the angles, perfectly landing everything. But the damage wasn't there, present, for Team KSA to even look for a good counter punch. Like being trapped in the RWM most of the time, with all of the damage being built up, you can see how Lark managed to even take that kill down. But the problem, there's also Nori. It's like fishing, right? They're baiting something out from KSA and they follow it, but the backline security on how they wanted to pull through on the team fights, it was missing. And look at the regen from Kazakh.
That's kind of that's what we've seen, man.
Yeah,
the whole
zoning
series.
everything out, sustaining, and Khalid using it here today. Look at that. The damage of Nori, the AoE conditioning of KAZ, and that's one way to pull out resources out of KSA.
See, this is like the part in the game too where, Lark gets some momentum going in his favor, but really every time it looked like KSA was going to try to turn something around or do something themselves, again, Kazakhstan is so good at counter punishing.
Yeah.
Counter playing with a lot of the things happening here. Even the fact that, they might have some miscalculations, but they respond so well on it, right? And Aleem, like we talked about, when he actually locked in that landslide, it worked out so well for them. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. And there's Kazakh again, right? This guy is a menace to deal with for any teams that are going to be going against Kazakhstan.
Yeah, you've been waiting for the right moment on where he would bring the raging sandstorm in the side of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It wasn't reserved for any team fight. It was just reserved
Yeah.
for Lark. The winning condition of Team KSA. He has just reserved that. All of the resource was just reserved for him to take on that Beatrix.
I think he picked him. I think Lark picked Beatrix, was it 3 times?
Yeah, 3.
And, you know, unfortunately, this is going back to the argument, or the question rather. Do you want to keep rolling with these marksman picks in the gold lane, or is there a possibility that there's something better? You know, there's something better in that option where you can take one of the, you know, even if it's Esmeralda Gold. I don't know. Jawhead Gold
really-
out. Shout out to Renmar out there.
Okay, you're pushing Esmeralda Gold.
Maybe
Jawhead
that's-
Gold lane.
Maybe that's pushing it
Okay.
too much. But what I'm saying is we see right now a lot of struggle with some of these, especially the gold laners, really trying to move around. Because, again, not even all of them have ways to get out of danger, right? It's a lot of times it's flicker. Maybe they have something else. But really, with the way that things are kind of shaping around, if you don't have that team there to really kind of take care of you in the early game, it's so hard. It seems like it's getting relatively even harder for them to come back to the mid to late game.
Well, we might see some adjustments. We were talking about in the first game that, will this be a traditional lineup pick for a marksman, right? You said Beatrix.
Yeah.
You said, well, Clint.
Clint
we
popped up.
We haven't seen him for a long time. So could be we see more unfold or use from the books of these players to use in their own hero pool, right? So marksman picks could be, I think old marksman could be actually used. So either off meta or something new.
I would, you know, honestly, with the changes and stuff, I would really actually like to see, for example, Irthil pop up. That's a throwback. But we are going to be looking at the stats here as well for this game number 3 on how things kind of unfolded. And like I said, it was a very strong game here. You know, this time around, just in general, Kazakhstan, even pulling out the Selena again, this time having a phenomenal game.
Yeah.
Struggled, you know, when they tried to utilize that earlier on in the series, but the arrows were there. They did what they needed to do. Eve still strong as ever, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know who's gonna dethrone Eve or.
For now, I think no.
Maybe
none.
like was Novaria getting close? I don't know, but you know, Novaria is typically banned out right now, at least for this series.
For 3 games, yeah. So that could be an answer as well for the next match. So if we look at this, 2 mage heroes, no deaths, utilizing all that they can do with abyssal arrows. Too much AoE was present.
Yeah.
And how do you manage to respond with that? So if you have the Kadita, you have the Kufra, so either way, you need to have a good setup or just dodge something out from the skills of these 2 mage heroes, because you're right. Things were underutilized for this hero, for the Bane one, for the Bane pick. So it was lacking the chance of like, how will we see the answer for our backline? Because at most of the times, Lark was out in the open.
Yeah, and I just want to point out too, again, you know, these numbers here for Kazakhstan, this is Kazakhstan dominating just the map, right? They just controlled the turtles, the lords, turrets across the board. There was no space for KSA to work around. And this is something that, again, you question when you have that jungle matchup, where does Bane fit? Because we've seen teams actually really try to utilize that hero in the jungle. It's worked before, but I feel like you really need the right conditions for it to shine. And that's something that maybe it changes over the course of here. Maybe we get to see Bane once again in the jungle, but still I think it's, you know, it's not only that's the issue here. It's just really too that a lot of the times when it came to the execution part, man, Kazakhstan just played well in punishing mistakes, and they forced situations of KSA to not want to be in, basically.
Talking about waking up from game number 1, seeing, well, it's all just testing the waters from that point.
Yeah.
Adjusting, seeing the possible threat of a player for KSA. So we might see some adjustments for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to even go forward, because in the first day, yeah, you're right. Things could just say, okay, let's bring all of the guns out, right? So from this point on, we could either see the adjustment of like opening a book out of their hero pool.
Opening a book. They might want to turn the pages there, because the thing is what they showed here wasn't necessarily just like hero pool, for example.
Yeah.
It was the way that they rotated, the way that they responded. They had great moments, you know, in the book of theirs. They had great moments where it looked like the strategy was going to work for them, but unfortunately, like I said, it just seemed like time and time again they were counterplayed. So I don't know if that's sometimes they just overcommitted in some moments, you know, some moments they overcommitted dealing and then losing some of those skirmishes, some of those fights early on.
Yeah.
And it just unfortunately didn't work. But I do agree with the point here, OSX, that, yeah, it's only day one. It was only the match number one that they had. You know, they still basically have a lot ahead of them. So we are going to be hearing from them in just a little bit, of course, with Kazakhstan, the winners, and that's in just a moment. Now, the thing, too, is I would love to hear what they have to say, right? Because Kazakhstan, they turn things around.
Yeah.
And we got to know exactly.
Completely.
Yeah, we got to know. So let's go ahead and throw it over to an interview with Kazakhstan.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back again here. And of course, first of all, congratulations for winning the first match. With us right now, ladies and gentlemen, is John Gilde, the team coach of Kazakhstan. How do you feel winning the first match right here?
First of all, it is an honor to participate in the opening match of this tournament. And we feel good. Despite of losing on the first map, we understand that we can make a comeback because our nation, maybe our national teams in other discipline can make a lot of comebacks. And I just want to say, as a coach, big thanks to my team that they didn't give up and they were so confident during the game.
We just saw that definitely, you know, your team pretty much gave an amazing performance, an amazing match taking place here in the first one. مثل ما قال يا وجيه تصور الحماس كان قايم بس الحمد لله حسوا بالثقة إنه فازوا بأول مباراة ولا شنو رأيك؟
فعلا لاحظنا اعزائي المشاهدين شفنا المباراه اللي كانت في البدايه للمنتخب السعودي وقدروا انهم يتقدمون في المواجهه الاولى واخذوا النتيجه كانت للمنتخب السعودي ولكن بعدها ايش اللي تصورنا من كازاخستان تيم او من المنتخب الكازاخستاني فازوا في المباراه الثانيه وفازوا في المباراه الثالثه ايضا وفازوا في المباراه بشكل عام فحابين نساله وش الشيء اللي غيروه من ناحيه الاستراتيجيه اللي خلاهم يغيرون هذه الخساره الى فوز بكلا المباراتين.
Pretty much as he said, and everybody wants to know, what was the strategy you changed in the third game that brought you in the victory in the first match?
So we understand that we must focus the objectives, for example, towers and lords, because destroying the towers and killing the lords just gives us a lot of gold and experience. And this tactic like snowballing, the collecting a lot of advantage upon the team can give us a confidence. And from a psychological side, we understood that after the second map, we understood that we can win after the victory on the second map.
Man, that was smart, especially you just throw in the psychological part. Like you went beyond. It's only just the game tactics, but from a mindset, from a psychological point of view, you had it all together. Smart move. وجيه ايش رايك في اللي قاله؟
صراحة فعلا قدروا انهم يتخطون هذه المهمة اللي كانت شبه صعبة وكانت يعني للمنتخب السعودي مثل ما شفنا ولكن سمعنا كيف كانت الثقة بينهم بين التيم بشكل عام فصراحة اتمنى لهم التوفيق. صراحة المباراة الجاية لازم يثبتون أنفسهم فيها طالما أنهم فازوا في المواجهة الأولى.
إن شاء الله إن شاء الله. Well, now, anything you want to say before you're going to go in to the next match? Like, is there going to be like certain strategies, or are you going to keep that as a surprise?
I think we can keep it as a surprise because our next opponent is Philippines team. We understand that it is the strong opponent because they took a second place on Bali World Championship last year. We are ready and we count this game as a chance to present us from a good side.
Well, confidence, skill, sheer adrenaline and strategy. That's pretty much what we're gonna have here. وجيه شكلهم جاهزين حق المباراة الثانية شكلهم.
أكيد جاهزين و I wish you all the best actually لأنهم فازوا في المباراة الماضية وأكيد مثل ما سمعنا كانت الثقة كانت جدا عالية عندهم وأكيد عندهم بعض المهارات إلى الآن ممكن ما استخرجوها فلازم نشوف إيش ممكن يصير في المباراة الجاية.
Inshallah. Well, first of all, and again, congratulations for winning the first match, and we can't wait to see you again in another match where we're gonna see you against your opponent. And ladies and gentlemen, this was it. A little talk with the team coach, John Galdev from the Kazakhstan team. And we'll be having a break. We'll be back again with more taking place right here in the championship.
بريك بسيط وراجعين لكم مرة أخرى.
And ladies and gentlemen, viewers and gamers around the world, we're back again to the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship. With me right now is Waji and Ambara Abdallah, and we just witnessed the first match, Waji, المباراة الأولى between Kazakhstan and Saudi Arabia. What was that, man? It was crazy. ولا ايش رايك؟
فعلا شفنا اعزائي المشاهدين واخوي براء، شفنا المباراة الأولى والمواجهة قديش كانت صعبة. المباراة الأولى فازوا فيها المنتخب السعودي، ولكن بعدها صار في رد يا اخوي براء واعزائي المشاهدين من كازاخستان، فازوا المواجهة الأولى والثانية وقدروا انهم يتألقون وياخذون هذه الجولة بشكل كامل. أما الآن بتكون عندنا مباراة حماسية، المباراة الثانية في هذا اليوم. فأعزائي المشاهدين خلونا نسمع أقوى تحية لمنتخب فلبين.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Philippines! And now we are ready to call in the second team, the competitors right here in the second match of Mobile Legends right here at the Asian Championship. So let's hear it for Bangladesh!
تحية قوية لمنتخب بنغلاديش. مباراة جدا حامية تجمع منتخب فلبين ضد بنغلاديش، واكيد ان كلنا متحمسين ومتشوقين ان نتفرج هذه المباراة الثانية اللي بتكون في هذا اليوم.
بالضبط Waji. Ladies and gentlemen, the hype is on. It's going to be about skill, strategy, and sheer adrenaline taking place right here between the Philippines and Bangladesh. And all that taking place right here in the second match. And now, passing it on to our casters. Fire it up. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Wajay and Abara. And that was one heck of an entrance. Philippines versus Bangladesh, and welcome back to the caster's desk. I'm OSX. I'm with Naisu for the second match of the day for the stream ones. Now we're about to witness the teams here on how will their story unfold. Now they're up against Philippines, which from the previous match, Kazakhstan was respecting all of the things that the Team Philippines has achieved throughout from SEA Games, now for IESF. That's one thing that they're seeing as a potential threat and a challenge for this game.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, the way you have to look at it is, people know the Philippines is one of the strongest regions for MLBB, right? If not the strongest. And something about that inspires a lot of these teams around the world, and that's what we heard from the coach from Kazakhstan, who just, again, reverse sweeped in a very strong fashion, right?
Oh,
You called it, and they just found exactly what worked for them. Again, they had a lopsided kind of game one and turned things around. Now, for here, again, a lot is to question exactly how will Bangladesh perform against a team like the Philippines, who is relatively, most people are going to know, well, the Philippines is a strong team, right?
Yeah.
That's usually how it is. But that's not to say that this also isn't an opportunity for Bangladesh to just show what they're made of. And possibly with all the changes that we've been talking about, even before we got to the first series of the day, OSX, we talked so much about the emblem system, the
new
changes,
changes,
the changes, and how that affects actually also the gameplay for a lot of these teams. We were surprised from the previous series, and who's to say that we won't see that with this one?
Yeah, of course. Looking at the achievements of Team Philippines right now, two-time SEA Games gold medalist, also from IESF, from Bali, all the way here to Saudi Arabia. A lot of teams has eyes on this one, right? So setting up the bar, setting up the meta, because from right now, don't need to blink if they're up against Philippines. If they want to show who they really are, well, might as well pick up a good fight, right? Today, so we might expect or to see some respect ways of from Team Bangladesh, or they will just show their own identities to even respect everything out of the Philippine team.
The thing I would say is Bangladesh already knows that they might be playing to the rhythm set by the Philippines. A lot
Yeah.
of people, when they go up against these stronger teams, they kind of read it out, and it's okay because again, it's a best of three, right? We saw that again, what we saw last series, right, where you have a very unfortunate loss in the first game, for example, Kazakhstan, and they're able to get a read on their team that they played against, Saudi Arabia, and they
Yeah.
turn things around. So that's my thing. That's my stance on it. Like Bangladesh, even if some people might call this like a David and Goliath type matchup, anytime someone goes against the Philippines, game one is your time to learn as much as possible and change your game plan from there. And I think now in the current pretty much setup, the meta, the new emblems, these variations of the emblem sets, plus the hero kind of variations that we have,
Yeah.
this is where teams that love to play quick, momentum-based, kind of scrappy really get to shine because there leaves a lot to question, like, what's going on here? You know, what kind of emblems and composition are they going to utilize? And I think, again, Bangladesh being, you know, what we saw through the qualifiers. We talked about this earlier too, OSX, where qualifiers, you can only take so much from the online qualifiers because there's been such a big change with the game, right? Something so massive such as the emblem change and some of the buffs and stuff, some of the alterations that we've seen, it's done a lot. So online qualifiers, where we saw a lot of sweeps, by the way, right?
2-0 straight.
Yeah. And in this situation, it's who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, I would love to see more of the David and Goliath
Yes.
thing that you're setting up right now, because if you're going up against a team as strong as this, you might as well be prepared for anything that might come your way. Hero picks, identity respecting the hell out of their comfort picks. Lancelot, we've been taking a side on how this meta could actually evolve. Now for Team Philippines, we have Flap TZ, Kyle TZ, Few, Ogwen, and Super Marco for this one.
So this lineup, a lot of people are familiar with, right? I mean, just the names in general, a lot of people have been watching these guys play up to this point, and that's why I'm saying a lot of people know kind of what to expect in terms of caliber of gameplay.
Caliber,
right?
yes, right.
Yeah. And in terms of the other teams, again, if there's a lot of people that have tuned in for this specific tournament, Asian Championship, to learn a lot about these other regions across the world that are playing and getting into MLBB. And with Bangladesh, you know, we're going to take a look at their roster here in just a second, but that's the thing. They have the potential to go ahead and just throw it at this Philippine team, right? So for Bangladesh, we've got Execution, we've got Blaze, K7, Mr. Ray, and Surge with 3 Js.
Mr. Ray. I love the ideas,
Mr.
how
Ray.
unique these players are.
Yeah.
And we're about to see how it unfolds with their own personality. And even in this matchup, they could actually give something out of the Philippines. They could actually show how they actually fight, how they can make things for their team. Because this is what the best thing about day one. You discover more of the team's potential going up against one of the strongest from going down to up.
Well, not only going down to up, man, but again, we have to reiterate the fact that there are, yes, 8 teams battling it out here for MLBB, and 5 will be moving forward to Romania, right? So
8 teams.
there's, again, even teams that might not necessarily have the best, you know, day 1, day 2, we also later on in the tournament, we have that last chance, right, where they go ahead and fight out for that 5th slot.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why I'm saying it's so important to note that, you know, day 1, day 2, again, there's also games going on that aren't live streamed. So you can take so much data from this already and how that meta at least gets set, at least for this tournament, you know, the Asian Championships for IESF.
Yeah, it's natural, and even on day one, we all get some point. Yeah, we got jitters, we got something of mode of adjustment on how you actually adapt in most of the games, right? So who knows? Maybe just need a breather of like taking on a cup of tea or like just jamming out with some friends. We've seen how the players here are so friendly with one another, even on
definitely.
how we do the rehearsals last day, yesterday rather. So. Well, sportsmanship is just showing off even for everything.
I'll say this, the amazing thing so far, I mean, even we've experienced this being here in Saudi Arabia, is even if there's, for example, let's say there's a language barrier, well, everybody speaks MLBB. Like, everybody speaks Mobile Legends.
It's the global representation of language.
Yeah.
I play this. What's your rank?
Yeah. Even if you can't necessarily have a full conversation, sometimes it's, who's your favorite hero?
Yeah. Straight up. That's what yesterday when we met different casters.
Yeah.
You do this. Oh, we also met QB, who also did the voiceovers, right? On some emotes. So all casters coming around the globe here, we have one language in common. That's Mobile Legends, ranking up, doing our favorite thing together. Now we look upon now the side of the Philippines. Happy, ready. We have Coach Dougie on our screens here, prepping the team on what could possibly happen in the draft.
That's one of the, I feel like one of the things that a lot of people don't realize, because they're so focused on, individual skill level, right, of these players and everything else. Now, coaches, analysts, everything, all that part plays a huge role, especially in the chess game that is the draft. And that's why, some people, again, that don't really spend so much time kind of studying that, or at least, within the emblems and whatnot, you really have to understand at least how much goes into the draft and how much has changed with the emblems too, right? Because now what I'm curious to see is exactly how the Philippines team has adapted to the emblems, because over there, at least what we've heard a lot of, again, we mentioned this in the first matchup, was how strong tenacity, for example, is, how strong people love Lethal Ignition, and we've seen a lot of Lethal Ignition pop up, just that fact as well. They're looking very, calm and collected, though, I'd say.
Light, happy, that's how they do it. The personality of the players of Team Philippines never changed since how they competed across the globe to represent the country. So now, just a few saying hi on the camera, just saying how they really prepared for this, respecting everybody here, and also putting up a good match. Look at that, Flop Teasy, just doing on thing.
Well, yeah, it looks like he's flapping, know. But no, jokes aside, too, the thing here, we actually saw, once again, the previous series, right? There was a lot of 2-0s being put up, and then unfortunately that didn't happen. Now with this, we're jumping right into the draft here for game number 1 getting set up. Philippines already taken out that Kadita. They've seen a lot of this Kadita.
Well, if you want something out of your way, you don't want that rough face, you don't want a thalassophobia working out in most of the setups that Philippines or even Bangladesh can do. Surprisingly, they're now looking at their homework. Fanny being banned out by Bangladesh. Okay, we're seeing something here, respecting something out from Team Philippines.
Yeah, they don't... I don't know. I feel like that's just something you do, right? If you're playing against the Philippines, you might as well just ban out Fannies.
Fanny.
Because I don't know, I don't know.
Right now, Fanny's so good, even in the new emblem.
Yeah, and like I wouldn't also be surprised if maybe over the course of these 4 days, OSX, we see Fanny like parked not in the jungle. Like that could possibly happen.
You mean on the EXP or the gold lane?
Dude, it's happened before the emblems changed. And like I just feel like so much is you can't count anything out right now. And that's what's so beautiful about the update.
Yeah. You can go out of your comfort zone, open something new.
Or you can stay in your comfort zone and just like, change your sock or something. Like that's
good.
That's what it would be.
Yeah, that totally makes sense because who knows? Maybe your gourd could end up in the jungle for some reason, or Ian.
Hey, it's possible. Some pro players have actually done that.
See?
Just not on the not in tournament.
Nah, yeah. We might see different approaches from these two teams, but I love how the Philippines is going with their own bans. You have the Kaja out, you have the Franco out. Something tells me there's something with Bangladesh here with their roamer. It's always about the roamer today. The roamer, the mid laner.
Yeah.
No, something to look out for. What could be the possible ban here of Bangladesh? Well, targeting all the roamers here on their side.
They might opt. Again, Novaria's still open. Okay, they actually just go and take out the Uranus. So wondering if we see Novaria picked up here, priority, possibly could also just opt for taking the jungle route as they do. Ling going to be secured here.
We haven't seen this for a while for Team Seaball, Team
I was going to say, we just saw this last series.
Yeah, but in their own thing, in their own place.
Their own style.
And their own style, right.
Okay.
Because, again, we're mostly stuck with the utility jungles back at home.
Yeah.
Now we're showing off with assassin picks from the comfort picks of the players of Team Philippines. Now, this opens up the Novaria as well, and the Arlet.
If this is not Novaria Arlet, I don't know.
Maybe the Joy. I don't know. Could be a flex, though.
Arlot I like. There's still a lot of options, but I just see possibly Novaria being picked up. If it's not, we might see it on the swing back from the Philippines. But Arlot, actually, who is a hero that's relatively been banned out the majority of the time, still a great option. Could also be placed in the roam if they want. And then second pick, not the Novaria, they go with the Beatrix.
Okay. Marksman in the EXP lane. Could still be land on the EXP with the Arlet, okay? So, respecting something from Flap TZ, now we have the Cho and the Faramis. Okay, the setup, sustain, and you have control over your jungle.
Yeah. Interesting.
Oh, this is new. This is something good. Karina. Well, against the lane though.
I think it's probably a safe option in a way, just because also, you know, the way that the Karina works, you get some of that time to be immune, and it allows you to kind of just, like I like to say, bob and weave in out of those situations, you know, for the most part, literally spinning your blades, right? But still, part of this is, in a way, risky, because once that is, you know, out, or at least on cooldown, you're at the whims of either being kicked or possibly stampede pulled. You know, something could go wrong here on this Karina.
Yeah. So if we're talking about how this could end up bad for Karina,
Musical chairs.
well, okay, exchanging chairs. Okay, so if we're talking about Karina in the lineup of Bangladesh, they need to build something around it, just in case you would need that fail-safe button, right?
Yep.
So if Karina is concerned, you want to pair with something with a good roamer pick that Philippines banned out. So that's three, right? You have the Franco, you have the Catch out, you have the Kadit out. So with this, they're following up with the Yuzong, because we still don't have a hero for Flap TZ to use. I mean, he's a monster using this one, the Yuzong or the XP lane. So we still have now yet to see, because we have the roamer, we have the mid laner with the Faramis. So what could be next here?
Well, I think they still. I'm assuming Bangladesh wants to go ahead and narrow down the XP lane. They've already expended, like you said, the Uranus, Yuzong. They might opt to possibly take out Lapu Lapu. That might be a good option.
Good point.
You know, again, but even with that being said, like so far, even if you just take what we saw from the first series, there's so many options available, and we really don't know how much experimentation, you know, both these teams have done. They go ahead and take out the Claude, though. So, again, I honestly think Bangladesh has just done their homework.
Yeah.
Right?
Told you, they would really prepare for this. This is the biggest challenge on what could they actually go for in IESF. You're up against a Philippines, so probably you would see something to balance out, well, the match in a way. So they've taken out the Kufra, because again, they need a good roamer for this one. They need a good tank pick. So the Kufra is gone, and they might be forcing out something here for Bangladesh. So what could be open? If you're a Kadita, Grok's still available though.
Yeah. There's honestly, when it comes to the second phase at this point with all the updates and everything, it's so up in the air, man. Like, there's so many options that you can actually play around with.
Yeah.
And you might even think, you know, well, what if they park this R-Lot in the roam? What if they utilize that, right? Because we've seen that before. Most likely, a lot of people just say, hey, it's going in the XP lane, right? But still, really, it depends how they want to round this out, because one thing they do need is some of that sustained damage. They pick up a Lilia. Haven't seen her in a while.
See?
It's been a while. That's why I'm saying it's so up in the air, the second phase.
We have heroes that we haven't seen for a while.
It's great.
It's great. It's awesome. It's new.
Oh,
We're seeing the Bane again.
I just said
Wait.
this last series.
So if the... Wait.
No, I'm telling you, like, they might not go
Bane...
marksman.
Bane gold lane.
They might not.
Okay, not... Well, yeah. I'm still confused on how... Well, there's a Cho. No. There's a Ling. There's a Bane. EXP?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly. Again, this is why it's open there, and it's not.
Oh.
This is what I was mentioning the last series,
Okay.
man. I asked you specifically, OSX, what do you think of a non-marksman composition? And this is, well, is Bane a marksman? He's got a gun.
He
got
has
a cannon.
the crab claw cannon.
It's still a
It's still a gun. Yeah. But it could be OP, but this could be the answer of Philippines, like being unorthodox, like using non-marksman heroes in the gold lane, because again, the meta is shifting, the new emblem system is being adapted. So now Bangladesh is like, we have the mid laner here, so we still don't have our own. We still have our own for this. So there's a lot of knockups, a lot of knockback from the Deadly Catch, and they also have Sustained being present. There's a lot of CCs here, and the Minotaur is out, talking about how heroes not being picked for so long.
Well, I feel like ever since that change, the emblems and whatnot, you've seen Minotaur pop up here and there, right? Especially
In the qualifiers, yes.
Yes.
Online, yeah.
and
Present.
even just in around, pretty much around the globe. So I remember questioning the Minnow pick before, being like, is it really that good? Because really, statistically, what we've seen from previous teams in other tournaments that take up the Minotaur, there's really a select few that make it work well. Work for the team. So that's what I'm going to have my eye on here, specifically for Bangladesh. Like, how do they utilize this Minotaur? Are they able to do what they want to do around the kit, especially when you have that rage, when you have even the sustain, there's some of the sustainability there, and how it will complement here. And also the fact that they have an R-Lot paired with it.
Okay, so you have lifesteal, you have a game-changing move with the final slash, you have a reason to force out ultimates with the Lilia. So with this kind of composition, they need to make it work early game, because right now they need to have a good coverage, because Ling is present in the hands of Kyle TZ. So opening up a lot of avenues on the map, I say the roamer and the jungler could have a bit of a way to counter these visions that Philippines can make.
Okay. Let's go ahead and just take a quick look here as the early game. We're going to look at the emblems, right? There's only one Tenacity there. It's taken by a few. He's going to go ahead and also roll with 2 Impure Rages, right? Even in the gold lane, Super Marco is playing around with that. He's got a little bit of speed too. Now, biggest thing once again is Blaze rolling with that Brave Smite. He's going to do really well with the sustain. Hopefully he's able to capitalize on that. They have a lot of tenacity though. There's 4 there. So already early on, putting aggression in the mid lane, going to force Ogwin out. All this for the purple buff, right? They want to secure that the best they can. But going back to the point, man, this is what I was talking about. Tenacity is a favored tier 2 emblem, and they've got 4 for Bangladesh.
Present for Bangladesh, respecting the damage, the burst of the possible stomp of the Philippines, because from that point you said they guarded the purple buff, but from that moment on, Kyle Tease is cleared out too. He got the orange, he got the purple, also he went up top of the cap of Bangladesh.
And not only that, again, you're trying to just buy as much time as possible in the early game, because once Ogwin pretty much hits that level 4, has that Way of the Dragon available to him, you know he's going to be putting pressure wherever he sees fit. And that's kind of what you have to counter around for Bangladesh right now.
Well, there you have it, Naisu. You have the Bane non-marksman in the gold lane. It's happening.
Still got a gun, though.
Still got a gun. It's can still be considered as a marksman with this being present. Now look at that. The peel onto execution here. So Super Marcus just won, but we're looking at the side of Bangladesh aiding the gold lane for the first 2 minutes, and they really want to get a piece out of Super Marco. Look at that. Look at that. The turtle has been taken, diverting all of the attention onto the gold lane.
Man, Bangladesh just put everything up here in the top side, completely just ignoring the turtle, first one of the game. It looks like, again, they wanted to find that first blood top side against Super Marco, but just Super Marco played it well, right? All he had to do, too, was Deadliest Catch and literally hug the turret, and there was nothing that really Bangladesh could do from there.
Yeah, so that's what the thing that Team Bangladesh needs to keep their eyes on how Philippines can gain control over the map. Objectives, you have the turtle being at stake. At most of the time, you want to get a pick off. Look at that. With the Shadow Stabbing onto K7, Ogwen flickers out on half HP. Okay, still controlling that, but look at that. Distracting and diverting all the attention. Kyle TZ secures the purple.
Okay, final slash gonna come through. No purple here available though. Still gonna be going. Tempest Blade's gonna be dropped now, forcing Mr. Ray back. First blood for Flap TZ. Able to get it. The Cult Altar also expended quite low under the tier 2 flicker. Not gonna be enough here to get away. Already Philippines getting a lead 2-0, 3 minutes in.
Wow, that's one thing that how they would need to see in those kinds of initiations from Team Philippines, right? They have the counter, they have ways to force out members of Philippines right now. So the problem is, if they get caught in one corner, all the resources could be used like that. Flicker out! Flicker being used by execution. Expect something could happen, but look at that.
That's tough, right? Again, like you mentioned, getting resources out even if it's just a Jikundo and you get a flicker, that is already a big loss here,
Oh, yeah.
right? So something you really have to be careful with. Oakland, we know he likes to do that. Still going to be putting the pressure. There's the Way of the Dragon into Few. Going to be no follow-up though, so should be able to just regen up, but they're losing some of the pressure, especially in the mid lane for now. What Bangladesh has to do here is just kind of, in a way, their answer to the aggression being put out, but at the same time, not give up the objectives if they can. Now,
Yes.
at this point, it looks like the second turtle is just going to go in the hands of Philippines once again. So really, what is the game plan here for Bangladesh?
Well, you've said it right, okay? So if Bangladesh would really want to have a good winning condition, wait,
Oh.
Mr. Ray on half HP.
Mr. Ray once again, all for the purple, not going to be able to get it. That's his second death here. Another purple going to be taken by the hands of Kyle Teasy.
Okay, going back to our thought here, Naisub, Team Bangladesh answering the breadcrumbs, following the breadcrumbs on how Philippines is like trying to gain control over the map. You're kind of saying here that they need, if you're a fan of Star Wars right now, you need to evade those mind tricks. How would you even go up
Those
against
Jedi
this kind
mind
of thing?
tricks.
The Jedi mind tricks.
Yeah.
That you were about to see the follow. Oh,
That's what Oakland's doing. Another Way of the Dragon into a perfect Deadliest catch as well. And going back to the point, right? The mind tricks. Oakland once again planting himself here under the tier 1. Still going to be putting the pressure. Execution going to get dragged by the Stampede. Still holding on with a backup of K7. The rest of the team, Bangladesh, kind of just scrapping right now. Really at the whims of Philippines. Can they hold on longer? It's only 5.5 minutes in.
5 minutes, and Kyle Teasy is at level 9. 3 level XP gap up against Mr. Ray. There's a lot of resources need to go back. Oh, look at that.
Pressure again, already getting the flicker out from Execution. Turret's gonna go down here, still going. Can they turn it around? They get the setup they're looking for, but already Mr. Ray gonna be down. Blaze has the regeneration for the team, but here comes Kyle Teasy on the backside. Finds Blaze, still looking for more. Can he hold on? Surge in trouble, gonna flicker out. Will get chased down, still on the hunt. And they hold it together, but Surge falls.
Flap Teasy onto the queue on using that skill, not letting go of Surge. They used even the conceal just to keep up with the speed. So right now they're securing all the possibilities on how that could possibly turn around. That was a good setup from Blaze though. Yeah, but damage is not really showing yet.
It's very tough because, you know, K7 really, on the Lilia, you're not where you need. Oh. When things get worse, purple buff taken by Ogwin out of the hands of Mr. Ray. So this is a very dire situation now. Things just snowballing in favor here of Philippines. Mr. Ray gonna go down already. Times the blades under the turret. Still looking for more. Killing spree for Kyle Teasy. It's a double. And now we'll also take the orange buff. K7 gonna be in trouble too. Black shoes, but it's not enough as well, as he will fall under the turret.
Bangladesh too late for the reinforcement. Damage and punish right in the turret of their own defense. Surge is the only one here in Mr. Ray. And now Team Philippines is now just taking the second tier turret. There was a hope of helping, but the mobility on how they're setting things up here is putting Bangladesh to a state that, would you answer for objectives or would you answer for defense or even reinforcement?
I think at this point, OSX, it's very, very difficult. Bangladesh, once again, you know, you're 7.5 minutes in, you're 12, yeah, 12, yes, 12K. I was trying to do the quick math here, 11K
Doing good.
behind, and, you know, you don't have any space to work with across the map. You're just forced to pretty much turtle up in your base and hope for the best. And already, you know, it's, at this point, you can't even contest the first Lord, right? You have to just kind of wait, really.
Okay, so winning condition for Bangladesh, either wait or hold something out on how Philippines is going on a say that they're marching through the base. Because right now, they're looking for an avenue to bounce back, but now Kyle Teasy is not giving a chance here to let someone out of their own base.
Kyle Teasy is 5 levels ahead of Mr. Ray, and that has just been the continuous pressure in the jungle that Team Philippines has been putting on Bangladesh. And, you know, the question is, yes, what can Bangladesh do? And, you know, at this point, when you're this far behind, you really can't leave your base unless your full team goes out with you.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the waiting game, right? You wait to hope that you can defend, but with the kits that is available to Team Philippines, they can actually just choose to enter the base under the turrets if they want and kick someone towards the team, right? So how do you counterplay around that for Bangladesh?
Okay, for counterplay, we could either see Blaze do the Minoan Fury again, how he did that in the gold lane. So with that kind of setup, things could go in their favor, but the question is, will the damage suffice everything? They have the final slash. We haven't seen Surge utilizing it that much, right? Break team fights, break formations, but we would understand how he respects the hell out of Team Phillies right now is once he goes in with that execution, even for the slash, he could possibly be melted right from that moment. So if they want to go all in, either they wait, either good setup for Blaze, or look for an avenue to see someone could be isolated from Team Philippines.
This is the problem here. The Team Philippines has so many options to just force a fight, whether it's a flicker stampede, a flicker kick, and they're going to go for it. Under they go. The turret's not even going to wait just yet. They find the first kill already. Blaze going to go down as well. 2 already fall for Bangladesh, plus the turret. Still trying to hold on under 10 minutes. Lord going to be worked on. Another turret's going to fall. Base half health. Bangladesh will go down to Team Philippines at the 10-minute mark.
Dominating start for Team Cebol Philippines. And that was one way of having a clean execution in that moment. We've seen how Bangladesh could actually go and bounce back, but there was something that was missing. The damage, yes, they can force out, but one thing that was lacking as well is who would go to the front lines? Who would even soak up the damage that the Philippines has been doing?
Well, I think if you just look at the lineup on paper, right, the Minotaur should allow you to be in that position. But again, what we saw was just Team Philippines putting pressure first off in the jungle, not making it a good time at all. Again, we're talking about a 5, maybe 6 level gap between jungles.
It was 5,
and,
yeah.
Yeah, and not only that, but even when you had those, on paper, the tools to fight, you know, have that front line, have the damage, you just never got there, right? The Team Philippines didn't allow them to get there. And this is, again, going back to before we even got to the draft, we were wondering mentally, right? Like, how could Bangladesh kind of approach this series, approach this match against a team who obviously a lot of people are feeling like are very strong? And this game 1 already shows, right? It shows how strong and how prepared Team Philippines is. But hopefully, once again, like we saw from the previous series, where we saw a very one-sided game 1, things got better, right, for the other team, game 2, game 3.
Okay.
And so this might be the case, right? Now, what do we learn? If you're Bangladesh, what do we learn from this draft? What do we learn from our execution? Because really it was tough for game 1 for them.
Yeah, it was there could have been a better option. They might not expect that marksman pick on how you were seeing that Bane could be part of the gold lane choice here. So if they might not stick their own traditional comfort pick choices, maybe they could try something out. I would give you, I agree with you. Maybe game 1 could there be their test of waters in a way. Meeting the Philippines for the first time is not that easy, okay? So maybe they're trying to adjust something out, or maybe go with their own flavors and go up against Philippines for second time around. Let's see how they adjust.
Big adjustments have to be made, you know, because again, you're at the point, even in the draft, where you focus on so many things, XP lane or, you know, the gold lane, even that last Claude ban, and then you just see that, right? The Bane is picked up in the gold lane to deal also with the Beatrix, and even early on, we'll probably get a glimpse of this later, but you put so much concentration on the top lane. They were targeting Super Marco. So they completely gave away the turtle there. And then that transition to just so much pressure on the jungle as we take a look here, right? But this is already, we're at the 3-minute mark. So turtle was already secured here. And this was what I was just talking about, right? There was so much focus top side against Super Marco, and things just fell apart here. Because then they were forced to, all right, we got to go and get those buffs that we need, at least for Mr. Ray, and just punishment after punishment. And it just built up to the snowball factor.
Yeah, and looking at that factor, it was a complete way of taking out of the resources from Team Bangladesh and putting them on a defensive state, right? Following the breadcrumbs, diverting all the attention, and they need to have this strong confidence in their own lane to even hold this part. Because look at that set up from the Minotaur, from Blaze. That could have gone a different way for Team Bangladesh if they had answered to the objectives or even for the items for the starting part. it could go the other way.
But that's the thing. Even with that setup, at that point, they were already 6K gold behind.
Yeah.
So that was a great
Yeah.
moment with Blaze, right? But it could have been different if they, let's say, were even in terms of itemization. You know, so that kind of set, it's like, man, that's too bad we didn't have the damage. And then on top of it, if they did, they would have burnt through that Colt Altar a lot faster, or at least they would have been able to deal with that. But, you know, that's why I was saying early on, you have these issues, right? You have the issues of we're losing space around the map, we're losing objectives, and just one after another, they build and build and build. So even when we talked about this in the last series, man. You know, when we had, it was Troll finding those sets on the Kufra, but then you don't have the items that you need to, you know, utilize those sets, basically.
They need to focus on how they would layer the skills on team fights. Laning is much more important. And as we look upon the match today, we're about to see head-to-head here.
Yeah.
Okay? Looking at all the stats that we've been through as we witnessed the match, we're looking at the post-game stats. Philippines here, almost getting all the objectives. 4, including the Lord. It only took the first Lord.
That's rough, man. That is a massive lead. And like I said, it started early on. And it really built up here. So, you know, in a way, you see, even Blaze, like, he only had the dominance ice. Like, there's just so much kind of backpedaling or backtracking that you have to do in this situation, in one of these types of games, that it's so hard to even question, like, okay, what is our game plan? Like, what can we do in terms of the situation where we're this far behind, right? And in a lot of those cases, for you to turn that around, you need a specific lineup. At least that's what we're used to seeing, right? A specific lineup that has great high ground defense. You're able to kind of turtle up in your base by, let's say, 5 to 10 minutes, and then you're able to, like, fight back, right? But in this situation, again, even with this lineup, you're not really there, right? And you even mentioned this in the game. Well, at least you have also the final slash, if you could force some fights. But the problem with that is, even if you are trying to get in position as Surge, you're dead. You might get the final slash off, but you're dead because of this item disparity. So, you know, it was really tough to deal with. Again, a very fast game at 10 minutes and just very dominant from Team Philippines. But, you know, technically going into this, Bangladesh, they obviously did their homework. That's what we saw from the draft.
Yeah.
Now it's time to, okay, what do we take at least from game one, and how do we change it? Because that's kind of what's at stake here for them, at least in this series.
Well, speaking of things that's at stake, so maybe they don't want to focus more on the jungle bands or the marksman bands. It was all pointing or leaning towards down to Kyle Tease and Super Marco. So with that, not expecting a thing, that it was a different choice, they could open something up, maybe just one, or maybe consider something up for themselves. Either they steal something out of it, or adapt to something that what was missing. Again, in game number 1, Nice talked about how the replay go in maybe the first 1 to 2 minutes, that they were being diverted. They were following something. They wanted to get the kill. But if they stayed on to how they would make their laning stage work, it could be a balanced way of making things work in their own composition.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's more so now, even draft-wise, they're going to most likely be on the other side. They're going to have priority option.
Yeah.
But even with that priority option, we have to consider the fact that the hero pool, the possibility to, even with the Bane being picked up in the gold lane, and like I said, this is kind of what we're going to expect for these days ahead of us, is some surprises, at least in the gold lane, possibly the XP lane as well. Maybe even the roam, right? But the moral of the story here is at least from the draft, you've got to be able to, you have a couple options, literally bans to target what you want to.
Yeah.
But realistically, with how things have been going since the new update, it's still tough to deal with. And you just have to have that game plan, and you have to be able to execute it. Because even when it comes down to the super strong heroes or the meta picks from before, you know, that people like to play around with, still, if you can't match that speed, that rotational speed from your other team, or if, better yet, if you can set it yourself, if you're the team setting that pace, that's why we even heard it, right, from the coach earlier from Kazakhstan. A lot of that momentum play style is really highlighted right now, currently. That's what we're seeing. I believe that there still is other compositions out there and playstyles that still fit in this meta, but
Yeah.
so far from what we've seen is like some of these games that relatively build on momentum and end quite fast. So I'm not sure if Bangladesh wants to match that or just, again, go with something more alongside their play style, or if they want to go and have one of those high ground defensive compositions where even if they get it gets a little out of control, right? They're still in a position where they can make their way back into the game.
Well, speaking of making back in the game, Eve was present. Not banned, right? Also, Farce was okay. Was present as well. So if you want to poke something out from the Faramis, you need something for a burst that could actually deal or force something out for the Faramis to use the Cult Altar for most of the team fights that they've been doing, controlling over the lanes, poking everybody out in the team fights. So if they answer that correctly, the Lilia could be, or it could have a different
Lilia
option.
was tough.
It was tough, right?
It wasn't. It didn't work out.
Yeah, we can't sugarcoat the fact that we were looking something to show from that point.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a hard game for Lilia. So if they go with a route of burst and a good amount of thrust in their own way, by not missing out the train there, maybe they could end up as well as like Kazakhstan how did game number 1.
Yeah, I think part of it too is, again, we have to consider the fact that some of these picks, you know, we might have something in mind, but again, play style, comfort, Lilia just on paper it could have worked, but in the case where Lilia definitely needs time to kind of get momentum going in her own right, like and time. When that snowball already starts, you know, how do you deal with that? Because technically your damage doesn't hurt too much in the early game, right? You're kind of almost like a distraction, and then you're just looking to black shoes and then have someone basically capitalize off that, but that wasn't even there. So like you mentioned, there's other picks that could pop out here specifically for game 2.
Better options could be used by Team Bangladesh to even work it out in game number 2. So this is just our things that we looked upon on how they could actually bounce back in the game. So maybe at some point, let's accept the fact that that was a very good draft from Team Philippines. Now we adjust on who to trim down out of their way, because there's a lot of playmakers happening in the other side.
It's hard because we're almost in a similar position here, OSX, where the previous series, right? Like we saw a very dominant game 1.
Yeah.
And this one was even more dominant. Like, so when it comes to trying to like break that down, what it comes down to is just that snowball factor happened so quickly to the point where, again, it was a 5-6K gold lead. And we've seen plenty of MLBB games on the highest level out there where things turn around, even with a 10K gold lead. It is possible. But again, you need a certain type of things to fall in place for that to happen. And we do know that, once again, Team Philippines, they more often than not don't let that happen, right? So it's something, again, that has to be said. It's a challenge for Bangladesh, but it's not an impossible task. And that's why, you know, as we get prepped up for the draft for game number 2, it's really, you're kind of wondering, how do you change that? How do you at least put ourselves in a better position, just like Kazakhstan had to in the previous series, where they had to put themselves in a better position after losing pretty badly to their first game, right?
Yeah.
And they did that. They did exactly that. And was it the bans entirely? A little bit. You know, they had a couple targeted bans, but still, it was the execution in game that changed.
Execution, and also they were lacking vision as well.
Yeah.
Throughout the game, and respecting their own first pick there, it was the Arlet, right? The Arlet and the Beatrix. So with that kind of setup, when you're going up against a lane, you would want to disturb their own jungle cap to not even getting that objective or even the purple, because at most of the first 5 minutes, Kyle Teasy had a time is like taking all the purple even on the enemy count. So there are boxes, as you said in the first game, that needs to be checked once again.
There's always going to be boxes, right? And for any of the teams that are going to be playing here for the Asian Championship, for IESF, like that's really what you got to do. Some of the boxes already start, you know, in terms of this too, like Eve being banned, Fanny being taken out against Team Philippines. And that's a start, right? But because you have that first pick, the priority, there's so many options for first pick, to be honest, right? Like, let's be real. Before it was always like Fredrin, but now it's
a
changed.
different thing. It's
Right?
changing.
Yeah,
The time is changing.
everybody loved Fred basically before.
Who
you
wouldn't
know?
love him, right? Fredrin with all the things that he could do from the EXP, flexing out, XP, or even the jungle. Yep. Kyle, Flap, TZ, and Kyle chilling out. And Philippines saw a possible threat here. We was talking about how Eve was present in game number 2. Game number 1.
Yeah.
It's now banned
Yeah.
by Philippines.
Banned out again. Still, it looks like Bangladesh still going to be going guns.
Yeah.
Those are some guns there. But yeah, no. The fact that you're still seeing similar bans, you know, from Bangladesh. Like I said, it could just be the case of let's just be better in our execution. You know, like for the most part, even with the draft, it could have worked in theory from game 1, right? It could have, but you just needed things to fall into place the right way. And unfortunately for them, that didn't happen. What I would love to actually see change here for Bangladesh specifically is maybe you have yourself a utility jungler.
Yeah.
And still, I think like there's still a proper time and place, you know, for utility junglers to be in this meta, obviously.
Yeah.
Like we saw previously in the other series. Man, these guys have been hitting
Working
the
out.
gym.
Flexing all the muscles here. Flap TZ, yeah, that's one strong XP later.
Are they
right
trying
there.
to get a flex off with Bangladesh?
I think so.
Or is it with me? No.
Oh, somebody focus the camera back here to Naisu.
You know, no, it's funny because we saw them at dinner, right? They're like,
Yeah.
hey, big man.
Yeah. It is just how they're chilling, right? And also, it has been a thing. Like when the camera is at you, sometimes you do an opposing heart on the other side, so you can actually connect. That happened in the previous SEA games, but now it's a different thing.
Bangladesh is locked in, dude. Like I said, they, you know, obviously they're not going to feel happy about game number 1 at all. And so they want to be in a position where they just give themselves the best chance here to take it to a game 3. And for them, that looks like they want to go ahead and first pick the Fairness.
Yeah, stolen from Team Philippines that few used in game number 1. So a setup for maybe in their own way of building up this composition, sustain team fights just in case somebody invades them out. If somebody use a great XP later, look at that, Claude and Arlet stolen against Bangladesh. So, but this one, Super Marco gets his comfort pick. That's the Claude.
Again, we saw this band. Oh, there it is. As I was saying, right? Maybe just if you're Bangladesh, just bring out the utility. And I think it's actually a great option because you don't, at least even knowing your homework, like we said, you know, they probably did a lot of homework here against Team Philippines, but also just knowing how game 1 went, you want to be in a position where you're not so reliant on your buff. Because like we do know that Fredrin and, you know, a couple other utility junglers, like if you lose a buff or 2, it's not too bad.
Fine.
You know, it's not a big deal.
So it's good that either you miss breakfast, so they don't be being dependent mostly on the meals that they wanted to do. So this is a good adjustment for Bangladesh, right?
Yeah.
So with that, they paired up with a Grok, but okay, the Joy. Expecting it to also be in the jungle, right? Jungle Joy. For this one, for Team Philippines?
Man, honestly, it's still up in the air. Because, again, we've seen Arlot in the roam. Like, we have seen that pop up.
Yes.
That's why I don't want to just say, like, oh, yeah, this is, you know, this is going in the jungle or this is going to the speed lane. Like, we really have to see.
2 flex picks in Philippines. So with the Faramis being prioritized, so we're seeing Philippines adjusting to, we need damage to force out resources again for Bangladesh. It's the other way around now from game number 1. So with that, the Arlot being present in the hands of Flap TZ, flexing out his muscles right now on camera. So this is just purely on their comfort based and confidence, Naisu.
I like, too, that it looks like Team Philippines will just go ahead and maybe they ban out one more marksman. Leslie already taken out here. We know that Leslie always has the potential to really, like, pop off, especially if you can get that farm, you know, that you need. But it begs the question still, like, what do we expect from Bangladesh in terms of the gold lane? You know, that's something that's kind of up in the air now that you already know first phase. Hey, they locked in Claude. How do we want to play against that, right? Because we banned it previous game, so they obviously have a game plan against Claude. This time that it went through, they should be able to hopefully handle that, and we'll see that as we get to that second phase of the draft.
Banned out the Ling though from Bangladesh. Still expecting for the Joy to be in the mid lane or even even in the EXP lane. So they're going with the idea of the Arnold being the roam here. So with Philippines playing mind games game in this draft, with banning out the Terizla on their last or the second phase, so this is a different way of like they're pushing something out of Bangladesh to force out this Fredrin to just be on the jungle.
Like I don't also want to just say that this is going to be a jungle Fredrin, because like we have seen XP lane Fredrin as well.
A lot of opportunity,
Hey,
a lot of
that's what I'm saying.
possibilities.
Tons of flexibility.
Yeah.
Still open here. Not exactly sure. We will find out in just a little bit as we have finished up that second phase of bans. So we had those two, well, pretty much 3 jungle bans focused against Team Philippines. That last one being the Lancelot there alongside the Ling, like you mentioned. Meanwhile, you know, for Team Philippines, they're like, we don't want to deal with the Trizla. They take that out. Oh, this is what I was saying before Series 1 OSX.
What?
Florin.
Florin!
And I'll tell you why.
Back in the Philippines?
No, I'll tell you why.
Why?
It's the emblems.
Oh.
We're going to see the sustained game.
Okay.
The
Again,
healing game.
a bit of a history why I reacted that way. In the SEA Games, when the Philippines is doing a draft up against a team in getting the gold medal, Coach Duck even pointed or right in the desk that no more Florin.
Yeah,
so it's back.
I was watching that at home.
Right? And it's back in Team Philippines. And yes, you're probably right. It's the new emblem system that could suffice on how this could work. They played us on the playoffs. Now Bangladesh is responding with power.
There it is.
A faster way. Okay. We have a Martin, we have a Brody. How is this?
No. The first thing that grabbed my eye here was Alpha. Because I am a big fan of this hero, Alpha. I like to call him, you know, Alpha Dog 360, and he is just a menace to deal with. It's also going in the jungle, by the way, right? Now, on the other hand, like we were talking about,
3.
it is an XP lane Fredrin. That's what I was saying. You can't necessarily just place them, you know, automatically in a lane, because there's so much flexibility now, right?
Right.
So Mr. Ray still opting for utility, still following what we were saying they should change from game number 1, right? He goes with the Martez. I think that's still a great option. And meanwhile, you also lock in your Brody. So this is overall a better draft here for Bangladesh.
Okay, let's see how will they adapt here. Okay, adaptation, execution. We might see something good here for Bangladesh to how to bounce back in game number 2. So there was 3 heroes inside the Philippines that is so much flexible to use. Now we're going to be answered by this. Kyle TZ, Alpha in the jungle.
Oh man, I love it too. He's rolling with the Brave Smite emblem, Flap TBZ as well. So there's already going to be a ton of sustain paired with what Florin has in her kit. Bangladesh has to answer this, basically the healing problem that's going to happen here. Look at the rest of it, right? Even the tenacity, multiple tenacities that they have, not to mention just how tanky Kyle TZ is going to be. He's also got the tier 1 firmness, and, you know, so defensively they're going to be very strong.
Yeah.
There's a ton of agility being rolled in here from Bangladesh, plus the tenacity once again. So, you know, across the board, that's kind of what they're playing around with.
Wow.
And we'll see how that changes the course of this game.
Uniformed, they want mobility, they want something to counter for how Philippines went in game number 1. So probably they want reinforcements on their lane who needs help. But right in the mid lane, we're seeing 2 members from Team Philippines right now. XP lane on the focus, onto the camera. Surge and Flap TZ here. Oh, 2 XP lanes, but now flicker out from execution.
Oh no, this is going to be bad. Already going to get Retribution. First blood secured for Few. And that was a lot of just one-on-one, you know, top side before the backup came. The cavalry came up the top side.
Yeah. Now the focus on, we have 3 members of Team Philippines up top. We have the Florin, we have the Claude, and we have the Alpha. So the push and focus on the gold lane. Now, meanwhile, on the side of Bangladesh, holding still through. I say they're doing a great job on holding their lanes. Taking on the first game, responsibility to have a good counter in team fights right here. Again, Team Philippines on sustain. You need damage for that.
Yeah, you need damage. You need dominance ice as fast as possible too, because, you know, these early skirmishes are going to be tough to deal with for Bangladesh. If they can find pickoffs where they can, that would be great. But now as we get ready for that first turtle of the game, both gold laners just parking themselves up on the top side. So it's going to be a 4 versus 4. Keep an eye also on Ogwin, already going to be in trouble here. Flap TZ will go down. Bangladesh able to find a kill. Might be able to turn this into a turtle. We got to watch out for Few as well. Kyle Teasy trying to hold on, gonna get zoned out as best he can. Mr. Ray looking for it. KZ though secures the turtle. Bangladesh trying to hold on. Mr. Ray will fall, but Surge now holding back Kyle Teasy and Oakwood.
Wow. That is just purely adjustment for Bangladesh, adapting on how they were losing in game number 1. Now this is different. K7 was the only one who took that turtle, and that's the only way to see like, hey, the damage is with him, and in that close kinds of team fights, they're laying everything on the right path, and they're up against Philippines, who's on a sustained capability. The agility and the tenacity is holding those milliseconds in.
Yeah, there's going to be the ball view. Should be just fine, has the rhythm and beats. So they get set up for the next play around the map, still holding on to a very minor gold lead at the moment. But Bangladesh, you know, even what we've seen from the skirmishes so far, looking a lot better for this game.
Okay, speaking of looking a lot better, now gold lane, 4 members present, just in case. Do you want something good out, or do you want to take something out of Team Philippines? Now, getting on to the cramp point, who will take the last hit?
Okay.
Blaze.
Wow, Super Marco going to be just fine. BMI is out of there.
Ogwin secures it.
Yep.
Okay, EXP lane, now still cutting through the lanes. Normal responsibilities present here. Surge on the EXP, now possibly clearing through. Well, the focus is on up top, gold lane, 3 members in. 30 seconds for the second turtle to show up. Now, Philippines needs to build up with those damage need to go through. Again, 2 Brave Smites, but there's a catch here.
Oh, already Wild Charge going to come through. Bloom's also going to be used. Few now trying to join the party a little bit too late. Kyle Teasy does fall. Bangladesh finding another pickup. This is huge. It will lead into that turtle, but Kyle Teasy will be back up for it. Let's see how they play this one out.
Okay, speaking of playing it out, now we might see Kyle Teasy or Flap Teasy joining into the fights. Because one thing that they need to break here is the formation and how the sustaining game is working for K7. But meanwhile, Surge here is zoning out members of Team Philippines. Who would be the one here to take one? Look at that, Flap Teasy with the final slash being used.
Final slash going to come out already. Still going to be fighting. They should be able to secure this turtle, no problem. Looks like it will be so. Mr. Ray taking the second turtle of the game. Few pushing Max Surge, but nothing, no one going down just yet.
Okay, now securing the zone out potential of Team Bangladesh now could get high in terms of pushing 2 members out of Philippines. That could be Oakland, and that could be or Flap Teasy, because he used again the ultimate too early. Look at that.
Oh.
Will it connect?
Wow.
Yes, it will.
Execution, finding one with a torn apart memory. So the heal not going to be enough there either. Super Marco did go down. Now might be still looking to put pressure up there. Items-wise, too, you can see, right? Relatively gold is still even, but Bangladesh showing fighting form here. Also able to secure those objectives, building into those first items locked in. We'll see if they can still play around that with that lead that they're building, but they got to be careful, right? Team Philippines also securing a lot of their first items, working towards the second.
Yeah, War Act present for Kyle Teasy. Sustained team fight with a hit with few. Almost getting on the 3/4 of HP here, but controlling the river right now is different. Okay, Flap Teasy with an off-cam kill there, taking down Surge in the EXP lane.
Okay, so those moments are the mistakes, right, that you got to be really careful for. You know, and at that point too, with Bangladesh having these kills, the 3 kills that they have, working around it, trying to really build into the power spikes that they need for that mid-game. The great thing too is that K7, right, he's got that Cold Altar, so even if there's mistakes in terms of some of these early skirmishes, they still have somewhat of a safety net, if you will, right? So still going to be battling it out again. Third turtle going to be up shortly. A little 1v1 bottom side. Flap Teasy, Surge, I don't think anyone's going to go down here unless any of the team decide to respond.
Yeah.
So far, it's just a back and forth.
Yeah, back and forth, and to look up on the gold lead. Well, Philippines is not missing out. It's 3K gold lead. Yes, they were losing all the team fights and the pickoffs, but look at the economy. This is the mid to late game thing that you were mentioning, right? So that could be their answer in just sustaining all of this team fights that Bangladesh is dictating. So third turtle is up. Setup is coming in from Team Philippines. What's going to be happening?
Everyone going to be here. There's the Cold Altar already being dropped. Turtle going to be ignored. will get a reset. They still find the CC they're going to be looking for. Few going to jump in. There's the heal. The bloom comes down. Blaze will fall, followed by execution. And now it's Team Philippines looking to punish. Going to find another one with the spear. Mr. Ray will fall. 4 down for Bangladesh.
And just as that, turning things around with a lead, with a setup, converting that team fight that Bangladesh initiated now paved way for Team Philippines to take their first objective, securing the last turret and a push right in the first turret in the mid lane.
That's really what's tough here. I think we are going to be looking at a replay as well. Again, that was a crucial battle here. You know, and this was actually the 1v1 that was off camera here. Flapteezy and Surge going at it, using the final slash, able to get the kill. But this is the thing, right? Those moments, like I said, have to build up, right? They're building up, and Bangladesh now in a position where back's against the wall a little bit here. They've got to be able to respond to this, right? One of the tough things about Alpha going against him is his ultimate, that Spear of Alpha, is such a low cooldown.
Yeah.
And it's great CC potential as well. Now Mr. Ray already taken the brunt of the damage here. Already get the Cult Altar out. There's Kyle TZ, gonna focus him, finally finds him down. Super Marco getting the kill. Bangladesh is gonna get sandwiched here. Team Philippines looking to make a maneuver. There you go, they find execution too. Still gonna be going. Surge could be the next one. Spear of Alpha comes out again. Blaze will fall along Surge. 4 down for Bangladesh.
Few with the backline ambush, just using the electrifying beats to force Bangladesh to be on the protection of their own turret. 4 members fall down. There was no marksman. There was no jungler being present. They could have gone with the catch there, because how do you catch something that is a joy in this game? Well, probably a pin down from a Grok, probably sustaining the fight with K7's Cold Altar, but that happened too quickly.
Yeah.
This is the damage spike now, or the power spike of Team Philippines that we're seeing. 11-3. The gold lead almost 9K in almost 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, right now, I would say Bangladesh finding a little bit more time in this game number 2, but Mr. Ray taking the brunt of damage. There's the Spear of Alpha once again. Killing spree for Kyle TZ. And it's looking a very similar situation for Mr. Ray. Not going to be able to get any buffs at this point in the game. Lord is now up. Kyle TZ is going to make his way there. Should be able to just grab it uncontested. Execution, though. Able to get a tier 1 turret top side finally. Might still put the pressure up there. But right now, it's tough. It's tough. Team Philippines securing that first Lord of the game.
Yep. Bangladesh would not contest that objective in order to gain a push. Although Execution get a great way up top. No, being trapped into
Execution.
here.
Gonna flicker. Okay, so far so good. He actually escaped that. It could have been really bad.
The final slash. Flicker for safety. And with the aid of the Grok, just in case something could go wrong. Good reinforcement, good response for Bangladesh, but you don't want to be in the isolated parts of the map, or Team Philippines could easily hunt you down with the damage that they have. And there's a push in mid, there's a waves from top to bottom. Now Bangladesh needs to defend and find the right target.
Oh, what a huge final slash, placing him into the Spear of Alpha. And it's looking grim here for Bangladesh as more members are punished. Turret gonna go down. Lord, half health here, should get taken out. There's the Colt Holder coming down as well. Team Philippines still looking to end it. They get another kill. Blaze will follow. Surge trying to hold on here. And Team Philippines will take it in a sweep.
A strong start for the Philippines with a dominating match. 2-0, taking down Bangladesh. In day number 1, we've seen a debut picked right here, and we are seeing Filipinos present in our audience.
Yeah,
supporting Philippines.
Which reminds us, you know, we've been getting a lot of questions here, especially from, you know, supporters out here living in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Guys, you can come down to the venue, the SEF Arena, and watch with us over the course of these days. I believe it is just free of entry as well for the viewers.
Yeah, open, join, and support your country. We have a home court country. Oh, we have hosts, we have fans bringing out that, and it has the autograph of Coach Ducky, and we were seeing Team Siba coach, also friend, and coach, and also Boss Jab right here on our screens, present supporting Team Philippines, and also we have Kazakhstan as well, present in the audience. So a strong start, a debut pick, Alpha, and probably Coach Duck is rejoicing with that Florin pick, as he promised he won't use ever again.
Well, personally, I'm just happy to see Alpha. You know, we saw glimpses of him before pop up, especially after the update. But I think it is something that a lot of teams are actually going to consider going forward because, again, it just works so well even in the jungle like we saw, especially as the game goes on here. So, you know, those are 2 games, yes, OSX, where we saw a very dominant Philippines, but I would still say, you know, this is, again, the tournament overall. A lot of people, this is what they're expecting. So the best thing you can do is learn. If you have to face against the Philippines and you end up losing like this, you learn a lot from those losses, and hopefully you're able to adjust. Again, even for Bangladesh, right? There is plenty of time for them to continue to get points here in that single round robin. Again, 5 teams of the 8 will be going to Romania. So we'll see how that all plays out. Again, it's even from Series 1, we learned so much already, right? Yeah. So it's even from the Series 2, Philippines coming out with a dominant sweep, but still, who will be able to challenge them going forward?
We've seen a glimmer of hope there for Bangladesh, man. First few minutes, adjusting, they were punishing, but something that was missing is that Philippines was willing to give all the objectives, but seeing the goalie, it was still on their side. Execution, it's almost there. But you said the road to Romania could still be beautiful. 5 teams could still be there and represent their own country. So right now, into the first day, this is how you do things their way with a dominating way of Team Philippines.
For Team Philippines, I think, again, you know, even the teams that will be playing against them later or even tomorrow, there's a lot here that you can kind of learn. And to be honest, even for us, it's like, well, the draft now is even more of a risk because if you're focusing so much on a certain lane or a role, there's so much room now for experimentation, for flexibility, even from that first phase. We didn't necessarily know, right? Even with Bangladesh, was the Fredrin going in the jungle or not? Was it going to the XP lane, right?
Yeah.
The Martes being picked up. Now, you know, you have Alpha Bane popping up. You have other things in the gold lane. The Bane in the gold lane, right? I mean, stuff like that is going to continue to pop up, and I think that's what's so exciting where we are now.
Gold Bane.
Gold Bane, you know, where we are now with this meta developing.
Yeah. Development, adjustment. Well, this answers our question on how day 1 could work. Well, we're looking in Group B right now.
Yeah.
And Group A tomorrow, where we might see, could also adapt it and adjust it on what happened today. Probably watched, probably done your homework, but looking back on the replay here, there's moments of how Team Bangladesh would like to take on the early game. Do you want to step foot on that way of amping up their game?
These were good moments, right?
Yeah.
These were actually some good moments from Bangladesh. Of course, this was the 1v1 where Flapteasy takes out Surge, and things kind of started to fall apart around this, you know, because especially trading around the map, then you start to see that sustain as well. You know, the sustain versus the cult altar relationship is actually really interesting to see how that kind of ends up working. That was the heal right there. Look, and just it's massive, right? And then they just get collapsed on, and again, it's about 7.5 minutes in, things started to go really bad for Bangladesh here.
Yeah. And with this point, that few invaded their backline, pushed them all over their turret defense. This trapped out Bangladesh to even go back into the base because they saw a potential threat that they could actually sustain their own way of doing those initiations. But from 9 minutes in, it was too late. They would want to see a great avenue isolating members of Team Philippines. And this was a possible last clash that they needed to hold, but it didn't turn around.
Yeah, again, I mean, even the way that it works, right? You have a Florin that provides massive heal to the team. You also have her running the focusing mark, so you get that additional damage. And then if you looked, again, at the emblems, when we saw that breakdown from Tier 1 to Tier 3, there was so much it was very, I would say, tanky, right? Some of them were running the firmness. Some of them obviously had just a ton of sustain with the Brave Smite, and it works so well. So I'm actually curious if we see more of that Florin pop out for the days
Yeah.
ahead?
Florin popping out. And also a debut pick right here in IESF. That is the Alpha. And looking at our post-game stats here, it was an even take on the turtle kills, right? It was on the side of Bangladesh. Now the last one went into the Philippines. And it was a winning, a winning discipline that they wanted to do because they were falling behind on kills, but not on the gold. It was the last objective that they actually worked their way through the base of Bangladesh.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing too, because like even looking at the items, right? In terms of damage department, I just feel like execution. He had those moments where it was starting to show, even when he got that torn apart memory kill, right? But with the lineup that they had, it was tough to deal with the amount of early game sustain. And that's what I think is I mentioned this when we got into the game, was if you're Bangladesh, how do you deal with Philippines sustain? Because when you have that Florin, and then you have these heroes built the way they do, the emblems that they're running, the Brave Smite, and then they've got that firmness and, you know, just running with a more of a tanky sustain kind of lineup.
Yeah.
You have to be able to deal with that very early on and not let it get out of control. And that's why I think, you know, even early game, looking at that, it started in the right position for Bangladesh. But quickly, things kind of just fell apart mid to late game, and that's where the trouble was.
Yeah, control. That's the right word to hold that game if you are Team Bangladesh. You have the CC, you have the sustain. The good steal pick from that Faramis could really work. Man, they have all the answers. They have all the answers to keep up with the game, and they have the way to catch or even open up the back line of Team Philippines. But the front line for Philippines was too strong that they need to keep up with the burst or even the attack damage, which was lacking from almost like, what, 10 minutes or even 7 to 8, 9 minutes. So there's a lot of things that they need to check as Naisu's checkbox is going here.
Well, that's what I was saying, man. Like, part of it wasn't even that. It was just like there's so much sustainability. Even if you took the Florin out, like dealing with Alpha the way that he works, having that Brave Smite, and then just, you know, even some of the items that give him that regeneration that he needs, and then you pair the Florin with that, it's really tough to deal with. So I'm wondering now exactly how teams want to deal with Florin if she pops up again, because I don't think it's only Florin. And I actually saw, you know, some of the analysis on Florin since the update online, and people were pointing this out, like, hey, Florin is actually a big threat right now, and we might see that rise once again of some of these metas that are healing-based metas, you know, and we know what teams around the world love to play around that style,
healing heroes,
that healing meta, and that's the thing. So you got Florin, now the question is, well, what about, and that's why I think Minnow pops up a little bit, and then you see also, you have the Estes, of course, right? Who's to say
that
we
could
actually
show.
maybe one day we see Rafaela pop up.
Oh yeah. So if you want things to go your way, you need to have that sustained hero. So they were confident. Team Philippines was so confident. Okay, let go of the Faramis. They have the Florin, a global scale of reinforcing the heal. So this points out that with the new adjustment of the emblem system, you need to utilize more of the metas that could actually go your way. Assassin picks, you have the burst, you have the ways of dealing with control. So maybe with that, we still have few more days to see the adjustment of our teams who lost today and bounce back the next day.
But that's a problem too. Like you mentioned, even with the assassin junglers, and we talked about this, like the reliance so much on especially the purple buff or the orange buff. It's not fun when you're dealing with so much pressure in your jungle, right? And before we used to see relatively, like a lot of that focus would be with heroes utilizing like Diggy or Hilda to put pressure on the jungle. But now you just see teams doing it, you know, together, like the communication to put pressure there. And if it's a hero that really relies on the buffs, honestly, it's so tough to get. And that's why I did say that Fredrin popped up, or even the Martez. It was nice.
It was a good option.
But unfortunately, like, you don't have enough of that damage, especially you're relying on Brody, right? Or you have, of course, that Faramis. You didn't have enough damage to answer the sustainability. So the question is going to be, as we go on, and if we see more of Florin or any more healing sustainability lineups, what is that answer? Like, is Dominance Ice enough for some of the items that we have in the game enough, you know, to deal with the sustain right now?
That's a good question. Is Dominance Ice enough? We'll leave it here for this match to be even answered the next days, because if Dominance Ice would be the answer for, like, taking out the healing and the attack speed, what could be the other option for them? Will they answer with a damage? Will they answer with burst? Will they answer with a hybrid composition that Emblems, my God, keeps on going and going on combinations that could be an answer for the teams who's willing to adapt from the loss in this one? Because they would actually take this opportunity to even learn from the best, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be amazing to see once again how the days ahead of us kind of unfold, you know, and exactly what's in store for the rest as we move forward of this tournament.
Yeah, moving forward, we're about to see Group A on the succeeding days because right now we still have games running.
Yeah.
For this moment. So we're looking forward for the results as you go and see your updates on the IESF page. As we go on with the games, we'll keep you updated on how this meta or even action continues to go through. Because from Group A, from Group B, that's where Cambodia is, right? So we're seeing more of the possibilities, but right now, let's throw it over to our stage with Team Philippines for their winning interview.
حياكم الله جميعا، شكرا لكم اخواني المعلقين والمحللين ايضا. سمعنا كلامهم قديش كان مهم ومؤثر بخصوص انتصار تيم او منتخب فلبين بعد ما فازوا في المواجهه الاخيره بنتيجه 2-0. ومعنا الكوتش دكي بعد ما فازوا في المباراة الأخيرة. حابين نسأله أنا وبراء بعض الأسئلة، فخلينا نسمع يا براء إيش اللي بيكون عندك من ناحية الأسئلة للمدرب الفلبيني.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. So first of all, congratulations. You know, it seemed like a smooth ride and all of that. So how do you feel winning this match?
I kind of feel relieved that, you know, we won our opening match in this tournament. So I hope everything goes well moving forward.
Great stuff. So now as the confidence is there, smooth, all is cool, all is well, and being here right now in Riyadh. So do you have maybe certain surprises coming up in the coming matches?
I can't say, but, you know, to all the teams participating here today, so, you know, watch out for other strategies that we might have in our pockets. So, yeah, be careful.
Be careful. تصور يا وجيه الحذر واجب معاهم، فايش رايك انت؟
يا ساتر، كأنه من كلامه قاعد حتى عنه احنا ما مو خصم لهم لاني خفت منهم.
صدق.
فانا عندي سؤال بسيط بخصوص انهم فازوا بنتيجه 2-0، ما فازوا بنتيجه 2-1. لا، فغالبا انا ودي اسالهم عن العامل النفسي، ايش ممكن يصير معهم في الايام الجايه طالما انهم فازوا بنتيجه 2-0. فانا اتوقع انهم بيكونوا رايقين ومرتاحين. فكيف بيكون يتصورون المباراه الجايه اللي بالنسبه لهم في المباراه الجايه؟
It seems everybody's pretty much, as Wajih said, it's like we're visualizing the fact that you guys are cool and calm and all of that. But it's like psychologically speaking right now, how do you see yourself in the coming matches? I mean, it's smooth, it's not. Do you think you have, I know he said be careful, but psychologically speaking, what do you have to say?
Well, we're actually taking it real easy because, you know, we have a long month ahead of us, so we still got tournaments coming right after this IESF qualifier. So, you know, we're just taking it easy, one day at a time, one match at a time. So, yeah, that's how we're doing it right now. That's how we're doing it right now.
I love that. One day at a time, baby steps, keeping it simple and cool. I love that. Now, before we even like pretty much go to the next segment, bro, Florine, what was that about, man? like we saw that happening. It seems something is happening back home with that. So what's your comments?
So there's like this bad rap about Florin back home in Southeast Asia. I think we pretty much contributed to the fact that, you know, Florin is looked down upon recently because we, you know, lost a lot of matches with a hero. But, you know, we just wanted to show that the hero is still viable. So, yeah, I think the hero is still viable and she's cute.
She is definitely. تصور يا وجيه شخصية فلورين استخدموها كذا مرة كبطلة في اللعبة، بس خسروا معاها وايد، بس هالمرة بينوا للجميع ان تقدر تستخدم نفس الشخصية وبعد تفوز. ايش قولك؟
اكيد انه بيكون لكل منتخب وكل فريق بيكون عنده استراتيجيات يعني مختلفه، واكيد كل فريق هو ابخص يعني من ناحيه اختيارهم للشخصيه، بالذات ان سمعنا كلامه وشفنا كيف برضو كلامه صراحه كان يعني مؤثر في المباراه، وشفنا قديش كان المستوى يعني مختلف واخذ المباراه بنتيجه 2-0. فالى الان فلبين صح انهم قدروا يفوزون، ولكن بنغلاديش ترى ما يعني انهم خسروا في هذه البطوله او طلعوا، لان ما زلنا في الجروب ستيج، فبنشوف ايش ممكن يصير في الايام الجايه.
As Wajih just noted right now, pretty much even when Bangladesh, there's a lot coming up, though ER win the group stage of the competitions. So I think you learned an Arabic word. So I think maybe, I'm not sure, but I heard it several times. You pronounce it right. So, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
But in Saudi.
Can you say it again?
جاهزين.
No. Say it again. Like, are you ready?
Oh, yeah, of course. Take two. Let's go with that. Yeah. On 3, 2, 1. Are you ready?
Jazing.
Jazzy, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to work on that even more and more, definitely, ladies and gentlemen. So, Waji, he is جاهز.
هيز جاهز.
واحنا جاهزين.
واحنا جاهزين.
وشلون عنك؟
ودنا ناخذ بريك بسيط عشان نشوف ايش ممكن يصير في الايام والمباريات الجايه.
Inshallah. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a break and we'll be back with the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship happening right here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We'll see you after a break.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
اهلا وسهلا حياكم الله جميعا اعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام ورجعنا لكم مره اخرى معاكم اخوكم وجيه ومقدمنا الرهيب البراء. ولكن شفنا المباريات الماضيه في لعبه ليجندز موبايل وشفنا المنافسات قديش كانت شرسه، والمباراه الاولى كانت لصالح كازاخستان بانتصارهم بنتيجه 2-1 ضد المنتخب السعودي، وعندنا المباراه الثانيه الفلبين قدروا انهم ينتصرون بنتيجه 2-0 ضد بنغلاديش. اما الان يا اخوي براء واعزائي المشاهدين بتكون عندنا لعبه دوتا 2.
صح كلامك وجيه ويعطيك ألف عافية. Ladies and gentlemen, we saw what happened in the first segment of the day, the first half itself with Mobile Legends. It was such a bang pretty much to have it right here. And we saw a lot of things happening, which the first match was with Kazakhstan going against KSA, winning 2-1. And then we had the Philippines going against Bangladesh with 2-0. But now we're going to have Dota 2. And pretty much we're going to call in the teams. جاهز يا وجيه؟
كلنا جاهزين اكيد.
Let's go then,
Let's go.
ladies and gentlemen. Now, bring together and put your hands right now for the first team coming here in the first match for Dota 2. Let's hear it for Jordan.
تحيه قويه لمنتخب الاردن. أول مباراة في لعبة دوتا 2 لهذا اليوم، وأكيد منتخب الأردن جاهزين بكامل الاستعدادات، ولكن حابين نتعرف عن فريق خصمهم. تحية قوية لمنتخب المملكة العربية السعودية.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Saudi Arabia. Oh, it's happening, ladies and gentlemen. Jordan going against Saudi Arabia right here in the first match of Dota 2 at the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship. What's going to happen? We'll see that in a bit as we're going to pass it on to our casters.
أعزائي المشاهدين مباراة بتكون جدا قوية بالذات أن استفتاحية هذه البطولة وهذه المواجهة ضد منتخب الأردن ضد السعودية. فأعزائي المشاهدين كلنا متحمسين أن ندخل على المباراة، فخلونا نتوجه لإخواني المعلقين.
Thank you very much. Coming into the first matchup here in IESF Asian Championship, it is the Jordanian team against the Saudi Arabian team. It's going to be a fun one. It's a lot of familiar names if you've been watching the region, a lot of familiar names for myself and my co-analyst, Black, as, you know, we've seen a couple of these guys before, and I'm kind of excited to get it started on this one because, you know, we were playing ping pong earlier with a couple of these guys from both teams, and it's kind of exciting more so for you because you were beating everybody in ping pong. For me, I'm here for the Dota, not the ping pong, and maybe ping pong's just not my thing.
I mean, truth be told, though, I did lose to the Saudi Arabians pretty hard. Like, they're really good.
They were teaching you, though. They were, you know, a little bit of backspin, some tricks, and it looked like you were learning. And now it's time for us to learn more about these teams because, you know, it's BO1s. It's something that we talk about a lot when you talk about the BO1 situation where anything can happen because there isn't a series to learn the series meta. I know there's always like a tournament meta. There's always the meta that exists just in general. But coming into this, it's going to be interesting to see what these teams want to go to. I know there's a couple tinker pickers out there that we've been talking about. And that's one of those 10th pick gotcha picks that I'm thinking we're going to see in this BO1 between these two teams.
Yeah, it's possible that we see a Tinker. It's possible that we see a Meepo as well. I mean, especially when the Philippines are playing. It's one of their special heroes. But in BO1s in general, especially when you're not like a super trained team, like I don't know how much practice all of these teams had together. But if you're not super practiced, one of these cheese picks becomes just that much harder to deal with, you know. So many of these players have one hero, I'm almost certain of it, like whether it's a carry position, support position, or a mid laner, that is just going to be a cheese pick, whether it's a Husker, or, I mean, Brute is not really a cheese anymore, I guess everyone is pretty used to that, but one of these heroes can easily control the game, completely dominate from start to finish, and I do think we're going to see quite a bit of them, especially in those BO1s.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what we get here because definitely the meta has really been established. It exists throughout the Bali Major that has just finished with Gaming Gladiators taking that. It existed through the DPC that was before that. The really interesting part is how much they're going to stick to that because you watch these games and it feels like you've got Undying Medusa, Naga Siren in every game, Morphling comes out, and you're just thinking to yourself, can I see something different? Please, 21, can you do something for me? Can you show me something different? And honestly, that's all I hope for. I don't know what it is, and maybe it's because the meta's been around for already a long time, even though the last meta existed for over a year and we were kind of watching the same Dota for a while. But I want something different. Give me, you know, a little bit of Lion has been showing up here and there instead of your Pugna, instead of maybe, you know, a Shadow Shaman. I'd love to see that as well. That gives you that hex that people are looking for, but other than Tinker, other than Meepo, what's a hero that you're looking maybe sneaks into one of these drafts?
We have seen a little bit of my favorite hero, which is Pudge, for quite a long time. I mean, Anti-Mage, I have top 3, right? Pudge, Anti-Mage, and Walker. I love all of them equally. You know, sharing is caring, gotta share your love.
Of course.
But ultimately, the reason why these heroes aren't picked as much over the others is just lane control, and winning your lane is so important right now. Every kill you get is just worth 2 creep waves or even more. And it's just insurmountable that you do win your lane. That's why we see these Undying, Skyrath, Techies, probably one of the biggest patch winners ever.
Yep.
The Techies, picked in every game, banned in almost every game. It's just crazy the amount of damage you can output at level 6. It's like 1500 burst damage from a +4 support hero. Like even mid heroes can't do that.
Yeah, it's not even just that too. It's the blast off at level 3 because you want to get 2 levels in that. Level 1, yeah, you can go and you can fight and you can maybe get an exchange going. But Techies at level 3 feels like a really strong hero. This is a hero that everybody on Reddit, everybody on Twitter, it's like, oh, this is a toxic hero. Why? Come on, guys. Why are you picking this? You know, why are you griefing every single one of my games with Techies? And now he's the most picked hero in Dota. I don't think I ever thought that was going to happen. I didn't think, oh, you know what? It's going to be the most banned picked hero by not even a small margin. It's not 20 games. It's not 30 games. It's like 100 games of the DPC. And it's Techies. It's so frustrating. I hate this hero. I can't stand watching this hero be successful. But there are players on a bunch of these teams that are going to be playing and are good at playing Techies, which I don't know if you want, like, I don't think I'd want B-Cop good at playing Techies ever around my name or anything like that. I don't want to be known as the Techies picker because that's just
bad for your dating profile.
Yeah, it's. I don't think. No, yeah, definitely bad for my dating profile. Hey, would you like to go out? I play Techies. No? Okay, cool. I should have said Invoker. I'm sorry.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
Maybe next time. You know, I mean, you could also just lie. You know, I play the coolest heroes in the game. I play Terrorblade every game. I play Anti-Mage every game. I play heroes that are quote-unquote super bad. I'm still winning with them.
Yeah,
I'm the biggest chat.
Exactly. I'm trying to get that done. You know, I've been playing a lot of Lich. That seems to be a support that is definitely out there. Yeah. It's one that, honestly, lane dominates. I think I definitely learned from you and others, if you're not using your mana as a support, you're not helping the lane enough. And Lich is one of those heroes that wants to be out of mana all the time. Yeah. And I know I don't play it right in my pubs because I'm buying Ag's first item. That you're not going to really see that, but you know, I'm hoping maybe there's a player on these two teams that's going to be playing Lich, and we do have the rosters available for us to take a look at. So we're going to take a look here at the Jordanian roster. Definitely some familiar names in there on this roster with Mage. You've got Nagato, Taz, Aframouge, Isla, all here on the Jordanian team. And, you know, I've been watching a lot of Isla play for CW Esports in the Division 2 for North America. And he's impressed me. That CW squad was very impressive this year. And I know you were talking about Aframouge we were walking in and even Mage. You had a lot of good things to say about those two players.
Yeah, I've been good friends with them for quite a while. And especially Mage. He's had his stint in pro teams here and there. And he's been doing really well for himself. Like, he is a very high MMR, and he's also one of those guys that does play these cheese picks every now and then. Right. These Tinkers, these Meepos. And I don't know how many people actually witnessed that interview, but Insania said, Western Europe is doing so well because we're the only region that actually wants to cheat every game.
Right.
But taking a quick look at the KSA team, some of our friends as well. We have met them last Riyadh Masters.
Yeah. Taking a look, Heyman was, not he didn't do well against us when we played the show match at the Riyadh Masters. But these guys, a couple of them, especially Madfrog, P1, they've played in the Saudi E-League. They've played together at times. I know those rosters kind of change a little bit, but there is experience there. And, maybe that's something that's going to give them a leg up, especially, again, I keep reiterating the point, talking about BO1s, is the chemistry with this team going to be enough to beat the Jordanian roster? Because you look at guys like Mage and Afromush, and that's a scary competition of guys to go up against. But when you've got experience with P1 and Heyman, I think you're really kind of looking pretty good. You get that advantage, a little bit of the chemistry advantage going on with this squad.
Yeah, I do have to say, though, I do believe that they might have an edge over the other teams because they aren't really out there in the international competition, I think these 5 players actually have been playing together for quite a while, so the team chemistry might just be on the next level to beat teams like Philippines, to beat teams like Jordan. And I don't know how important it's going to be, like the team chemistry, but I did also speak to our Arabian co-casters or for the Arabian stream, and they said they're really high MMR players. They have like 9K players, they have 3 8K players, so they're not bad players by any means. And if their team chemistry can shine through, they could easily take a BO1 off anyone.
Yeah, I think that's what the most exciting part is here with these BO1s is that anything can happen. In the group stage for the major, it's BO2s. It's kind of, you saw what happened last time. Now we're going to beat you with this. You don't get that opportunity with BO1s. You have to really be confident with your draft. And I think bans are going to be maybe a little bit shaded away from the meta. You're going to see more bans that are player-oriented. More so, we see that you spam this in your pubs all the time. Okay, banned. Take that out of here. Oh, you're a gyro player, not part of the meta? Get that out of here. We're not playing with that. And I think, truthfully, you're not going to see your normal, strict, meta-focused Dota. And, again, I think I've said it 10 times already. I'm excited to see what's going to be different. I'm excited to see what BO1s are going to bring us. And truthfully, I'm looking towards this mid matchup because I think we're going to see a lot of complexity here because we've seen Puck, Queen of Pain, Storm, Ember is really, the 4 basics of playing mid lane at the moment, and it's all mobility. That's the name of the game coming out of mid.
It's all mobility, it's all snowball, and arguably on the both of the best players of each individual team. Like Heyman is insanely good and Mage is also incredible. So whoever can maybe sneak in a solo kill here and there, then gank the side lane, snowball out of control, could easily take over the game and then clench the series for your team. BO1s are so unforgiving. Just remember, in this group stage, only 2 teams go through. Which means 2 losses, you're out. Like, you cannot afford any single mistake.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to not even just win these games, but stay in the mental game. If you lose this first BO1, there's so much more pressure going on further into the group stage because, like you said, top 2 teams, they make the playoffs. 3rd place team from both groups, they play each other in a 5th, 6th matchup where one of those teams ends up going to Romania. And when you win the first one, just the pressure is off. You can kind of relax a little bit, get yourself feeling comfortable for the next one, and honestly, maybe even show something that you're not going to use in that next BO1, but you use it here in that first one where not a lot of information is had, and you sneak something in. And I'm still thinking Meepo, I'm still thinking Tinker, because you were saying it, and I'm excited to see those heroes. It's really what I want to see with both these teams. And going off the mid lane now to the off lane is something I really want to talk about because carries, you have your moment. We could talk about something else, and off lane just feels like it's auras. It's the same thing all the time out of these heroes, right?
Yeah, it's usually always auras, except when you do have this group models who can transition to a right click. Here's a little group overview.
Yeah, it's Group A with Australia, Myanmar, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia, and then Group B, which feels like kind of the group of death here. It's the Philippines, Kazakhstan, India, and Mongolia. I mean, Mongolia, they're basically a Div 2 team that has played together for a while. The Philippines is Polaris, who got, basically a full team that got promoted in the Division 2 from the DPC on this one. And for them, this is probably high-stakes scrims, right?
Yeah,
they're looking at TI qualifiers coming into August as well. So it's going to be interesting for them how they're going to play it. I think when you look at a team like that has, the availability to also go to TI with an event like this happening and coinciding, you're going to see more of a strict meta draft from that team, I would say, because that's what they're looking forward towards, right?
Yeah, I would say so. And also, it speaks volumes about your confidence. Like, if you really strictly stick to that meta and you first pick that Medusa, that does have quite a bit of counters, It does require a lot of team play to get through. If you pick that, you are confidently making a statement that we're better than you. We can just play standard and beat you.
Yeah, I think the important part here is first pick as well. You want to be able to, especially if you're picking a Medusa draft, you want to have pick 4, right?
Yeah.
You get that first pick, normally an Undying. I'm going to call it right now, Undying. And then 2 picks happen, whatever the other team wants to play. And then you're picking up Medusa. But then you have those 3 bans available to you, and that's what's really important when you're picking a Medusa lineup. You want to get rid of those mana depletion heroes, a.k.a. Anti-Mage. He hates mages. He hates mana. He hates Medusa, who is built basically just off having mana. Because I don't know if you guys have seen this. For all you guys who don't know Dota coming into this, Medusa has like a 200 HP pool in the beginning of the game, which was a joke at the beginning. But then you feel like, oh, the mana shield blocks what? It's 0.9 of every 1 damage or something like that. It's insane. It really is. Oh, wait, we don't just kill the 200 hero HP hero in my lane? No, I don't. Now I have to be worried because come 20 minutes into the game, some Medusas are willing to fight. And that's a scary proposition when you're the other side, again, in that heavy context of a BO1.
Yeah, but that's why the hero is so strong right now.
Yeah.
As you said, minute 20, that is actually really early for a hard carry like Dusa. Yeah. But Dusa farms so fast, she gets Manta, Butterfly in that timing, literally just goes for Roshan, takes a tier 3 tower. Oh, we can't end the game. Doesn't matter. I'm basically the king of late game. We don't have to end the game. We just keep you in your base. We outfarm you. Next Roshan, then we end the game. Because now mana is your health pool. There's so many mana refilling heroes in the game. You have the what's it called? Pugna, but the neutral item, not the neutral item, the mango, the enchanted, the lotuses.
Yeah,
the lotuses.
The lotus petals,
which your team can feed to you.
Yeah, 3-6 minutes. That's going to be the laning phase. You want to be picking up those lotus petals or those healing lotuses, and you really want to make sure you have control of the lane, and that comes from picking up like an Undying, right? Where you're able to hit decays, throw out a tombstone. Hey, you really don't want to be in this area. I'm going to pick up the healing lotus, and that's going to be our advantage for us, gives us the mana, gives us HP, and we can keep running at you. And that's something that I really want to talk about as well, is supports that are lane dominators. Undying is certainly one of those lane dominators. Level 3, you run at them, you've got yourself your tombstone ready to go. It's a high cooldown, but it is something that helps you chase. Who else is a lane dominator when it comes to supports?
Techies for sure.
Yeah.
Like, he's probably my number 1 actually in this patch. You have the sticky bomb, you have the blast off at level 2. Even at level 3, I think you burst for about 400 damage, which is insane for a +4 hero. You couple it up with like a Mars, you have a spear and a rebuke. That's like 700 damage in your face. Most heroes can't take that. They just die.
It's insane. Like, Techies has just become this ultimate support hero. And then, honestly, later in the game, when you pick up that shard, you have the upgraded reactive taser, which really does neutralize a lot of cores. It's insane. Like, I don't understand how a hero like this, first of all, was made, buffed about this much. I don't. Come on, Ice Rock.
Let me ask you a question.
Take Techies out of here, please.
Do you like the old Techies more or the new one in terms of which one is more toxic? Because the new one has a lot of really bad things going for it.
See, the new one's good. But the old one, you knew when people picked it, they were toxic. Now I don't think you're so toxic for picking Techies these days.
Really?
A little bit. I think, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt, right?
No, we don't do that.
It's not I place 100 mines all over the map, and then I get to level 25, and they had, 25 movement speed, and you just slowly have them scuttle all the way to the base and basically take towers. Or, you wanted to play a quick one before bed, 30-minute game? No, I picked Techies, and now this is a 100-minute game because I'm playing Minesweeper and Tower Defense. That doesn't happen with the new Techies as much. It's still kind of ridiculous in what he's able to do with the proximity mines. We saw that at the Bali Major. They were able to, I think it was Aster, who over at the gate put 4 mines and killed a core. And then they won the game off that. That's not supposed to happen with the Techies. We need to stop talking about Techies. I don't have it in my heart to talk about this hero anymore, and we're going to see him anyway, so we're going to be talking about him later, right?
well, he might be banned every game. Because honestly, he's really contested right now. And whoever gets that hero, I mean, in my book, they're favored, honestly. I don't know, not even Skyroth bursts as much damage as a Techie does at level 6. You jump in, 3 proximity mines, 400 damage each, stacking magic resistance reduction debuff. Like, what else do you want? You have a reactive taser that ruins all the auto-attacking cores, like especially Naga Siren, all these illusion heroes. Like, as you said, absolutely hate it. Let's stop talking about them. Let's talk about Skyroth Mage instead.
Yeah, Skyroth is definitely one of those big supports, has that level 6, the Mystic Flare, which most of the time, if you're used to watching Dota, you don't see on your screen. I don't know why. It just seems like one of those abilities that hasn't been fixed. But it bursts down, it does a lot of damage, and really the most important part of the Skyroth Mage is that instant silence. I think that's used a lot against what we talked about in the mid lane, those mobile mids, Queen of Pain, Puck, Ember, Storm. You want to be able to get those early silences, and it forces them into a position where they are maybe looking at a different build. Lincoln's is one of those things that we talked about during the rehearsal where it's like, all right, now I have to build a little bit more defensively, and I can't be as aggressive with my hero because the Skyroth Mage exists in my game.
Yeah, crippling your item build is definitely something you never want to do, obviously. You play Quap against Skyroth, suddenly you have to build like a Yule Scepter if you don't snowball, and then you die all the time because you have to build Yule Scepter instead of an Aghanim, so you don't have the HP pool. But what you said is very important about the mobility mids. I'm very surprised that we don't see Lion as much. He is not the greatest laner, but he's not terrible. He has 2 stuns, he has good right-click damage, good right-click attack speed. But especially against these Nagas and Dusas, and all these spirits that we see, like mana drain is invaluable, and you have all these disables to top it off. Like, I think Lion could make a resurgence maybe later, but again, you face like an Undying, you can't do anything.
Yeah, but I think Lion still kind of fits what you want, right? Like, the reason a lot of players are picking Pugna is because you can life drain your allies, and that's what you want. You want to be the battery. Oh, my Storm's out of mana. All right, here I come. I'm the Pugna. Fill you up, and then you owe me 375, and you're on your way. But Lion, level 15, that talent where you can mana drain your allies and give them that mana, pretty much the same thing, right? Like, you give that mana over and you're doing the same job for most of it. But Lion still not picked as much. Maybe they're just not feeling him as a support, but he's got burst damage, he's got a Hex, he has a stun. Maybe with like a Mars, I could see him really standing out, right?
It could work. It's just the problem is, as we said, laning. Like, Pugna has a Pugna ward for laning, which is insane. You can't really trade. You put the ward down. Then you first have to destroy it while they're just auto-attacking you. Like, Pugna is just an insane hero. Right now, it's probably one of the weirdest metas I've seen in terms of what's really, really viable and just picked all the time. Yeah. Like if you see a Pugna, you're going to be sure to see like 2 or 3 answers on the enemy team for that Pugna. Could be a Silencer to silence you when you want to drain someone. It could be Storm to jump on you. You will be mega countered as a support, which usually doesn't happen as much, or in the past didn't happen as much.
It feels like the focus is more on the cores normally, but yeah, you need to be able to take care of those supports, and that's something that we've been seeing a lot more of. Also, for me at least with the meta, it feels like the hero viability pool is very small. We're seeing 30, 40 heroes really putting pressure in the meta. Yeah, you have some outliers, you have some heroes, some teams that are showing a little bit different opportunity for some heroes, but for the most part, it does feel like it's 30, 40 heroes and that's it, which is crazy because there's so many heroes in this game.
Yeah, I think the outliers that we're talking about is really just, you need to be an absolute hero specialist to make that work.
Yeah.
Like, most of the time to make a hero work professionally, I would say you probably need to play it at like a 85, 90% capacity. But if you want to make these non-meta heroes work right now, just because they're so much riskier and so much weaker, especially in early phases, you really need to be able to play them at 100, 110% even. Like, you need to know the itemization perfectly against the enemy lineup. You need to basically play an almost perfect game in order to make it work. And some people can do that, but most of them are just like not really one-trick ponies, you know, like they want to play the meta, they want to overall just show that they're really good at making sure that they know exactly what to do. Yeah. And yeah, it's a tough game to play, honestly. Like, if you want to break the meta, it's really hard. Like, Game and Gladiators could maybe do that, but honestly, they're just playing the meta too. They're just better than you. You know, they're like shoving it down, and you can't stop them. Like they're just pushing you into your base.
Nobody
You
has.
don't? Yeah.
No, nobody
3
has
majors,
stopped.
man.
That's insane. We've only seen it like one other time-ish, kinda, but really, it's been Gaming Gladiators' year, and they really aren't throwing anything too unique, I would say, into the mix. Sometimes we see like a Visage in the off lane. I think they're more like the team is more capable of having like a 4 position, go to say Guardian Greaves, that will be the aura builder, and they're willing to bring offlaners into the fact that, you know, they want to have something a little bit different in the build. And we've seen with Broodmother, you want to get Harpoon early on, you want to be able to run at these heroes, and if you're going to be getting Harpoon early on with the Broodmother, that means, hey, my 4 or 5 position has to be going into the Guardian Greaves, or maybe getting something a little bit different. I've seen a couple Solar Crests. I don't know if you think that's a good item. I'm seeing some of it. It feels like it's kind of coming back a little bit, but a lot of Spirit Vessels built by the 4 or 5 position.
Yeah.
You know, when offlaners are pretty much building those auras exclusively, but when you're able to get around that, I think that does open up the lane for offlaners.
Yeah, especially you have a more right-clicky core, as you said, the Broodmother, maybe the Mars can even transition to like an earlier BKB and then AC and start right-clicking heroes. But yeah, what you said is very true. Like itemization right now in Dota is so important. Like if the enemy team has like an IO, you need that vessel to really mitigate all that healing.
Oh, yeah.
If they don't have an IO and you need more mobility first, you know, maybe a Blink Dagger first comes in handy. Or you have a hard carry Medusa, oh yeah, now it's a good Solar Crest game. Like you need to be absolutely sure that the item that you're going for is worth it, because you're absorbing a lot of money, and if you're practically wasting it for an item that doesn't really do much for your team, you're going to be behind.
Yeah, and we've been seeing a little bit of different mids. I know I've talked a lot about mobility mids, but one that comes to mind when I think about it is DK. He's really like that China region last pick. We've seen that a lot of times. I mean, especially in the past when DK seemed to be the end-all be-all to mid players or mid heroes. But we've been seeing more of that. He gives a stun. He's one of those heroes that you were talking about. Maybe buys a Blink Dagger, has that initiation. He is tanky, and truthfully, he takes buildings pretty well as well. And when you're able to take objectives, that's also one of the most important things of the game that we haven't talked about at all throughout all of this is objective taking cores. Like DK definitely feels to be one of those top guys when it comes to pushing towers and maybe moving around the map and getting a little bit more, because I've seen a couple times DK's 6-7 minutes, that first Elder Dragon form, especially if they get some help with you know, moving over mid, which we see a lot with supports coming over, they can take a tower very early on.
Yeah, as you said, like it's a very free setup usually. You just pop Dragon Form, you stun the guy, Techies jumps in, or Skyroth comes from the side, or maybe even an Undying just run through the tower, put the Tombstone down. Yeah. There's like so many things that you can do, and ultimately, if you do get that early tower down in like 6-7 minutes, you have so much map control, which is also why Pugna is so popular. Like not only do you lane well and you become that battery for your team in the mid game, but you also take towers incredibly well. That's why Broodmother is so popular. But in general, I do think teams are much more willing to just take a backseat right now and farm, because a lot of these carries that you see, Morphling, Medusa, Naga Siren, they will start taking buildings by themselves when they're ready, which is usually like 15, 20 minutes. They're ready to fight. Okay, they're hitting towers. If you don't engage us, your buildings will fall.
Yeah, and it's really been a little bit like these supports with Pugna. He's a support that can gain levels by himself. You shift him over to an empty lane. He's using Nether Blast to not only take towers, because he can take towers on his own if you give him enough space to do so, but then he's getting himself level 6, 7, 8. And one of the most important things about getting those early levels with supports is those Wisdom Runes, which I've been seeing a lot of them be swiped by the other team. And those first Wisdom Runes is the difference between being able to fight at, say, minute 8, 9, and really not having a support at level 6 till about 12 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's basically 2 times 280 experience, which, if you want to look at it from a very simple point of view, is the difference between level 5 and level 6. Yeah. You know, and having those ultimates available very early just means your team is so much stronger in those fights. Like, imagine if a Techies, this is the craziest Techies game I've seen at Bali, by the way. He was like level 6 at minute 7 before the runes even spawned. Like, he just had an insane impact. He rotates middle, got a double kill here. He transitions into almost like a semi-core. He builds an E-blade. He solo kills other cores. And if it's a supporter that snowballs, it can absolutely set off and just carry your team to victory as well. We've seen it a couple of times in the major as well.
Yeah, I think supports quietly, and of course in pubs all the time as well, are the key to the game. Because there's been a lot of times where you hit that level 6 and these supports like Skywrath Mage, like Pugna, they bring you to that next echelon of what you're able to do, where Skywrath's putting down the burst damage with the Mystic Flare, or Pugna's, refilling your battery once he's got Tranquils, and allowing, say, a Storm Spirit or a Puck to kind of move around the map and play more aggressively, and then that snowballs out of control like you just said. So I think, as much as carries don't want to admit it, supports are important to the game, and, get those Wisdom Runes and make sure you get a level 6 at a decent timing, because that'll put you on the back step real fast.
Yeah, I actually feel right now the carry meta is, I don't want to say simple, because you still have to farm fast and safely,
right?
But really, you're just hoping that your team makes you all the space possible, that you can just free farm for 15-20 minutes, you get your timing, you come out of the jungle, bam, I'm the hero now. Everybody just does what I tell them, basically,
Yeah.
And when that happens and your Medusa just stands there, other teams oftentimes have no answer. They're forced to initiate, but the hero is too strong, lose the team fight, lose the game. But
yeah. It's pretty simple. It's pretty basic, right?
It's tough, yeah. That's why these heroes are just so popular right now. That's why you don't see, other carries, because they're just too good right now.
Or they get beat. Like, we've seen maybe 1 or 2 CKs, a Wraith King.
Yeah.
But Wraith King, he kind of farms pretty well. The skeleton army that he does summon does allow him to kind of farm a little bit more aggressively and around the map. But, like, CK is not one of those cores that's going to be doing the same thing. It does feel like there's a very strict playbook to what these carries are doing in the moment. Hey, keep my lane available to me. Let me farm the outer rings for about 15-20 minutes, and I'll give you a carry performance, and maybe we'll win. But, like, it's I don't know if you ever read Goosebumps, but it was a choose your own adventure book. You chose this, you went to page 86. You chose this, you went to page 120. The Goosebumps book for carries is you go to page 8, you farmed. You go to page 20, you either won or you lost. And it's really that simple. It's just, there's not much when it comes to uniqueness in carries at the moment in my eyes, but I'm also a support player, so I'm going to tell my carries.
You're a carry hater.
Yeah, I'm a carry hater.
Okay.
What can I say? Especially back when there was one courier in the game, and I never got it.
Well, the mid lane was hogging it, honestly. Like, everybody hated the mid.
That's true. But now, I finally can have more than a 4-staff in my game, and I'm definitely going to be using more than a 4-staff in my game. Like I said, first item mags builder over here. It may not be the right build, but it does let me, get what I want out of the matchup. So I believe we got ourselves a draft coming up, right?
Yeah.
And we should be able to get ourselves into the BO1, which will be exciting because we've talked about these teams. We've talked about, both the Jordanian roster and the Saudi Arabian roster, and it feels like this, to me, is going to be a close matchup. So I'm definitely ready to see what these teams are going to be picking when we get on into it.
Yeah, I know definitely what I can expect from the Jordanian team, but I am hopefully going to get positively surprised by the KSA because I've heard a lot of good things about them. Might be a little bit of bias, perhaps, but I'm really excited to see if they can hold up to the expectations that people put onto me.
Yeah, it's a little bit of that friendship bias that I think is showing, but also a little bit of that ping pong bias that's coming out as well. So let's take a look. We're going to get on into this draft, and excitingly enough, I'm ready to go. I want to see something that is unique. We've been talking unique. We have been talking different. Show us something, and I am ready for it. Enigma is a first ban coming out, and then Timber. Timber being one of those heroes that is kind of versatile. We've seen it mid, in the off lane, but it is a game dominator given the right lane.
Yeah, if you want damage, that's the guy. Like, he has pure damage only, and there's just no way you're ever going to be tanky enough against the Timber Sword at snowballing, which is why the heroes are so strong. Of course, you have the reactive armor as well, so carries like Naga, Siren, Medusa, they're not too happy to play against it.
Yeah.
And yeah, as you said, versatile. Snapfire is also here that's very, very versatile. We have seen it a lot being played as mid, and honestly it dominated quite a lot of games, especially GPK with double rapier.
I saw Sammy Boy play safe lane Snapfire in NA Division 2.
Yeah, it can work just because it's a universal hero, which is something we haven't really spoken about, but hopefully everybody knows about that because it's a whole big change in the latest patch, of course.
And there's that Pugna ban. So you're kind of taking some options out. You can still pick Medusa. You can still pick Storm if you wanted to without Pugna. They're just not going to feel as strong. And we said it earlier, it felt like the Morphling Major over in Bali, and first pick Morphling is not much of a surprise.
Not much of a surprise. However, if completely first pick Morphling, not being picked fourth, could pose a little bit of weaknesses, perhaps, that could be exploited. Because
Double
usually
pick
you want to
here.
pick your carry on the 4th,
Yep.
and then protect it with the bands, but now they already know what's up.
And there's that Undying. I'm going to call Medusa next because that seems to be the opening duo. I also said Undying a little bit earlier. I knew we were going to get it, but yeah, it just... Again, we talked about wanting to see the unique drafts, the uniqueness of these rosters, but when it comes to BO1s, you can play very safe as well.
You can. Again, I think if you pick standard, the statement is basically we're going to be better than you in just a standard game. We're going to play the map better, we're going to play the meta better, and yeah, we're just going to beat you the good old-fashioned way. However, there are good heroes that are not being utilized against Morphling. We have seen Drow Ranger, really exceptional against Morphling. Once you get your Aghanim Scepter, your ult pierces all the agility that he has, right? Armor. They go for the Doom.
Ooh,
so
Doom.
That's the power of Morphling. Like, you don't want to pick a Medusa into a Morphling just because that Morph X is so strong.
It is so strong. It's just
it's ridiculous.
Honestly disgusting when you see something like that. So
yeah,
it's definitely a deterrent to a lot of these cores, a lot of these carries, and we'll see now what the Jordanian roster wants to go with as Morphling as a start. Sometimes you see it where a team will go first to core, which is rare, but
it's possible.
It's definitely possible here, especially with a first pick Morphling.
Where's Techies that we've been praising all the time?
Yeah, I can't believe it made it through the first phase. A hero that has been pretty much
Clockwork,
not overlooked at all because it is in every game. But Clockwork comes out. I've seen a lot of first item Clockwork X.
Yeah, that's usually when they play 4 and have a good game. But Clockwork also has made a little bit of a resurgence. A lot of people pick it, or a lot of teams pick it in the first phase. It can play +4, it can play +5. It's a very strong lane supporter. Long range initiation, debuff immunity, piercing stun. So overall, Clock has a lot of good things going for it, and there's a lot of combo potential too. Like you could do like a 5 Clock plus a 4 Skyrath or 4 Techies.
And that is a definitely mid ban, as you know, we talked about it. We alluded to what was going to be potentially picked here, but it was that Tinker, and that is definitely a focused ban overall. So getting that out of the game, which truthfully, I don't think it's going to be a second phase pick, even if it was picked. So
Probably
to
not.
me, it feels like an early ban, but you want to get it out of the way. You don't want to get gotcha'd, of course, and then the puck, which is something we talked about a lot.
Yeah, but right now, Jordan has to be really careful. There's a lot of good heroes against Morphling in the pool. There's Anti-Mage, there's Phantom Lancer, there's Drow Ranger. They're really good. And there's the Anti-Mage gone. So they do focus just the hero they think is the worst because they don't really have a good Anti-Mage answer as of now.
Right.
But there's still Phantom Lancer, who Clockwork can't deal with, Morphling can't really deal with it as well. So we'll see what sort of direction Saudi wants to go. Honestly, for KSA, Drow looks like a very strong pick just because you have Undying in the front, you have Doom in the front, and it's very hard to sort of pierce the defenses. Drow should have a very safe game in the backline there.
Yeah, even if you do get a hook shot, normally Drow at some point is going into the Hurricane Pike anyway, right?
That's right.
So you're going to be able to get yourself out of those cogs if that hook shot does come to the back lines. And Morphling, if he's willing to risk it, can waveform in, but going up against a Drow like that,
Get
hit by a gust, and then all of a sudden you're dead, and well, that's pretty much it. When you're Morphling, you get melted.
Well, at the major, we saw a 6-dotted Drow just pretty much one-shot the 6-dotted Morphling.
Which is
came out of
nuts.
Silver Edge and bam, you're gone.
And
there's the Techies and the Skyrath.
There's the Sky. So both the supports we gave a lot of emphasis to show up in this draft, and it's really to no surprise. I do think that a Doom Techies lineup in the off lane feels pretty strong.
It does.
Especially you get, say, Hurricane early on, where you're able to blow them back. You go in, blast off, throw down maybe a sticky bomb on top of it, Hurricane pull them, and then, you know, and also to think about it, old Techies, right clicks didn't matter in the lane, new Techies, it hurts.
Very painful. 60 plus damage over 1.
Yeah, that's...
And 700 range.
Yeah.
And like 6 base armor.
Ice Frog,
33.
what did you do to this hero, man?
He also had like 330 movement speed or something crazy like that. Like his level 1 stats are absolutely insane.
Yeah.
For the Jordanian side though, Skyrath Clock, like I absolutely love it when your 2 supports are missing and they can kill anything on the map. That's exactly Clock and Sky. You can show all the cores you want. If the two supports are missing, you're scared.
Yeah, it's going to be scary here where these are both heroes that rotate over mid. I don't think so much so Undying can.
He can, yeah. With the
But
Tombstone.
not really as much, right? Like,
It's not as effective. Like, if a Sky or Clock suddenly show up and completely cut you off, can definitely be much more impactful. But Undying, you show up in the right scenario, you drop down a Tombstone, suddenly there's like 10 zombies on you. And there's a Brute Mother as well. So we said they were going to surprise us with potentially some non-meta heroes. So far, everything is completely meta.
Yeah, everything's been spot on to the meta. If you had a checklist, if you had a bingo card, somebody's probably already hit bingo once or twice already with the heroes we've seen so far. Brood, an offlaner that I'm trying to think, does it have the opportunity to go Harpoon with this lineup and be that aggressive right clicker, or does it have to go into the auras? And now there's Naga Siren.
Okay.
So, I mean, yeah, strict meta focused lineups coming in here.
Naga's a good answer to the Brood. It's also very good with Undying, because Undying generally secures your lane very well. You have a net to help the Undying out as well. And it's not really utilized a lot, but there can be certain scenarios where like a sleep on Tombstone combo is very good because the zombies start spawning. Suddenly everybody has 3 zombies on them, and the team fight starts super messy for you. And what are you going to do? You're going to kill the zombies? Probably not. The supports are going to run around and panic. I like the Naga pick, but against Morphling, it's a little bit scary because even if you morph into the illusions, like your main Naga still loses all the stats, which is, until you get the Link and Fear, very, very annoying. Because obviously you lose more than like 100 attack speed, you lose a lot of stats, which is why Morphling is just so popular right now. Overall, Nagado, very good winning condition for you.
Yeah.
Plays very well into the Morphling in the mid-late game.
Huskar banned as well as the Leshrac.
Yep.
Although Leshrac isn't really one of those cores that you see by himself. Like, it's not, it's usually IO Leshrac. Leshrac by itself, yes, you did receive a lot of buffs, but at the same time, is he really what you want to be bringing without an IO?
It can be tough because Lash is considered on paper one of the best Naga counters. I personally don't believe it anymore just because Mage Slayer is so strong and you're going to this early hard. But yeah, without like a real strong enabler like the IO or the Pugna, or maybe even the Undying, like you don't really want to pick that hero. Because like you have to run in, you have to expose yourself, and if you get bursted down, there's no safe right now for the Jordanian side.
Yeah, it's very...
They don't have Grab Ally.
Yeah, they don't have Grab Ally.
They don't have the Reactive Taser, they don't have the Naga Sleep. There's no one there to bail you out.
Yeah, there's no Shadow Demon to be picked up. You can't be picking a Shadow Demon unless you want to throw Skywrath mid. That would be a little bit of a gotcha pick. Or, truthfully, what about Brood mid, Clockwork off lane? This is all theory crafting. I know it's not going to happen, but could you?
You could. I mean, these heroes, they are versatile. It's just the reason they're not played in those roles is just because it is riskier than playing them in their quote-unquote standard roles.
Yeah. So this last pick
Shaker.
will be Earthshaker.
So it is a mid...
I'm pretty sure that
could be mid Morphling and a carry Brood. We've seen that quite a bit.
Yeah, but I mean, mid Shaker also exists. Does well in a 1v1 matchup. Obviously can deny from a very high HP.
It could happen. Like, I'm personally expecting the Morph middle to be played as a little bit more of an active hero. Then you have your Brood carry. But, I mean, it is still open. If they pick a hero to counter Morphling that's bad against Shaker, then they could put Shaker middle, they could put Brood middle. They have a lot of options. But what hero does Heyman like that's really good? Tinker would have been perfect, but it's obviously banned out.
A lot of those mids already banned away. Pango, Leshrac, Ember, Puck, Quap, Tinker, Batrider, Huskar. You're running out of mids over here.
Storm looks good. Still.
Is Storm good enough, though, if you get an early Orchid on Brood and, you know, you've got, of course, the instant silence from Sky as well?
Yeah, but Sky's also, it's like a double-edged sword where if Storm is really fat, Sky just feeds.
Yeah.
But if Storm has a bad game, then Storm just feeds. And a lot of very confident mid players, they are willing to play into that, especially because you have that bailout of the Naga Sleeve, of the Undying.
Right. It just, to me, feels like maybe a DK game.
It could be, but then you're kind of playing directly into the hands of a Morphling. Morphling middle really enjoys being left by himself.
Right.
So I would love to see a hero that can really threaten the Morphling, like a Lina, something that can burst him, Outworld Devourer.
Ooh, OD's not really...
We have seen one game, I think, at the Major.
Yeah.
And it did really well in that one game. You have an But of course, you don't want to pick like a super greedy hero either, because you already have a Naga who absorbs the whole map, which is also why I like Storm quite a bit. Ember's banned would have been a really good pick for themselves as well. You know, they went into their last pick with 2 minutes of bonus time, and they're taking all of it to really try to figure out their best hero. Again, it's a best of one. Losing here can really put you on a massive back foot.
I'm trying to think what would be like a gotcha mid pick. Huskar definitely would have been it. Necro! Is that your mid?
It is probably a mid, unless they do a Doom middle.
So offlane.
So it's a carry Morphling, offlane
Brood, because mage. Yeah,
it is the mid shaker. If that plays against the Necrophos, you lose the lane super hard. There's nothing you can do.
Really?
Yeah, like if they it is the Necro middle. If they put Morphling middle, then actually lanes really well into the Necro, because you don't really care about the spam.
Right.
Because you just get the health back. But if they put Shaker middle, I'm really worried for them. Because Necro is just going to free farm there. He can snowball into really early utility items. I mean, there's a couple of items Necro can go for. He could go for a Radiance build. He could go for a Dagon build. He could go for auras like Greaves and Pipe to really just enable the rest of it of the heroes. But I'm not a big fan of the Shaker middle, I gotta admit. Like, we spoke about how important it is to pick heroes that are very solid and not very risky. Middle Shaker is the complete opposite of that. You need to have a good game, you need to get a fast axe, then you need to snowball.
So is that still the build for an Earthshaker that's going into a core position like this, the fast ags? And
it can be Blink too if you're having a little bit of a rough game. I mean, Blink is always going to be part of it, but if you have a really good game, usually you want to go Axe a little bit earlier, followed by that BKB. You have potential to burst down heroes, of course, but again, Naga Sirens will build into an Orchid, which is a hard counter to you. They will build into a Mage Slayer, which is a hard counter to you. And your right clicks are not going to do a whole lot if the Naga Siren has like 3,000 health and 40 armor.
Yeah, so taking a look at both these rosters, thoughts?
I like KSA's draft quite a bit better, to be honest. Like, Jordan is all about snowballing with early kills, which is possible. It is just so risky.
It's tough
if they make
too, right?
Mistakes.
There's an Undying in this game. We talked about lane dominating, and Undying's in the game. He is that level 1 through 4-ish lane dominator, and if you start to go out of control, you can dominate. Yeah, really heavily, and that can make things kind of difficult for this Jordanian roster.
Certainly, but as I said, like, Jordan's team has to snowball. If they do, there's a definite chance for them to win. It's just, I feel it's so much easier for KSA to play. They just play the lanes. They have very strong lanes. If they win lanes, the game becomes very easy. If they lose lanes, then Jordan has to basically keep pressuring them so they can't really build an advantage.
So 5-man smokes from both squads. We'll see if we get any pre-horn first blood and or, you know, anything exciting going in for the bounty runes. There's a ward placed here pretty deep that is not going to spot them coming across, and they're going to find themselves potentially the sky as that smoke does break, but they don't play aggressively enough. And look at this. You've got Brood kind of setting up by the tier 2 bottom. There's a sentry ward down there. Oh, interesting.
What's that for?
I don't.
He wants to block the cam?
Maybe.
For the Doom. Maybe, but Doom isn't even playing that lane.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask when we have dinner after this. I'm gonna ask about that sentry ward, because that is, I think, the first time I've seen that.
Yeah, same.
So we'll see how that goes. We're gonna get into the first part of this as the bounty runes are gonna spawn. Looks as though
2-2 split.
It'll be 2-2 split across, and bing bang boom. Pretty simple. Blood grenades. Those always feel pretty ridiculous early on, the strength of which is just disgusting at times.
Yeah, that extra slow really helps heroes like Undying to just close that gap, whack you a couple of times more, and actually get a solo kill, whereas before it was pretty much impossible for them. You know, that's what I love about Dota, like these little changes. I would have never thought about adding like a blood grenade that costs health to use, is really cheap, and just gives your heroes that don't really have solo kill potential a lot of it suddenly.
Yeah, 75 health, and it kind of does a lot for just 75 health.
It does. If you misuse it, though, that 75% health is just gone and you die.
So they're going to put this Clockwork in the 5 position. I thought maybe we would have a little bit of the farm priority as Taz eating some early damage, but you know, it's Morphling. It is always a hero that tricks me every single time. It's not fair. I see it get low when it's attribute shifting, and then I go, oh, and it's fine because that's just Morphling things.
That's the thing with Morphling, though. Like, if you have a Morphling Master, he's always going to be at like 10 HP, and he's going to be playing with the caster's feelings.
Always mine, always making it very difficult for me to feel like I've got anything going on. And there's the battery assault being used, but already this is a Clockwork that doesn't exactly feel all too comfortable running into this because you've got a Doom that is quite tanky early on, and so is the techies, right?
Yeah. In this bot lane, we have Naga was picked up after the Brood, or they might actually be aggressing.
Yeah, Tombstone, Blood Grenade. This is looking like first blood and will be for Mad Frog. Maybe they could get the Tombstone, but it's one shot from death. Not going to collect that gold. Will get denied there by P1. So not getting that early gold from a Tombstone and giving up first blood. Broodmother, one of those heroes that needs to dominate the lane.
Yeah, I mean, Brood is really most of the time just sustaining to level 6. Then you start pressuring with those spiderlings. But
right.
A death like this can set up Naga for success for sure. And this is a perfect start. Because top lane is also very scary for Morphling. I don't think Morph will die, but the way to win against Morphling, you don't have to kill him. You just have to make sure that he has to be on quite a bit of HP, so his Lastus damage isn't as good. So you can actually deny creeps against him, and he misses Lastus under the tower. So pressure is the name of the game here.
Speaking of pressure, looking over mid, Haemon up against Mage, and you can...
That's impossible.
It just does not feel like that great of a lane.
I'm really surprised they just picked like a mid-shaker. It has so many counters to it. A very confident pick. Out of the box, something unique that we wanted.
Yeah.
But could that be what's going to break their backs?
I just don't know if that could be... It's 23, right? I don't think that could be the 23. It has to be the 24, where it's not getting countered.
Yeah. Like, if you see the matchup against like an Ember, you can actually dominate yourself. If you don't see the matchup, it can get a bit rough.
Oh, already taking a lot of damage here from P1. He is playing aggressively in this lane, not scared to really have the creep wave up over to the tower.
Oh, he doesn't care.
They know they've got the Undying, right? Like, you go in and all of a sudden, again, drop down a Tombstone, why not? There's...
oh, again.
what did I just say? Drop down a Tombstone and why not? But Mad Frog, he ends up giving up his life. They're going to go for the Tombstone, look for that extra 125. That does go to the Broodmother. And we said this lane was going to be difficult with the Broodmother losing that first life, but now you get a kill and you get the Tombstone.
Yeah, you have to be very careful when you aggress under the tower. It is still a lot of damage, and you just tank the tower for a good 5-6 seconds. You're strong, but you're not that strong.
No. At least not at that moment. Sticky Bomb under the tower. Thinking about this. Ooh, the blast-off block thanks to the Cogs.
Yeah, it's a very good answer, too. Even if you're in the Cogs, you can still blast off out and you just get pushed away. So it's a decent answer to the Clockwork.
So... taking a look here is Mage again. He's 18-4 on this mid Earthshaker. So not terrible 4 minutes in.
Yeah, definitely very good because Aftershock got buffed as well. So it is like he is able to farm. It's just I'm worried, will that farm do enough for him and his team?
Soaking Bolo, one of the most annoying things coming through, and that's going to be a trade, a 2-for-1, where Devil gets a double kill on this Techies.
He's almost level 5.
Yeah, but they needed to give up Nas for that kill. Doom, not really too upset about that. It's a hero that farms really well with Devour, with Midas, but you do want to get to that Midas as quickly as you can.
Yeah, 100%. But tactics like this, you know, you get a fast Arcane Boots, or have a Reaper potentially, but...
Ooh, now he's got Reaper Scythe, so just doesn't have the mana. He's got himself 13 wand charges, so could go in there if he does find himself maybe a little bit aggressive on Mage, slam down the Reaper Scythe and get a kill there. And yeah, Devil, I cannot believe you were... I want to say you called it a little bit with your third eye going on. You talked about a Techies that was level 6, free 7 minutes. You might get that again here, which is insane. They've got a Tombstone down. He's up on the peninsula over there. Kind of safe from arm at that entry point. But I say that, he comes down to the low ground, and now Mad Frog is going to run in. He's got some help from P1. Goes back onto the peninsula and out over to the side. That is a tough spot to really juke and jive. But P1's having a great lane. Although, look at Necro. 42 and 6.
It's an impossible lane.
That is insanity.
It is super strong, yeah. And as we said, Heyman is the highest MMR player on his team as well, so you can definitely look at him to perform in these lanes. Like, he knows how to control lanes and dominate lanes.
Picks up an invis. He knows Isla's sitting low in the lane a lot.
Yeah.
You just slam down a Reaper Scythe. That's an easy way to do it.
Has those one charges. And
So
of course, Necro gets a kill. Suddenly he's back up to half mana again.
he's going to show up there bottom, and it looks like they're going to get a kill here onto the Brood, but just skirting away with a sliver of health.
Reaper wasn't being used.
No, he didn't have the
miscalculated mana.
Yeah, but they will eventually get that kill. Mad Frog's the one who gets it.
He walked back in, huh?
And while that's all going on, the Techies is taking over the solo experience over mid. So he's going to have that 6 pretty quickly. Now they're going to go on to Aframouche. He's out of mana, and yeah, you can slow down P1, but Mad Frog's ready to just, you know, back up his Naga Siren with this Undying. And Devil, now that the mid is shown back up again, he'll TP to the tier 2 tower where the Wisdom Rune's going to be picked up, and both Wisdom Runes will go to the Jordanian squad. They want to get a kill here to at least get a little bit of experience for these two heroes, and Nas will get it with the help of Devil.
He's almost 6 on Techies. He almost has his mana boots.
That's a big buff.
He is going to become real scary real soon. Like, wherever he rotates after that, it's going to be a massive amount of damage.
Already 2-0-1, you could see 50 CS. It's just too much here for Mage to handle, and he is behind. He's only level 6.
Truth be told, though, he's doing very well. Like, I thought Shaco could dominate a little bit more, but again, Mage is an excellent mid player.
Yep.
So that's what you would expect from him, making difficult matchups work for himself.
And this is a little bit more aggressive coming in from a Broodmother, especially one that's been struggling a little bit. Webs in the jungle off to the side, and you know, they were trying to get that kill onto the Broodmother and threw that ensnare out, but it's very difficult to keep up with Brood on their web.
They're looking for the Necro, but he unsmoked the support duo actually, so that smoke play is not gonna work.
Yeah, they've also got Devil with the double damage. Techies double damage, you'd think it's not scary.
Until he hits you for 200.
And a couple on mines, dish him out.
Techies is mid. Like, if they get a blast off on the Shaker, he's dead.
Yeah, that's going to be very tough to deal with, as he is still sitting there. Heyman just right now farming that camp over in the side. So that's where he's getting a lot of that CS as well. He's able to do that while also farming the mid wave. So things getting a little bit quiet as, you know, his first rotation, yeah, they did get that kill in Iowa, but it wasn't Reaper Scythe. It wasn't him. So he's sticking more towards mid.
Now
he knows it's
finally
only
level 6 though, and they're gonna start pressuring the bot tower with it.
Tombstone committed, and they're gonna look for Island. Nagato is, well, gonna grab himself the Tombstone, and now they're gonna look to try and get this kill here onto the Clockwork. That's easy doings with Devil here, now level 6. So he can drop down to Proxima, and if you're not too careful, that's gonna hit pretty hard. But Devil ends up dying. Isla trying to leave. They get the kill to Haemon over mid. That was a solo kill off screen, and they'll take out Isla. So now you've lost the Brood. Aframouche is on the run. But they've got the ensnare. They still have the Flesh Golem. They have both supports level 6 here, and they're going to get another kill. They'll take out the Skywrath Mage, and things not amazing for this KSA side, but I mean, they're still getting the better of the trades.
Yeah, the Naga is still getting huge. We don't have Echo, so they should be able to kill the Naga, but a solo kill on the Necro
is super unexpected.
Yeah, I never saw that one coming. Even if you look at the CS, it's very close. Mage proving once again why he's actually such a good mid player.
Yeah, and he gets a kill on a Mad Frog, so that's another one for him. And
it's so free. Like, he just whacked him twice.
Yeah, he's getting scary.
He's going for Blink Digger first, which means he has a very aggressive approach to the game.
They're here. Haemon might be in trouble. Devil, there's only so much he can do. Silences in, he gets out of the cogs, and now he's trying to run. The blast off actually misses Mage, but the haste is picked up. So it stops it from Mage grabbing that haste, and I think that truthfully keeps Haemon alive.
Yeah. If he gets that haste, it can get really scary with those enchant totems. Mage is very close to level 10. Once you get that base damage talent, an Enchant Totem is going to be even harder to deal with. You can already deal so much damage.
Yeah, it can be pretty brutal.
I haven't seen a mid Shaker do well in forever, so I'm really looking forward to him.
Doom available on Doom.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We'll see what he does now that he's got that level 6.
Radiant's bottom
Pretty slow
tower
game for
is
him.
under
Yeah,
attack.
1-3-1.
It's hard to lane against the Morphing, of course, as a Doom.
And an early Vanguard before picking up that
Radiant's
Midas.
bottom tower has fallen.
So that helps him lane, of course, and stay in the lane, but do you like the build of 1-3-1?
Most people go for that nowadays just to apply a little bit more pressure on lane.
Right.
But of course, most of the golden experience went to the techies. So if it went the other way, you know, suddenly it would have looked really good.
True,
But, I mean, Devil is having a great game. So we'll see what he can do for his team with the early resources that he's gotten. If the Morphling is not too careful, one blast off can kill him.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple times where you're shifted all agi.
Uh-oh.
And
They're looking for the Naga. He has Blink Dagger on Shaker, I believe.
he's got Echo Slam ready to go as well.
Oh, they saw him, they saw him. Does he know the distance perfectly?
Ooh. Oh, he misses the Echo Slam with the Mystic Flare with the Silence, the Ancient Seal onto the Naga Siren. They turn this around, turns it into the Pig with the Pig Pull, but look at the damage coming in from Mage on a Devil. They've got Hamon here looking to drop down a Reaper Scythe, and that's exactly what he's going to do to turn this one around, and they will get the kill and take out this Earthshaker.
That was brutal. He missed the Echo, he missed the Enchant Totem follow-up as well, so the Sky ult couldn't connect. But that was honestly really well played by 1P. Like, most Nagas would not pull the creep camp down. Mage did not expect that. He went full range blink onto the camp.
And missed the Echo.
Yeah, it was a very good play by Naga though. Usually
So.
wouldn't see that. He's got a Cornucopia.
Cornucopia? Yeah.
Cornucopia.
Queued up.
What is that even? Is that the English word?
Cornucopia? I don't know what exactly what a cornucopia is, but the only thing I know is like you put things into it during Thanksgiving, I guess. Devil. Oh
Oh,
boy.
spiders.
Spiderlings, that's a problem. They're still on him. 3 Spiderlings there, still trying to get the kill out of the techies.
There's always a dance going on.
Ooh, turning this around, going for Nas, and looking to get this kill, but the hook shot blocked. A little bit of miscommunication. Not looking like it's going to matter with the Ancient Seal as he gets into the trees, and there needs to be one more right click to get this kill. He'll see him for a second. The Fog of War, a problem, TPing, but not getting out. Daz will get credit for that kill, and, well, there's that Orchid we talked about on Brood.
So he went for the Orchid
Dire's
first.
middle tower is under attack.
That is a...
So, looking to see what we can get going here is Isla, well, still farming up and Mage over on the mid lane. Hamon, well, let's see as now Fissure thrown out. You do have the Clockwork around, but there is no hook shot available, so it's going to be interesting to at least see if they're able to slow down this Necrophos.
Yeah, I mean, Naga and Necro are really, really big. Doom isn't sitting at the top of his chart, but of course he has the Devourer, he has the Midas as well, so he won't be minding that. He should still be at the top of the Necro chart. But this early Orchid on Brood, how much is it really gonna do? Because Naga pretty much has
Radiant's bottom
Manchester
tower
already.
is under
There's a
attack.
4-step already on Necrophos.
Dire's middle tower
What
is
can you
under
really make
attack.
happen with that?
Well, I have to see.
It's a very interesting item build, one that we haven't seen at the Major at all, I would almost say.
And also, this techie's getting close to having that 4-staff. You know, still a ways out from the recipe, but Staff of Wizardry almost affordable. So we'll see what ends up happening here is, you know, 4-staff for the Cogs, 4-staff to get away from the Brood.
Is under attack.
A lot available, especially, you know, 4-staff to get away from the concussive shot that's coming from a Skywrath Mage. That's going to make your life really difficult.
Yeah, it's honestly a very good pickup.
You can see Orchid.
That's the Orchid.
And Madfrog going to be run down here by Isla.
400
And
gold for that.
yeah, that is a lot of gold for that kill, and that is just not what you want. Devil's going to fall here to Afromotion. Well, this is 2 kills for the Jordanian squad. What was a good start is now turning it around a little bit because they've gone the Echo Slam. P1 trying to survive. There's no chance, no song available. And they will get the kill into the Naga. That is 1, 2, 3 kills here for the Jordanian squad. And now they've got themselves a little bit of a net worth lead. And net worth starting to edge towards this Jordanian squad.
Yeah, and Mage taking a little bit of revenge.
It could be a problem, yeah.
On the Naga. You made me miss once, but I will make sure I don't miss the second time. A very confident play of the Naga, honestly, without having sleep available. If he had sleep, they would have just lived.
Radiant's middle tower is
Typically,
under attack.
Nagas with Manta style, they don't really want to join fights. They just want to start cutting weights in front of the base. They're looking for another kill on Doom, perhaps. There's a lot of damage from those two supports, as we said, and Morphing's there as well.
Ancient Seal, waveform forward, Tombstone preemptively for this jump onto the Doom. Hook shot again, not exactly on the mark. But they're trying to go in. The TP attempt, but they've got the Reaper sight. That'll slam down on a Taz to get the kill. That's all they really need to make this well worth. So, this Saudi Arabian team getting another Reaper sight stack. And another kill here, this time on the Morphling. A little bit of revenge for the kill on the Naga Siren.
Very confident wave in, and a very quick response as well. A response as well from the Undying. Instantly dropping the Tombstone. Making sure to keep his Doom safe.
Heyman's got that shard.
Winter Travels. Travels cloak. Very interesting necro build. Kind of all over the place.
Blink.
Oh, that damage.
And the damage, Mystic Flare can't eat through it. So that's a kill there for the Skywrath Mage. Ancient Seal not going to land that totem. But they've got the cogs. They're around him now. And the right-click damage coming in from Mage. It's just too much for this Undying to handle. They're much better at the sustained damage, as you could see. The right-click damage coming in from the Earthshaker is a lot.
Yeah, and it will be a lot for quite a while, but as the Naga gets stronger, that right-click damage will really start tapering off, because her health pool will just be too high, her naturally high armor, you won't really care too much. That being said, though, if there is 5 illusions, I can't really aggress him. He's still got that 4 staff. If there is 5 illusions and you have that echo, there can potentially be a lot of damage.
Right.
It's kind of like the same idea as it is against PL. Like a massive PL will always beat a Shaker.
They're looking hookshot Cogs and Mystic Flare to drop down. Cogs push him away. They've got the silence. He'll force staff away, but that's not going to be far enough away. And still, you know, Brood, it was a bad start, but a much better recovery. And this is Brood's lane. You need to stop showing up to it. Yeah. Unfortunately, that means your tier 2 is going to go down, and you're going to lose a lot of control on this bottom side of the map. Or really not control, a lot of viability here in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, the only thing you can do at this point is let the wave shove into your tier 3. Once it's there, push it out, leave it be. As you said, power of the Brood. She is going to dominate that part for as long as KSA really just sends the one hero there. Like, they need 3 or 4 heroes to really reclaim that area. Until they do that,
you can see Brood top of the net worth.
Yeah.
By a good amount.
And he's going straight BKB after.
Devil in his own base. I mean, this is just unfair. This is the power of Brood, though. You give Brood a good enough game, and you're going to get run down pretty much all the time.
They got a pipe now on Doom. So he went into a more conservative item build, not into the... Oh, they're looking for the Doom again.
Jumping in.
Nope.
They've got the Ancient Seal. The Mystic Flare was dropped down, but it's not going to be the damage that they need. And let's see, Mage. No, never mind. I was going to say maybe they could get him, but hook shot, and again, a 4 staff now on the other side of the fissure.
Just trying to bait out some...
As a group, I think KSA, they're good, but when they're getting picked off solo like this at times, that's when they're really going to struggle.
Yeah, they definitely have to be careful with that. Brood has BKB now, so she's actually ready to team fight.
Jeez.
Doesn't care too much about that.
But yeah, playing on the high ground of the tier 3 still is intimidating, right?
Yeah, but unless Doom buys a Blink Dagger, there's really not a whole lot they can do to actually stop him now with the BKB online.
Now he's got that Axe too.
And he picked up a really fast pipe on the Doom, which is very interesting. That indicates they want a team fight. At the same time, they don't really have good team fighters. Like, that is the biggest problem with the Necrophos middle.
Right.
You don't actually have good team fight.
You have singular damage, right?
Yeah. Like, who's gonna initiate for you? The Doom, but he doesn't have a Blink Dagger. He doesn't have a stun creep also. You're really very reliant on Jordania from Jord to initiate on you, counter-initiate with the pipe, counter-initiate with the Undying Tombstone, which is really bad because Broodmother is already dominating your map. Like, how are you ever going to catch her?
Yeah, it would have to be just an overzealous front movement coming in from Brood, right?
Yeah, like a dive attempt or something?
Well, yeah, and I'm not going to say it's not going to happen because we've seen it already.
Yeah, but control like this usually leads to a pretty simple Roshan.
Right. So, Roche picked up, I mean, they do a lot of damage. You could already see just Taz and Nagato going in onto the Roche by themselves have taken about 1/5 of this Roche's life away. So, you know, they've looked up and, you know, GWR going ready. Should be good to go on this. We'll see if they unpause as they did experience a little bit of that lag, and we are going to go right into it. And let's see. So they've got this Orchid, they've got that right-click damage, they've got everything they need to take this Roche with ease. Use that Rocket Flare to scout out. First stage is into the hands of Jordan.
Should be Taz. It is Taz. Morphling is strong. He opted not to go for the Agam Scepter, going into Linken's and Mantis Talon.
Could be Ags after that, right?
It could be.
Should be. Coming through the Twin Gate, now they're going to look over as they've got themselves the Doom. They'll look for the Song. They're trying to get the kill here on the Mage. They'll drop down the Reaper Scythe on the Mage and get the kill on the Afromoosh. That's 2 heroes dead on the side of the Jordanian squad. They've got the Doom onto the Morphling. They're chasing him, looking to get him twice. They need to check their list. They need to check it twice. They need to get this kill on the Taz as he waveforms away with a minuscule amount of health. They find Isla, who pops that BKB and TPs out, as maybe the Clockwork's something they can get, but he hook shots over to the Morphling, and he'll get away. So 2 kills there for this Saudi Arabian squad that was close to being a full team wipe, but they just skirted away, and that could have been big comeback material for them.
Yeah. All things considered, though, Naga Siren will still be the strongest hero in this game at some point, so just being even or slightly ahead is actually a very big win for them. And Mage won't feel comfortable to fight until he really gets that BKB. They're trying to aggress on the Necro, but he has
He's
Force
got
Staff,
Force Staff, but they're trying to almost wait for him to use it. They throw the cogs over, they've got that silence, they're doing some damage. Mage and Isla showing up, and they want to keep going. They're not stopping, they're sticking with him the entire way. Force Staff the other way, now into the hands of the Broodmother. Probably the best spot to be in, but now they got the Echo Slam drop down, the blast off on a 3. That might have just saved the life of this Necro right here. And he gets away too. How does this Techies get away? I say that, now he's dead, now they've got him, and they'll finally take Devil's life away. But they bought back here on the Undying, they're looking to go in for more. They'll pop the Lincolns, they've got the Ensnare. Isla's now dominating as he takes out the Undying who just bought back.
They have to be so careful to not get picked apart one by one. You need to fight around your Necro, you need to fight around your Naga Siren.
Yeah.
Because a Broodmother will never be able to kill you when the Naga Siren is there whacking him with all the illusions.
Yeah.
You have to be really careful where you fight, because Jordan really excels at picking you apart. They have Clock Hook, they have Morphling who has insane single target damage, together with the Skyruff as well. At the same time though, Shaker actually makes quite a bit of sense now too, because you don't want to group up because it's a Shaker, but you kind of want to group up because it's a Skyruff and there's so much single target damage.
Yeah.
So honestly, the pick, when you think about it a bit more, makes a lot of sense, and they're making it work. But yeah, it's just like a Mage thing, honestly. Like, it should not have worked in my opinion. You have to be careful then with Doom. He has Doom up.
And now he's just
It's
going to try
late
and
to
TP,
be.
but I think that's... Oh, that range creep is your savior.
You know the next level play would have been to communicate, kill the range creep, kill the range creep.
Yeah. Or if he'd gotten greedy on the Doom and he Midas the range creep or something like that. Obviously it was his own, but...
Wow!
God! Well, you know you're not having fun as techies anymore when you can get one shot by this Earthshaker.
So Shaker hits about 1.1k damage now.
Oof.
So if he sets up a pre-enchant totem, that's like 2.5k burst. That's a lot of damage.
Get a Battle Fury.
No. He's getting BKB.
I know.
He wants to win.
He's not the Earthshaker that was in my pub a couple weeks ago that got 2 Battle Furies. That was a grief.
Did it win though?
No.
Dire's
No.
top tower
Surprisingly.
is under attack.
It's one of my few losses in the
Radiant's
last
middle
month.
tower is under attack.
Ooh, they're
Oh,
going
they have
in.
nullifier.
Yeah. Nullifier feels like one of the best items in the game at the moment, for sure.
Necro feels so bad once you have a nullifier.
Can't really go Shroud, right?
Can't really do anything. Yeah, you can't go shot, can't force staff. The Lotus Orb is gonna maybe throw it back at the Brute, but Brute doesn't care too much.
Nope. Nope, nope, nope.
Now BKB picked up on the Shaker as well. And I'm very worried that this will turn into like a Naga versus everyone game. And Naga versus everyone doesn't work against the draft of Jordan.
Yeah, that 1v9 material is not exactly amazing
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
for this lineup. And again, you kind of want to find the pickoff to get yourself the Reaper Scythe down, but it needs to come with some setup, like we saw at the Twin Gate.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, but are they gonna give that to you again? And even if they do have the setup, can you make it work this time? Because Shaker didn't have a BKB back then. Now he does. There's a BKB on Brood. Who can you really focus? You don't want to focus the clock. Can you get your hands on the Skywrath maybe? That would be a good kill. It's tough. Maybe they can get a surprise Doom on the Morphling. They gotta get something going for them though.
It's tough, right? He's got a Lincoln, so...
He does have a Lincoln's, but if there's a Storm Creep on the Doom, maybe there's enough time for the setup. He actually picked up the Agram Scepter on the Morphling. So Medusa's gonna feel a whole lot worse. Honestly, even if you morph into the Necro, he suddenly deals literally 0 damage. Because he's still 25% of his spell damage. So there are a couple of options. Deep Ward from the clock.
I think this is a little bit... We've got the blue
Radiant's top tower is
fishing
under
reel obs. Looks like a sentry, but it
does.
is an observer.
Little pay to win.
Yeah, that's from my TI6, right?
Radiant's
Yeah, I think so.
courier has been killed.
Oof. P1 losing his courier, that had the Reaver on it. Not what you want.
That's your hard gone, basically.
And they've got
He has BKB.
silence, but he's got BKB. He can start to turn this fissure. Right click, you can see the damage going through. They did drop down a tombstone, but he does have that axe, so really controlling him is pretty impossible.
But you see, as soon as he pops that BKB, all of them just run.
Yeah.
They have enough to lock him down.
I don't know what you can get to really change that up too much with this.
Oh, they're looking for the Shaker. They know that he does not have BKB right now.
Ooh, good blink. Good blink.
But he's out of there.
The senses are tingling. And
Yeah.
just get out of there.
Good read. Also, one thing we didn't
Dire's
mention
middle
about the
tower
axe
is
of
under attack.
Shaker. Oh, maybe they get the Brute here. He has
Again,
BKB as
it's-
well, though.
Yeah, it's just such a tough kill to get. Blast off, blind. Does get a BKB. I guess a win's a win's on that one.
Wins a win. 4-man smoke, though. Lots of time wasted. But it's just going back again real quick to the Shaker axe. It actually gives you cleave now as well.
Right.
On the enchant totem. So it's actually quite a nice scaling item. And he's doing quite well in the net worth.
So, Wisdom Runes spawn. They're also looking at this Tormentor.
Oh, you have to be
Aframoosh.
careful.
Aframoosh.
And the Brute do not care. You can't life each other.
Brute!
Ooh, yeah.
My God.
No.
Huh?
He needs to life each of creeps first.
Yeah, you're gonna need to heal. They almost killed each other. I thought that only happened in my pubs, dude.
Now they're going again.
All right, they'll try it one more time.
Scanning.
This will be a lot better this time around. Aframoosh now has 2 other heroes to soak up the damage.
Oh, Mage got a shard.
Really? Well, I guess it's better than Sky getting the shard.
Maybe he already has a shard.
Sky? You would never buy.
No, but they killed 2 Tormentors.
No, it's impossible. Unless it was, well, not impossible. I guess they killed the other one as well. Both sides, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I was gonna say, it's only 29 minutes. Is there a patch I don't know
Dire's
about?
middle tower is under attack.
Could always be. But now all
Dire
3 of the
are
cores
scanning.
of Jordan surpassed the Naga Siren. It's a bad sign.
Bloodthorn picked
12
up.
kill lead finally.
Yeah, this really spiraled out of control. It was close. It was KSA even with a lead. And they'll see Mage. They've
Oh,
got
nice
Doom.
Doom.
That's good enough, and he's away from his team.
He
So
did pop BKB also. He is
no
getting
BKB. That's going to be another Reaper Scythe. No.
That's a lot of gold, though. 1,400.
Yeah.
Roche up in 1.5 minutes. Very fortunate.
Thinking about
that it
going
didn't
through the
spawn
twin
early.
gate. Oh, no way. Preemptive cogs. BKB's popped. Now he needs the rest of the team to show up to help him out. He's got some of the team to help out. They go around the back line. P1 shows up. Madfrog's going to be focused. They'll pop that mech. He'll try to soul rip himself to health. But they end up trading. Now they've got the song and the blast off the save. But they don't have Doom, so he needs to TP out. And that's exactly what he's going to do, but they're going to stay. They've got themselves the Lotus. He's going to stop that TP. Taz now going in, has the waveform, gets the kill onto the Doom, and now they're going to look for more. They've got the silence. The Reaper Scythe comes in. It's not going to be enough to get the kill on the Taz. They'll put some damage here onto the techies. Devil ends up falling, and now Heyman trying to fight, but the Nullifier's on him coming up from Isla. They have the chase. They have the damage. They'll get the kill. They'll take it to fourth. They'll look over the Nagasar. It's going to be a full team wipe here as Isla's got himself with a triple kill, and the Jordanian squad wipes them away.
And that was without Mage. Mage was dead throughout the entire fight. Yeah, the power of Clockwork just absorbing most of the spells initially, giving the rest of the team all the space and information in the world to really counteract.
Yeah.
And you can just see how bad Necro feels against the Nullifier. Like, he couldn't do anything.
It's a Brood just kind of going, you know, up and away with too much. 20,000 net worth, ahead of the Naga Siren.
Ahead of the Morphling, even.
Doom really feels kind of poor in this situation, which is a bit surprising, but they go up onto the high ground, and this is looking like the beginning of the end here. I mean, that fight before was really the beginning of the end, and now they can really high ground pretty comfortably, and they take one more good fight back up towards Roche. I think the game's just theirs at that point.
Yeah, if they get the Aegis on the Morph, it is almost certainly impossible to kill them twice. You do have a Doom though, and you do have a Naga Siren, so there's always some sort of potential for a comeback. But it's going to be very difficult. They might want to fight down here. They have the Naga Sleep. Maybe they can steal Roche. That could be the biggest play they can make.
They're on the other side of the map.
But yeah, won't be able to do it.
So this is going to be Aegis for them, and now you have to fight through 2 lives on Taz.
Yeah. 2 lives on Taz. You got the
Lincoln's now on Mage too.
Bloodthorn on Brood, Lincoln's on Mage. All the pieces are coming together. What are the answers? Does KSA have any answers? Because right now it looks like, no, they're just too far behind in terms of net worth. The Naga doesn't have the damage.
Could maybe a high ground defense. I mean, they're able to get some kills, but the sustainability in the fights aren't there.
Yeah.
But
big,
from the
big
high
lack of
ground,
damage
maybe.
too.
Yeah.
What do you do as KSA?
There go the racks. They've got the Lotus Sword, but
okay, you're gone.
Oh my
Yes,
gosh.
buyback though.
He does, but even with the Lotus, he was got in a heartbeat. Echo was committed. But still, look at that. Adaptive Strike comes in. They'll look for the Doom. Don't use it. They did pop that Lincoln's. Now they've got some damage coming in. Heyman's going to buy back, and they'll get the kill to Aframoosh. Now they're going to start working on the rest of the team. It's that totem jump with the blink back from Mage that gets him out of harm's way. The BKB being popped here by the Doom. But the buyback doesn't end up doing anything for them because they've all retreated on this Jordanian squad.
Yeah. They popped a lot of cooldowns for it, but at least they defended the Rex. For now, they have about 2 minutes until Echo Slam is back of cooldown again. Then it's time for round 2. Aframoosh a little bit forward there. Gets picked off. Nice focus by KSA. But you could see they popped like all the ults except Doom and Reaper. They couldn't really fight much other than support Skywrath, which is, it's a good kill. It's still a good goal swing, but you really need to find more than that.
You gotta hope so, right? Because the gold's still going the way of the Dire, and you don't really have much of the map to farm.
Smoke up. Here we go. Now
Doom's out of base right now.
Butterfly.
Doom is very far from the base.
Honestly, if they're not ready too fast, like the Rex could just fall before they get there.
They've got a courier coming over and back to them. They've got another Lotus Orb on the techies. But look at how far the team is. P1's not there.
Oh, nice smoke through the bottom. If they can get it undying.
Yeah, they might. Sentries drop, mines exploding. They know somebody's there. They
just got
broke
the
in the smoke. And the mid melee and range racks go down, like you said, for free.
And now
And this
they're
is
looking at the
Ags
top.
on Skywrath, so double Mystic Flare, double Silence. Oh boy.
You have to fight. The top tower is going to fall real fast against the Morphling.
A little backdoor, but no longer.
With the damage, you're going to make your decision soon.
They've got to find the right way in. They're going to go with the Infernal Blade, but they go to the Echo Sun that's going to be on the Techies as well as P1 on the Naga Siren. The Fisher's going to get the kill. They got the kill on the Doom. Buyback comes out for the Techies. They've got this Morphling going in, looking over at Mad Frog, dunking on top of him. They'll get the kill there. They'll end up losing the Clockwork. It's Godlike for Isla. Now they find the Morphling, but they've got the Lotus Orb as well as the Silence. That's going to silence up the Skywrath. They still try to dive in. They don't get the kill onto this Necro, but they take the first life out of the hands of this Morphling. Maybe, just maybe they can hold on 3v5. They go into the song. Can they line it up? Who do they go for? They've got the ensnare. It's on Isla. They throw in the Death Seeker, but the Fissure, they'll wait for him. The kill on a P1. They'll take out the rest. Everybody dies. The buyback's used by P1, but he is just one, and he is not enough as they call GG, and Jordan will take game one in this opening group stage match.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Like KSA didn't get as much out of the lanes as they needed to, because again, they didn't have any sort of initiation. Well played by Jordan. They make the mid-shaker work.
Yeah.
Against the Necroforce, no less. Like, it's one of the hardest matchups probably for the hero. Well played. Well played.
Yeah, I mean, that's something to be said there for Mage, right? He's able to perform so well in a matchup that's not really favorite for him, and not really equal at all, but he still performs well. He still puts on a show with that Earthshaker, and I think that was a big difference maker because the game started with Saudi Arabia doing really well in the bottom lane. They got that kill, they got that first blood onto this Brood, and it felt as though maybe that was a little bit of a taste to come, but Mage comes around, he gets a solo kill on the Necrophos over mid, and I think it was off to the races after that. It felt perfect from Mage after that.
Yeah, but Jordan for me is also one of the favorites for this tournament. Jordan and the Philippines.
Yeah.
But you saw KSA, they were not outmatched. They had their moments in the game. I just think the draft was a little bit lacking for the later stages of the game. They really needed to start snowballing earlier. Didn't manage to do so. Again, it's very risky to try to play a lineup that needs to force something early on. You know, if instead of the Necro, they have like a Storm Spirit or another Spirit that can like scale to the middle late game comfortably, maybe they'll play differently and they actually have a chance to late game. But this game, you have a Nullifier, suddenly a Necroforce doesn't feel like a hero anymore.
Yeah, Brood got this just jumping gold. It was really kind of ridiculous. We saw Broodmother just jump forward in net worth. Like, the bottom lane became the Broodmother's pretty exclusively. We saw the webs come towards the jungle. We saw the webs on the outer ring, which is more gold these days. If you're just joining us on Dota, I mean, we had a patch recently that expanded the map 40%. That's more farm to get for Broodmother, and, well, Orchid, Nullifier. It was pretty devastating if you were trying to go to the Brood, and we saw that a couple times. We saw the Doom say, hey, I'm going to try and farm here too, and then be forced to TP out in seconds. So Brood's game opened up, and I think that's, of course, due in part to the fact that Mage did so well over mid.
Yeah, Mage did well. I mean, after motion is Skywrath, he dealt so much damage as well. He was always in the right position for those silences. And just overall, it really felt like Jordan, they're a very cohesive team.
Yeah.
You know, like it doesn't feel like they're just like a random mistake that came together. They seem very well prepared.
Yeah, it did feel like there was a lot of chemistry there. The communication was certainly on point, and I think that's something that you need when you're a squad coming into a matchup like this, or really an event like this, because you need to be able to talk and have those moments. And you saw maybe a little bit of that kind of. It was also a good move by P1, but kind of not being perfect where they jump for the Echo Slam in that outer ring, and it ends up being, you know, a dodge, and it doesn't go that. But that's like the little bit of communication that I thought was just not perfect. But when you talk about chemistry, when you talk about what they were doing as a team, I think it looked really good from Jordan.
Yeah, I agree. Like, it is hard to really discredit anything from them. Again, they played a draft that's kind of out there. They played a new sort of mid-tier that I haven't seen for a long time. they made it work, and it really speaks volumes to the ability of a team. Like, I know Mage also, like, he can play all the spirits as well. And now, he just, in the first game, they smashed out the Shaker. It's like, everybody, like, it's on everybody's radar now. Like, they can actually play this as well. They have Tinker back up. They have Meepo back up. They have so many strategies up their sleeve. How do you prepare against them?
Yeah, and when you think about the Earthshaker pick overall, now you think, hey, our teams that we're going to face, the next 2 teams we're going to face in this group stage or so, are they going to ban this Earthshaker? Are they going to use a ban to make sure I don't get this hero? And that means, potentially, if they do use that ban, how much does it open it up for us? What's being left out of the ban pool now that if you're going to ban that Earthshaker? And we are taking a look at the replay here in this game. This was right after the jump he tried to make on P1.
Yeah.
And that was like the only time he made a mistake in this game.
Yeah. There could have been a game-defining moment, but KSA couldn't really capitalize on it. They
This
killed
was
it
big
once.
here too.
Yeah, they found the right Naga, like, just after he finishes Manta style. A tad too aggressive, doing those kind of moves before you have your sleep up to really bail you out. They punish them. But overall, you can see KSA, they're not lost. Like, they're making good plays around the map. It's just really towards the later portion of the mid game where they, well, I wouldn't even say crumbled. The heroes just couldn't stand up to par with the Jordan heroes.
Yeah, and that's a little bit surprising because they did have a substantial lead. I think it's not just them who let that mid game go away, but it was also the Jordan squad that made that open space for themselves, right?
Yeah.
Like they knew the movements they needed. They knew the objectives they wanted to go for. You see that they've got that Aegis in the hands of the Morphling. They were able to take an early Roche. 21 minutes is no joke. Yes, Roche is more early these days. Like, it's an early objective. But 20 minutes is a pretty good timing. And this, again, it was just pure, unendless aggression coming through from the Jordanian squad.
We had a couple of fights too that were so close where Morphling gets out on like 100 HP, morphs back down, morphs back up to 1000 HP again, reinitiates. Like, if 1 or 2 more things go the way of KSA, they could have probably taken this game.
Yeah, this is, I would say maybe, not that I want to knock it, because I think the idea was the right thing. If they didn't have like a Necro, if that was like an Ember, if that was a Puck, obviously not available in this draft, but if it was something a little bit more meta, I think they win those fights.
Potentially, but now we won't know, and now the pressure is really on KSA.
Yeah.
Again, I think if you lose 2 games, you're almost guaranteed to not be able to make it to the top 2. And then you have to play
Potentially that 5th, 6th.
5th, 6th, yeah, which is also very scary. I do believe that it's BO3 though, so you have multiple chances to actually make it. Like, BO1s are just so scary. Like, they made 1 or 2 mistakes early on, but against a team like Jordan, they wanted to recover from that.
Yeah, that's something that you're just not going to see from these top rated in RI squads. This squad, the Jordan squad, the Filipino squad that I think is another one of those teams that is not going to allow you to make mistakes like that. They're going to take advantage of those little things. When you're putting yourself in a bad position like that or a bad spot, I do think that, hey, this is a squad that's going to take advantage. Yeah. It's something I think we say about Gaming Gladiators, Tundra, like those top squads, LGD. You cannot make a mistake against these teams, and in a BO1 situation, it's not just that mistake for this game, it's a mistake for the group stage, and it's something that is going to be at least weighing on you a lot more than, say, if you had a BO3 to go up against this team, right?
Yeah. I mean, I've personally played a couple of group stages where there was only 4 teams, and it feels kind of brutal. Like, when there's like 8 teams, you're like, we lost the first game, we still got like 6 more chances. Here you have 1 more chance. Right. You lose 1 more game, you're gone. And you're just like, we only lost 2 games. Like, why are we out? Well, that's the brutal reality of competition. And will they be able to make it work? I'm not sure. Jordan looks really strong. Definitely top 2 contender for the group. Maybe even top 1. It's going to be a tough road for KSA from here on out.
Yeah, you've also got that other squad, Zayats and Blizzy in this group with Dream, right? Like, this is
they're
not
strong.
That's not a rollover team. That is a very strong squad. And you need to figure out what were the pros of that game for KSA, right? Like, what do you take away from that? I think the laning was pretty good.
Laning
I
was amazing.
think their aggression, their communication was good, but there are things that you need to take away so you can build off those positives and work towards the next game that you're going to be playing, right?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I saw personally is they won 3 lanes pretty much, but they couldn't transition that into a lot of pressure on the map. Like, if you win 3 lanes, typically Dota becomes very simple to play, where you just pressure them out of the map. But instead, they were found in unfavorable trades and positions, where then the Broodmother came back into the game, gets that fast Orchid, then with that fast Orchid he gets a couple of solo pickoffs, and then they start kind of panicking and scrambling around. You could just see that there was a definite lack of experience, because when you have this lane advantage, you need to be able to transition into a strong mid game. Because if you don't, then the entire idea of your draft, the identity of your draft is gone.
Yeah, and you wanted a Naga Siren, you wanted to get into that late game. Unfortunately, there is no late game. When the game goes like that, you're not going to get a chance to have this Naga Siren at that full capacity. And truthfully, I think the Doom as well didn't exactly have a big jumping off point. Yeah, you're going Midas, you've got Devour, but you were still middle of the pack when it comes down to net worth, and that's a little bit of an issue when you're relying on a Doom. With him not feeling confident, with him not having that excessive net worth, you have your opponents with multiple Lincoln Spheres to be ready for what you're going to throw at them, and you think about that lineup, it wasn't exactly one that had many Lincolns popping abilities, right?
They did not, which is also why he, for the longest time, had, I think, the Harpier Lightning instead of a War Stomp of the Centaur, which is obviously the best spell once you have Blink Dagger. But like, he went for a very, very aggressive build, and it didn't really pay off because the Morphling outfarmed him anyway. You can't really pressure a Morphling away. You know, he went for 1-for-1, early Vanguard, and he couldn't really do anything to the Morph at all. He was left 1v1, Morph just denies every creep, you can't pressure him. I saw a couple of times where he like tried to fake him out with the Doom or whatever, but realistically, you're never going to kill him. You know, so I think for that occasion, the build was maybe wrong. Maybe should have gone for 1-1 instead into a faster Midas and just try to scale a little bit better. But yeah, sometimes you just think like the Techies had such a good game. You know, he probably thought, oh yeah, if I go really aggro, I can make space for him to really start dishing out the damage. But Morphling is Morphling. He just has like 2,500 health at level 7.
Yeah,
what do you do?
It's a little bit tough. I think the Techies, yeah, you had a good start, but again, it comes down to being picked off too many times, having those one-offs where you're letting too much money or gold get back into the hands of the other side. And it lets them get to those next items. It lets you hit 1, 2, 3 more items amongst the team, and that's what allowed them to fight. And I think that, truthfully, the item progression looked good. I think what Isla got with the Broodmother was pretty on point with a game like that. He was feeling pretty safe. That Nullifier seemed to come out super early, but it wasn't super early in the progression. It was the fact that the Brood had so much gold. Yep. You came over to the Brood lane a couple times, and you fed your life away, and you fed too much to this Brood who took over the game, took over the whole bottom side of the map. You weren't allowed there at all.
Yeah, it feels really bad when you hear like Brood just makes it her domain. You're like, oh yeah, we're going to bring 3 heroes there, push her out, but then Jordan is already ready there. There's a Clockwork there, there's a Shaker coming in, Skyroth already set up, suddenly you lose 3 heroes, Brood gets like a triple kill, or instead of actually killing Brood and ruining her game, we now enabled her even further, and at that point you just can't leave base anymore. Naga can, but if she gets caught out alone, then suddenly your whole advantage is gone again, and it's a very tough position to be in against a hero like Broodmother.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you didn't exactly see the most perfect, I would say, execution coming out from Jordan as well. Like the hook shots that were blocked, it just wasn't always perfect, and it was trying to maybe be a little bit too cute with a couple things where they were waiting for like Necro to use his Force Staff so they could throw the cogs around him, and maybe waiting a little bit too much. But I think the idea and the execution overall was solid. It was enough to win the game. It was, you know, maybe the best that they could have done. So I think it was really well done by this squad, right?
Yeah, 100%. Looking forward to what they have to offer next. Definitely look good.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they offer next. So I would love to see is we're going to see an interview with Aframush. So we are looking to give it over to the hosts, and we're going to throw it over to them in 2 seconds as it's right on over to the stage.
And ladies and gentlemen, as the entire world saw what happened here, congratulations to Jordan for the amazing performance and game that took place right here at the Dota 2 match. And we would like to know, how does everybody feel with this match? Waji, take it from here.
شكرا لك اخوي براء. فعلا شفنا المباراة قديش كانت حامية، وقدروا منتخب الأردن انهم يتفوقون في هذه المباراة. وحابين نقول بالتحديد للاعب محمد ألف مبروك على انتصاركم في هذه المباراة، وحابين نسمع شعورك بعد ما فزتوا في هذه الجولة.
اول شيء الله يبارك فيك. ثاني شيء صراحه شعور كثير حلو، لانه تفوز اول جيم بالبطوله دائما بتحس انه البطوله يعني يو جيت موتيفيتد، فشعور كثير حلو بصراحه.
فعلا اكيد بيكون شعور حلو في حال انها كانت اول مواجهه او مباراه يفوزون فيها، فبيكون عندهم اريحيه وانهم بيستعدون للمباراه الجايه بشكل واضح وبشكل افضل. ولا يا براء؟
You are absolutely right, Wajih. صح كلامك. Pretty much a lot is going to happen here as the confidence shows. The motivation is on. It's over 9,000 with it right here. So apparently a lot is going to take place. No, Wajih, apparently there's some strategies taking place. No, what do you think of that?
فعلا قالها في بعض الاستراتيجيات اللي شفناها منكم اخوي محمد. فحاب اسالك بخصوص انك خليت خصمك اخذوا الهيرو ناقه، فوش الحكمه ليش خليتهم ياخذونها رغم ان هذا الشيء ممكن يتسبب خسارتكم او فوزكم؟ فودي اسمع منك وش الشيء اللي سويتوه بالضبط.
تركت لهم الهيرو ناقه لانه كنا متدربين ضد الهيرو وكنت عارف انهم راح ياخذوه، فتركت لهم اياه زي كاني عارف بالضبط كيف حلعب ضده، وهذا اللي ساعدني افوز الجيم بصراحه.
واضح الاستراتيجيات قديش كانوا مجهزينها يا اخوي براء.
I mean, صح كلامك. You know what? That's what happens. The matchup, you see different heroes, what match, what against what, and all of that. It takes a lot of brain. It takes a lot of time. So apparently we're going to see right now what's going to happen in the next few matches taking place right here at the Asian Championship. And anything you can tell us about the future matches, or is it going to be a surprise?
هل ممكن نشوف منكم يعني الخطط الواضحة بالمباريات الجاية من ناحية الاستراتيجيات، ولا بتخلونها يعني ما راح تكشفون الخطط اللي بتكون في المباراه الجايه؟ فحابين نعرف ايش ناويين تجهزون لنا.
انا حابب احكي لك يعني، بس صراحه ما بزبط احكي لك على الاستراتيجيز تاعونا لانه ما بدناش حدا يعرف ايش راح نعمل بالضبط.
طيب اكيد بتكون دخلتكم دخله مختلفه عن المباراه هذه، اكيد صح ولا؟
اكيد طبعا.
اتمنى لكم كامل التوفيق. اكيد بتكون تجهيزاتهم في المباريات الجايه اخوي براء وعز الحضور والمشاهدين في كل مكان بتكون تجهيزاتهم جدا مختلفه عن مباراه اليوم.
بالضبط يا وجيه. صراحة شفناه اليوم شيء جدا خيالي. And ladies and gentlemen, as you saw yourself, it was an unbelievable match. A lot of tactics, a lot of strategy, a lot of sheer adrenaline. With all of that, it takes like a lot of time. And I don't know if I can have the mental capacity as you would have it yourself, sir, taking place right here at the Asian Championship. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having a break and we'll be back with the second match of Dota 2 happening right here at the IESF Asian Championship.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
اهلا وسهلا، حياكم الله جميعا ورجعنا لكم من جديد بعد بريك بسيط، وحياكم الله في بطولة جيمر زيت من الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الالكترونية الاسيوية. ورجعنا لكم من جديد، معاكم اخوكم وجيه مقدمكم في هذه البطولة مع الاسطورة براء. ومثل ما شفنا المباراة الماضية اللي كانت بانتصار منتخب الأردن ضد السعودية، وقدروا يثبتون أنفسهم يا أخوي براء من أول مباراة وأول مواجهة لهم في لعبة دوتا 2.
صح كلامك يا وجيه. And ladies and gentlemen, as you've seen it, Jordan did an amazing job, but still, Saudi Arabia gave them a good competition in the last match that took place in the first match of the Dota 2 competition.
كلنا متحمسين للمباراة الجاية ونبي نسمع أقوى تحية لمنتخب فلبين.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the second match happening here for the Philippines. And now, time for the competitor. The other team is going to come here to compete to earn their place at the 15th World Esports Championship that will be taking place in Yash, Romania. So, let's hear it for India!
تحية قوية لمنتخب الهند. مباراة مشوقة بين منتخبين أبداً ما هم سهلين، من عيار ثقيل يجمع بين منتخب فلبين والهند. صراحة يا براء كلنا حتى أعزائي المشاهدين كلنا متحمسين أن ندخل وننطلق على هذه المباراة.
صح كلامك يا وجيه. What's going to happen here, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to have the Philippines going against India in the second match here with Dota 2. The excitement is over 9,000. We're going to fire it up, and to do that, we're going to pass it on to our casters.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my scouter is going crazy here. It is, well, over 9,000. I've never seen numbers like this before, and it's going to be interesting to see what we see from these teams as the Philippines, they won their first matchup, and India dropped their first matchup to Mongolia. So it's, you know, two teams on separate paths at the moment, but you know, a win here equalizes them if India are to win. And if the Philippines win here, it puts them in a very, very, very good spot coming in and being 2-0 overall. So it should be interesting to see how this matchup goes. But for me, I think the Philippines are pretty much the favorite in the group. I don't know if you think the same, Black.
Yeah, it's probably between them and Mongolia. Mongolia is insanely strong as well. But the Philippines, for me, absolute stand-up team.
Yeah.
Because, like, I play in SEA as well, of course. I live in Singapore. And, yeah, I play with them a lot. And the players on that team, they're just very individually skilled. We spoke about how they're basically a Div 1 team, a team that is at the caliber of a Division 1 team, which means they're also at a caliber of potentially playing at a major. You know, it's going to be very, very hard going up against them because they're going to be very well practiced. They have good strategies. They're going to be very comfortable with the current meta. You will have a hard time finding any reason to doubt them here.
Yeah, the Filipino team is pretty much made up of all the players from Polaris, and you know, they just got promoted from Division 2, and that was in the final tour of the DPC. So there is a lot of chemistry there. There is a lot of positivity coming from a roster like this, and you know, when you're coming into an event, and Division 2 did just end like a week or two ago, you're coming into an event like this right after being successful as a squad. I think you're coming in with a leg up against everybody else because you know what you have to give. You know, not only that, but it's Division 1 worthy. And that's a big thing. And, you know, not every squad here that's representing a country is also a team that's put together for the DPC, and that's a big part of the Filipino success that we might see throughout the group stage.
Yeah, and on top of that, they have a lot of cheese heroes up the sleeves as well. They got pretty much the entire package. On the other hand, India, I know one of their players very well, Krish. He is an insanely strong mid player, but the problem is that alone is not enough to really win. Like, ultimately, it will all come down to team play. You can be the best player in the world in the mid lane. If the enemy supports are camping the runes and they're ganking you, there's not a whole lot you can do. I'm definitely looking at him to be able to carry his team to an equalizer here, to a 1-1. But again, it is going to be insanely difficult. And once you're at 0-2, you really probably will have to look towards that fifth, sixth decider match, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in, especially if you play against someone like the Philippines. Like, they know themselves also that the Philippines are really, really strong. So I'm wondering, are they even going to try to play like a standard game? Or are they going to try to throw everything off, like a full push strat? Or are they going to run something like a Tinker Bounty Hunter or something like that, you know? Lots of cheese strats out there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. I think the Filipino team, you know, there is a history of the national team doing really well. There were other national team events that, you know, a squad like TNC back in the day did win, and that was a couple years ago. And I think, you know, when it comes to national representation, the Filipino team does it pretty well because you're usually getting guys from solid squads throughout the year, and it's not the TNC this year. Well, I don't know if, well, there is a TNC anymore, but it is Polaris. So it's exciting to watch a squad like this have this kind of chemistry. And I think when all the lines back and forth are working together in unison, it's going to be tough for this Indian squad. And I wonder if, yeah, your best players in the mid, they might just be able to shut that down. And we've seen it before. You get supports coming around the 6-minute mark, or even when they want to secure the water runes at the 4-minute mark, you'll see both supports come out. And I wonder if the Filipino roster is going to pick a draft like that that is one dedicated to abusing mid.
I really think the Filipino draft will be as cookie cutter as possible. Like, they are going to just play run-of-the-mill draft. Pick your Medusa, pick your Morphling, or +5 that saves, or +4 that ganks, instant silences, maybe instant hexes. Our offlaner can build auras, our mid laner's mobility base can snowball, and like in their books at least, if everything runs the way they want it to run, they're gonna like easily take this game.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the rosters coming into this matchup, as it will be, this is the Filipino roster.
There we go.
We know a lot of these names. CML, Mac, Boomy, Bak, Akashi. I mean, Bak, Boomy, we have watched them a lot throughout the DPC. Even Mac, we've seen a lot. And Mac, yeah, Mac is amazing. These are a lot of good players for this Filipino team. So you look at this 5-stack right here, and it is scary to look at because they are strong players. It is probably the most intimidating squad throughout the event, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. They're probably my favorite to take the first place finish. And we'll see what India can do. Because honestly, that's what it's going to boil down to me. Like, what can India do to stop them? Can they do something to stop them? It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, when you talk about the Indian squad being able to do something like that, you got to think about the BO1 situation. Can they maybe throw in a curveball here or there that changes it up, where maybe it makes the Filipino roster uncomfortable? You can see them practicing Shadow Fiend. I'm trying to peek in here. Now, that is a Shadow Fiend on the screen right now. And so let's take a look at the other roster. We saw the Filipino roster. Let's take a look at the Indian roster. You've got Krish in there already that you were talking about. Pinkman, Abi, HBK, and MNZ. So, you know, it's a squad with some names that we've seen before. But are they a squad that's ready to beat this Filipino lineup? It's going to be tough. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I think this is, for everybody else in the group, the Filipino team is the hardest matchup for them.
Yeah, there's going to be an upward climb. Again, Krish is an amazing player. I occasionally play with the other players as well, but they aren't as highly ranked as Krish is. So they're definitely going to try to look to enable him the most, I think. They're probably going to pick him something like a Storm or a Tinker, gank his lane quite frequently, make sure he has the best time possible, and hopefully be able to carry them through the finish line.
Yeah, luckily you guys didn't see it when the camera was off of me, but I was trying to like peek around the corner, see what they were picking over there. Because if you're trying something out in demo mode, you don't think that correlates at all?
Nah.
What did you use to, when you were playing professionally, you were sitting in the booth, you're looking at your computer, you're talking to your teammates, what was the hero you demoed?
I had a couple of different routines. Like, if I wanted to do the last hitting, I would just pick an anti-mage. If I wanted to do combo practice, I would pick an invoker. And if I wanted to practice just pure timing, I would just pick a Pudge, make a hero run around somewhere, and just try to hook him. So I have like 3 different warm-up routines that I would go through every time. And yeah, you just want to do something to get kind of into the game, into the zone, get your head into it, make sure your fingers are warm. You never want to play with cold fingers, it's the worst. Like when your mind tells your fingers to do something, but they're like, I don't really want to do it right now. That's the worst.
Did you take after Sylar and put like the napkins on top of your mouse?
No, I never quite got that far.
He does that.
He has sweaty hands. That's why.
Well,
like,
there's
really
also a couple other
hands.
players that do it now in the Chinese region. I've watched it where they're just layering napkin. It's this tall. They're playing with the mouse like this. I don't get it. But, if you're getting sweaty hands, eventually you're going to start touching the mouse with all the moisture that comes through.
The mouse is going to spoil.
Yeah, it might. Is that your only pregame ritual, by the way? Last hitting with those heroes? Do you ever, like, pump up some music, get into the zone, you flip the hoodie over, you're starting to, like, shadow box, even though you're playing a game and you're not really boxing, but...
I have to admit, throughout the years, I went through, because there's like a lot of superstition, right?
Yeah,
like some people like wash their face, other people listen to their favorite song, other people like try to call it a significant other or anything like that, I have to admit, I went through like all of them, and whenever
what was the best one?
Whenever I did well in a tournament, that's the one I stuck. So washing face was super good, and listening to your favorite song was super good.
Did you ever do both at the same time? You hear the music in your ears and then like it just...
I did.
And you're breaking headphones at that point, right?
Yeah, and also I got last at the tournament, so I never did it again. it was awful. Like I was like, woo! Combo 1, you have like the that best thing and that best thing. I won both those tournaments. Obviously, I'm going to win here, last place.
Yeah, well, sometimes the superstitions, when you mix them together, they're never putting a rabbit's foot with, say, a 4-leaf clover. They're never mixing them up.
Yeah, it doesn't work. If you mix them up, you curse yourself.
Yeah, and then that's 8 years bad luck. I don't know how much it is for breaking mirror or something like that. But you need that pregame ritual, and you get those hand warmers. I know, like you said, no cold fingers. You want to get the hand warmers ready to go, get your hands on the keyboard, and start CSing as much as possible. And washing your face, that's a big one. We saw that in True Sight when we were watching True Sight for TI-10. They told Jinkyu to, of course, wash his face, come back, and LGD, I think they ended up winning that game that he ended up washing his face on, right?
Yeah. And I kid you not. I've seen it once in my life. It was a grand final match. It was 2-2. The losing team, literally one of them asked one of the other guys to slap him in the face. And he did, really hard. It was like, I was like, whoa. Was he actually mad? Did he want that? Then I asked him after that. He said, yeah, I actually just, I need to wake up. I need to feel the adrenaline. And they actually crushed that final game. So I was like, okay.
So did he continue to do that for the rest of, were we seeing just slaps to the face after that?
Oh, no, there was a grand final and they won. I don't know if I've seen them again after that.
So it didn't go over. Luckily, no head trauma on that one afterwards, because there is, you come in on that tempo a little bit too much. You swing a little bit too far out left, and that might make your Dota game a little bit worse. I'm a little scared. I'm never using that ritual. I'll wash my face. I'll use hand warmers. Slap to the face, not happening.
Slap
I don't
fight
think
championships.
So.
No advertisement here, but
I'm not participating.
If you want to watch something crazy,
this is my bread and butter. This is everything I've got going for me right now. The voice, the face. I can't give it up. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're beautiful.
I can't give it up. I can't do it. And, these two teams, they can't give up this game. So it's going to be important to see which team comes out on top. When we talk about the last game, though, everything for the first 8 picks was pretty meta. And then the final pick from both teams kind of strayed away from the norm. We had that Earthshaker that was picked up last for the Jordanian squad, and then that recall over to a Necrophos after that, which, when you're going strictly meta, you can kind of find that little outlier to go to, but it almost feels like it has to be perfect because, truth be told, when we were looking at the draft, Necro felt like the stronger pick over mid, but at the end of the day, the Jordanian squad won, and that Earthshaker was super strong, did a lot of damage, and ultimately, I think, ended up winning that game for them.
Yeah, and we spoke about it, right? Like, if a player is really, really confident in a hero, like, he picked it completely blind. He didn't know the matchup. There were so many counters in the pool. He solo kills the Necro. That is not supposed to happen. He somehow made it happen, and that sets him off to like a fantastic start. He had like a minute 12 treads Blink Dagger on a mid shaker. Insane timing.
Absurd.
Like he literally just ran around the map, two-shot in the techies the entire game. And yeah, as you said, I do think that pick he wasn't only super confident with it, but he also sort of baited the enemy team to pick a counter which didn't really lead to like a winning condition. Like you have a Necrophos middle that wins the lane, yeah, but then what? Like he had a very solid idea of how to win the game for his team, whereas the other team responded with a very strong laning opponent, and they were like, what do we do after this? You know, I won the lane, what do you do now?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting question, which we're going to see answered because I believe we're going into the draft. The game is starting, so we're going to be seeing this game. Again, it's not game 1, it's not game 2, it's a BO1. So it's it's,
one
make
and
or
done.
break. Yeah, one and done. It's going to be interesting to see what these teams go to. We know, and it's no secret, there are a lot of Tinker pickers in this group, and I know a lot of people are big Tinker fans.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when you see someone, obviously not in this event right now, nothing to say. He's a very good Tinker player. It was a very big CIS combo for them when they were going into the Tinker Bounty Hunter combo that was back in the day. Bounty picked a little bit, not as much these days, but we'll have to see what they end up going for and what we're going to see. Because I really am hoping we see a little stray from the norm. But I was looking at like the games that weren't on stream. It's Medusa, it's Morphling, it's Naga, Io, Shrek. It's everybody kind of keeping that base, that meta base, right?
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed with the unfortunate timing. Like, if this event happened before the major, we would be all over the place.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, but because this happened just after a major, the meta is very much set in stone, and the strongest heroes of the patch are very well known. So even, again, if you're not 100% comfortable with it, you're still going to pick it because it's just the strongest option, which I actually think might be a little bit of a bait for some teams. Like, if you can't play a hero well enough to like play with it at like an 80-90% capacity sort of level, I don't think you should force yourself to play it, because that's the worst thing you can do. Like, you're playing something that you're not super comfortable on rather than a quote-unquote unconventional hero that you mastered.
Yeah, I think comfort is also the name of the game at times when you're going into a draft for a BO1. You want to be able to just secure your game as much as possible. I think we maybe saw a little bit of that with the Necro. Obviously, that matchup's really good too, but I think the Necro was played really well overall in that first game that we saw on the stream. So it's interesting what the potential is, because the greatest thing about Dota is that everything works. And, some patches are maybe a little bit more restrictive of that, but it doesn't mean that it wouldn't work. It's still worth a shot, especially if you're, comfortable with that hero.
Yeah. I mean, we have seen Nightfall, especially. Like, we have only seen Brood offlane, and suddenly they pick a carry one game. Worked out perfectly.
Yeah.
Because he's like a really good player at it. He's very comfortable in it. And suddenly, other teams follow suit. They pick a safe lane, and they can't make it work as well, just because they aren't as comfortable and they aren't as big of a specialist.
Yeah, that's usually the name of the game. Which heroes are most versatile? Which heroes are going to give you the most here? As we've seen a couple heroes that come into the draft, you never know. Are they going to be the 4 or 5? Are they going to be the 1, 2, 3? Like, there are some heroes that still do well, and I think Morphling's an example of that. He's very good in the 1. He can go 2. There was a time where, not maybe so much now, Medusa was shifting 1-3. I think a lot of people have kind of set in stone that hero is more just a 1 position in these days.
Yeah, after
you
the
don't
nerfs especially.
Really want it in the off lane. And then a hero like Anti-Mage, he's also another carry that can go 1-3. If you really want, Anti-Mage to be that off laner and maybe go like an Ags or something like that. So let's get into the draft. Let's take a look. We've got ourselves a Morphling as that ban for India in that first ban, and now Undying. So you're taking away Morphling as a first pick, which we saw in the last game. You're taking away the Undying Medusa combo. You can still go Medusa, but Morphling also, with that ban, it opens up the potential in a Medusa pick for you, right? Like you said it in the last draft, if there is no Morphling, then Morphling is viable. So we'll have to take a look. We'll have to see, you know, how the draft ends up preparing itself. So we'll take a look here. We'll come back as, you know, we are thinking about this draft. We are thinking about what overall is going to be coming through here for these two teams and, you know, what we're going to end up seeing. Because Undying as a first ban, it feels right? And maybe I'm thinking about, you know, what exactly we're going to see in terms of maybe bans that are pointed at the heroes specifically, right? Or at the players specifically is what I wanted to say.
Yeah, but I mean, Undying is just such a do-it-all sort of hero. Like, he wins in the lane, he can transition into a strong mid-game, he has a save, he can build auras, he can just build a utility item like Force Staff.
Pugna.
Oh yeah, there's our battery that we spoke about previously.
Yeah, that was a first phase, and they wow, that is a reactive. That's a. Whew. All right. So what I wanted to say was, Storm is a pick ban.
Yeah.
You're taking it away from a Pugna side, and then Keeper of the Light. It gives you opportunity. They pick up the Medusa, so you're going to be the battery pack for the Medusa.
Of course, yeah. Standard.
And then what you can do here with Keeper of the Light. Not so much like, I know
it's a worse battery.
It's a worse battery. I've talked to other analysts about it. I was thinking maybe you go Pangolier in the offlane.
Yeah, you definitely want a spammer. We have also seen a couple of 5 Coddles with a Blinding Light build up, which is it's not super strong in my opinion, but it can work if you have a very strong and self-sustainable +1. But the Storm was an instant pick after the partner. They definitely expected a partner. And then Storm, as you previously said as well, is a very good answer to that partner. And even though Medusa doesn't really worry too much about the Storm Spirit or the Coddle, you still don't really have a hero to catch him.
So getting rid of those mana depleters. Anti-Mage PL, I think you... I know it's not as good as it is over mid, but I think you got to get rid of the Pangolier, right? He builds Diffusal. He's gonna have Coddle to boost him up with the Chakra Magic to make those cooldowns really low. You can really get rid of some big chunks of mana with that.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen attempts of running an offlane Nyx a couple of times against Dusa.
Right.
It usually doesn't work just because Nyx doesn't really lane well, doesn't really farm well. There's
Double Mana Flare.
Yeah, he doesn't really have a whole lot going for him. Mana Flare is like super weird, because you know the bonus damage it deals only counts towards health damage, so it never gets amplified on Dusa, because you don't deal health damage, like ever.
Unless you break through that shield.
In which case she's
dead
like,
anyway.
You just one-hit her.
We were saying
get rid of the Beastmaster, so the strong pressure summon off lanes.
Elder Titan. This is what I want to see. This is not your typical pick.
It's really good though, because Pugna is stationary when he drains, obviously, and he's very vulnerable to that stomp. And then he's asleep for.
Do you think this is an offlane Elder Titan?
I think it's a 5. And then a 4 Coddle.
Damn. Crushing my hopes and dreams.
Sorry.
With one word.
Gotta be real. Gotta be real.
That is true.
So, Ember Spirit looks insanely good for India right now. It's pretty good against the Storm. It's amazing against Coddle and Titan. They don't have great answers for it just yet. And there aren't many carries that are super good against it either.
Spirit Breaker.
Okay, charge into the backlines. It's not that the greatest against Storm, but it absolutely owns Titan and Coddle.
Yeah.
Yep. Unless you're solar bound, in which case you just can't run.
Yeah, but that's like your only...
It just sounds really annoying.
Yeah, it's your only definitive slow right now, though.
Yeah. They're gonna go for. I still think Ember is amazing. They definitely want the mobility core that can play together with the Spirit Breaker. So you have like your front line and the Dusa partner. Then you have the Spirit Breaker that needs a +1 to kill the back line.
Darkseer?
Darkseer could work. They didn't show the carry here yet, but it's definitely a strong combo.
I don't really think they need to show their carry hero to go for Darkseer. Obviously, it's better if you wait to know, but I think Darkseer just fits well.
It does.
You could also always pick your mid. You know Storm's mid, and then leave your offlaner for last.
I actually want him to pick the Ember Spirit here. Puck. Okay. Puck is the other answer to Storm. And also here they can play very well Spirit Breaker. Very good pick. I would like a Faceless Void perhaps for the Philippines. Dart in and out of the fight, get some disable for the puck.
What's your damage though into the Chrono? Earth Splitter.
Earth Splitter is good. Cuddle, Illuminate is not bad.
Yeah.
There's a couple. It's not like amazing, but the hero just fits really well with the draft, or rather against the draft.
It's anti-synergy for the other team.
Yeah. Like the time dilation is awful for Puck and Pugna.
We usually see that at level 2, right?
Yeah.
Time dilation's becoming one of those early spells.
I mean, there's a couple of other here. Sniper, honestly, is really nice against Dusa.
But
Very
I
risky
don't.
though.
Yeah, it's risky with a Spirit Breaker in the game.
With Spirit Breaker.
Especially with a puck that can follow up the Spirit Breaker.
However, you have like your concussive grenade, you have your Hurricane Pike that you're going to be building into.
I think it just feels a little too fragile.
Yeah, it does.
They end up going
Mars.
Mars.
So they leave the carry for last.
Which...
Mars Cuddle. It's a very cookie cutter lane.
Yeah.
Tested, worked, proven, strong. Mars can definitely
does that bring
transition
Titan 4
No.
Kano 5?
No.
You don't want to like sleep into a spear?
You're going to have your 5 Titan, B-Cop. He's going to have 0
no,
farm.
no,
He's going to die in the
no.
back line.
I need Titan to be higher position than
He
5.
is going to die a miserable death every
No.
fight.
This is a hero I enjoy watching with farm.
He's going to press W
Caveats here.
for his aura. He's not going to run into melee range.
Fair enough.
He will run into melee range, get stone gaze, die, and then never run into melee range again.
So he's never going to use that stapler.
No.
All right. So they banned the Dark Seer. That's no surprise. That's why I kind of thought that they could maybe pick the Dark Seer in that pick, but we also talked about them wanting to go to the mid. They knew the matchup at the time.
Yeah, Puck makes a lot of sense. It's just a very strong hero. If they wanted to outpace them, honestly, Alchemist looks really good too.
Alchemist feels so hit or miss, though.
He does. It's definitely a hero that you snowball hard and you close out the game. It's... Truth be told though, Elder Titan plus Alchemist, like that acid spray plus briefcase combo, that's a lot of damage.
Oh, Alchemist for the Philippines. I thought
Yeah.
you meant
Oh, no,
off,
no, no,
I thought you
not
meant
for
awfully in India
No, no, no,
Alchemist.
no.
I was like, whoa.
No.
What are you talking about over here? You know what? When it's for this Filipino lineup, I could see it doing well. Tide's a great ban. I think if they want to be mobile in this, then they need to take out that big team fight stun.
What's even left in the offlane? Not a whole lot. Underlord's out, Darkseer out, Tide out, Beast
Centaur.
out. Centaur is just such an awful hero though. I hate Centaur.
I'm trying to think of what offlaners are left.
Not many.
Not.
It could be Spirit Breaker offlane.
Yeah.
I've seen it a couple of times.
And then you just pick a 4.
Like Skywrath, yeah.
Yeah. That was the one brain cell we share. Really coming together right there. But
If you can call it a brain cell.
it's half of one. So let's see. They end up going Snap. So that ends up being your support. I think it's okay. It's aggressive in the lane. I don't know if I really like it. Terrible lane. So
interesting.
That's high armor, illusions. I think it does well in the lane as well.
It does. Terrorblade is also a hero that just benefits from the bigger map. Because you send illusions to farm everywhere.
And push really well. Sometimes teams can't deal with those illusions.
Yeah. Honestly, this game might be one of the harder ones. They do have partner, of course, with the life drain, but the other heroes are not the greatest at killing those illusions.
You're going to want that shard for Pugna.
Yeah.
To life drain off the Nether Ward, have it split. That's really where you can make high ground defenses.
It's going to be very hard still. Like, the backline is not safe against the Storm Spirit, Mars, Elder Titan, Caudle. They have so much backline reach and damage that if India doesn't have a good early game, Puck might just be chain feeding in the mid game.
This is also an offlane snap.
And it's Spirit Breaker support, yeah. I mean, offlane snap makes sense because you can build into fast ATOS as well. And plus 4 Spirit Breaker is still very strong.
And Mac on this Storm Spirit. I want to say this is when we were watching Mac earlier in his career, Storm felt like his go-to.
Yeah.
But it is for a lot of mids.
I mean, we see here, he has 450 games on Storm.
Was that what you rounded up to? I think you were right on that.
I think it's quite
I'm not even going to question it. My NA math is at a first grade level, so I'm going to believe you that that was 450 games. But is that pub games or pro games?
Pub games.
Okay.
But like that statistic is always pub games.
Okay.
And we have seen, I think, from the Indian mid laner, last previous match was an 8-0 Meepo.
Where is that? Yeah. That's my first thought, too. Where is that pick?
Yeah.
I'm ready to see the Meepos. I'm ready to see the Tinkers. So, teams, if you're listening, obviously I'm not an analyst and or a coach. So,
but you could be.
Take my advice. Meepo, Tinker, mid. That would be great. So, we'll see if we see anything before the horn. Of course, thinking about how many bounties are going to be taken and who's got the better level 1 team fight. And I would have to assume if you go meta level 1, which sometimes, for the most part, you don't, right? You go like Reflection.
It depends. Like in a 5v5 fight, Reflection can be amazing.
Yeah.
But if you don't fight, level 1 meta is crazy strong. You just get 30 damage. Lower BAT, range attack, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, level 1 Metamorphosis has been buffed so many times. Like initially, when Terrorblade just released, it had like 15 damage. Super low duration. And just overall wasn't the best spell. Nowadays, level 1 meta, you run or you kill him. Because otherwise he will kill you.
Yeah, he is definitely one of those strong heroes in lane. And when you're able to get a Terrorblade to pretty much go early on, what's he paired up with? He's paired up with, you said, the Elder Titan. So you can kind of play aggressively, right? Like, you can throw out your Spirit, bring it back. Elder Titan's going to hit hard. Metamorphosis, Terrorblade's going to hit hard. And I think you kind of take over the lane, especially what? You're up against Snapfire.
Got the cookie, got the bash. Like, level 2 Spirit Breaker is no joke. Once they actually level 2, they have to be careful. And the lane is a little bit weird. Like, Terrorblade plus Elder Titan. You have one Reflection slow. And
Did you take Natural Order level 2 for ET?
Now, you won't have to Stomp, so you can gap close for both heroes and restart right-clicking together. But Terrorblade is quite fragile. And the Snapfire Scatter Blast is a ton of damage, especially early on. So if he's not too careful, he can actually just feed a death or 2 away.
Yeah, so the lanes are going to be very fragile, very interesting coming into this one. I think that what we saw, especially in that first game between Jordan and Saudi Arabia, it shows how fragile the lanes can be. But which team has the ability to sustain through the mid-game if their laning phase doesn't go as well?
Honestly, both teams have quite a bit of options. Like, you will always have the mobile tower in Medusa with the mana battery behind. But at the same time, if Storm gets big and there's a Coddle to always top him up, like, he could just run around the map and kill everybody with an early Orchid. Suddenly Puck gets killed, and then the backline gets killed by him. Mac is a hero that really thrives on these snowballing heroes, and if you give him a good start, it's going to get problematic for you. They will have to make sure to, you know, maybe Krish wins mid lane a bit, gets a faster coil, you coil the Storm Spirit, get an early kill on him, maybe catapult Krish up to higher net worth, lead early on, fast Blink Dagger, make him instead dominate the Filipinos team.
Right.
There's lots of options. With explosive mid laners, it's always very, very fun to see who snowballs. Maybe neither of them snowball. They both get killed a lot.
Could
know.
definitely see it happening as, you know, we are, I think, getting a little bit of lag spikes here and there, getting a pause and an unpause every now and then, just trying to make sure everything's working to standard, have these teams both on the level playing field, and we are ready to go. So
let me tell you something, B-Cup. Back then, you know, Dota 1, I played on Garena on China server, 200 ping. Okay, you didn't see me complain. Here, the ping goes up to 50. Oh, we can't play anymore. You know, everyone's so spoiled nowadays.
Was that you pausing in pub games or in pro games?
Pro games. Like, we played against Chinese teams from Europe, and I played Kunkka, and I was so happy every time I hit a torrent.
Yeah, that seems hard on 200 ping. I don't know if I could even last it with 200 ping.
You get used to it. You just need to remember that your actions are delayed. You know, your brain is faster than your actions. Then you get used to it.
I try to believe that every now and then, and look at this damage coming in from CML.
Blood grenade.
Already throwing that blood grenade, that early extra oomph coming in here from the Elder Titan, and he'll get first blood just running down Javi with no regard for his own life.
There you go again, blood grenade. Without blood grenade, this would have never happened.
I do remember when Elder Titan used to be super strong in that lane. You'd stack the opponent's big camp, or if you were in the off lane with it, you'd stack your own big camp right there, and then use that to get that extra damage and run at heroes. And he does it there, but I remember there were times where Elder Titan would run at you pre-4 minutes with like 400 damage.
Yeah. We have seen, like, the most ridiculous I've ever seen was that he sent out a spurt on the off lane, went through all the camps, TP top, and went through like the mid lane heroes and through like a couple of stacked camps. Yeah, he like quite literally two-shot the off laner.
We've seen some of that with the twin gates. You leave your spirit down bottom, twin gate to top, and then have it come through and hope that it lands.
You know, us boomers, like
us,
bro, you're more boomer than me. Anyway, we didn't have that. You know, we needed to come up with like good strategies. Nowadays, oh yeah, I'm gonna click this gate and it's gonna do it for me.
Yeah, you just get to go through the twin gate and go to top or go to bottom. There was a lot of that in Bali, and I would say a lot of that happening potentially here as HBK gets the kill on Abumi. I don't know if that's Shawn Michaels, the Heartbreak Kid there, HBK.
I'm not too sure, yeah. But we do have a Messi, though. Mac is a Messi.
But let's see, as still dealing with some spikes. I know that there are some teams that are willing to, go through the twin gate and have even their carry go through the twin gate to go and get a kill, take the gate back. And
I think, honestly, we're not seeing that enough. Like, the twin gate abuse is the one thing that will get to an absurd level, given time. Like, I think come next year, teams are going to be insane at abusing that.
Yeah, I think as you get more comfortable with the map and the way it is, because I think right now what teams are doing in terms of getting used to things that are new is farming tendencies.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing a lot of carries perfecting that, and perfecting where they can and can't be.
All I'm telling you is that one camp right next to your base, don't farm that. You're so far away from your team. I hate that camp. That camp should be removed.
You think it's a bait?
Yeah, you know the one like right next to the diatop?
Right by the steps.
I hate that one. It is so far away from everything on the map.
That should be an ancient camp.
If it was an ancient camp, I would definitely have to reconsider what I just said. But the way it stands, it just feels awful to farm it.
Like, I think it's value if it's an ancient camp, because it's a big camp right now, right?
Yeah, it's a big camp. Also, I want to say Storm Spirit has not missed a single CS yet. He is at 11 out of 11.
Jeez. So 1K ping.
Oh, I would. Okay.
Can you play with that? All right. Tell me now, because you know what I've been hearing. You guys don't get to hear us off screen and off camera, but I listened to you say you can stop trains and that you can lift 800 pounds and you can do all these crazy things. 1K ping. Can you play with it?
No.
Okay.
No chance.
The god has been, told he can't do things.
Even I have my limitation.
Okay. You see, this is what I mean. This is what I'm talking about when I say you could stop a train. Okay, if you stop that train, is it one-handed, two-handed?
Depends on which kind of train. Like a normal train, one hand, but like a Japanese speed bullet train, I'd probably need two. I haven't tried it, to be honest, that one.
The confidence oozing. Just, I can feel.
Dude, I just want to go back real quick to our table tennis games. Like, the rate I improved, that is actually insane.
Everybody was impressed. Everybody.
Yeah.
The Saudi Arabian team looked at you and were just like, how does he
do that?
They called you AI.
Yeah.
Which was interesting because all of a sudden you learned how to spin the ball. You learned how to. There was a lot going on. I can't inflate
my ego too much?
Enough, yes.
But I
don't have enough space over here.
Let me ask you, though, then. if you saw that live, right? Is it really too far-fetched to believe that I could stop trains? No. Of
No,
course
I
not.
think it's very far. Stop. No, don't.
Let me just
You're
answer
making you're making huge jumps here. You're here right now. You're making jumps to off camera over here with I played ping pong well. I can stop a train. That is so far in the spectrum of things that you should be able to do.
But is it impossible?
Yes.
No, it's not.
Okay, I'm talking about Dota. I'm getting back into the Dota game. I cannot listen to this anymore. I'm thinking about what we need to see from both these teams. You were talking about Storm having perfect CS.
Yes.
Is he going to dominate this game? I need predictions.
You know, it's so hard to make a prediction early on, but I want to say yes. He's going to build into a fast Orchid, I hope. I hope it's not going to be the Witchblade build. Fast Orchid, dominate puck, dominate map, dodge all the ganks, because it's Mac. 12k MMR player. We all know how important MMR is.
Is it?
I don't know.
Not for me. Definitely not for me. Don't look at my profile. Don't look at my MMR. Please. It's like...
It's been going up. It's been going up.
It has. I've been winning a lot of games recently. You know, maybe they should have picked Lich. I still am very big on that hero. I think it should be picked here quite a bit. But honestly, I think, yeah, we've seen a lot of players start to hit that threshold. 12. Is there a 13k player? Was there a 13k player?
Yeah.
When are we going to hit 14?
I think it was Savage. 23 Savage was the first one.
Was he the first 13? Yeah.
I believe so.
Now, I was thinking with the new ranking system, was there an MMR shrink? Like, is 23 Savage still a 13k MMR player?
There's no difference. Literally.
Okay.
Like,
there's no difference.
What I want is a hard reset. It's going to break a lot of...
You had that with the new ranking system.
Like a hard reset. Like everything, like everyone starts at the same MMR again.
No.
And then...
My pubs would be terrible.
Good.
No,
but only for 1 month. Only for 1 month.
For 1 month. You're talking about everybody just gets to smurf for free. I don't like this.
Hey, dude, I went from 11 to 7k. I'm free smurfing right now too. The games are awful. What can I do? You know?
I don't know. Maybe win some games.
Oh,
but
now, you know what? You mean?
I'm confirmed here first, folks. Kind of mean. But honestly, you take a look at both these teams. You've got Terrorblade.
Yeah.
You've got Storm. I think that turns into a pretty decent
it's a
combo.
Yeah,
especially if you get like Ags with Storm and you've got the AoE Vortex. You're pulling everybody in meta. If you get an Ags on TB at some point, Terra Wave is pretty devastating in a moment like that where you can just fear 5 heroes and then just hit away at them with Metamorphosis. I worry for the Indian squad, but they did get that kill back. They did end up getting that kill out of the Coddle. So maybe there is that safe lane for them that has that chance to really explode, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, though, Mars is one of the best heroes against Medusa. You put that arena down, suddenly she did 0 damage. You need a BKB to actually be able to like run into that or past that to really start initiating on those heroes, but you can't really hit a Storm. Like even fighting against the Terrorblade is not too easy. I will have to see how farmed they get. On paper, Dusa will farm a lot faster than the Terrorblade, but with how the lanes are going, like I saw Dusa's mana, it's like maybe 50 right now, so she has to be really careful. While Terrorblade's lane got first blood, he's going to be farming very well. Can transition into the jungle anytime he wants to.
Right. So it'll be interesting.
Scary prospects.
It feels like Scotty's on the menu for Medusa.
Scotty's good. I mean, most of the time what people do nowadays to just have like this strong push timing is you go Manta into Butterfly, because that leaves you pretty much invulnerable against physical damage. It's because you have all this mitigation, you have the evasion, and Butterfly obviously offers a ton of damage as well. But I am just worried that the Storm is going to go out of control. Like, whoever goes out of control from the mid laners will definitely carry the team. Because they don't have the greatest puck answers. Storm is their puck answer. If puck beats Storm, then there's no answer anymore. And likewise, if Storm beats puck, he is the puck answer. They don't have anyone else that will really do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Is there like a... There's no instant silence, right?
No instant silence. No real Orchid builder. You don't really have a Hex builder early on. Mars could build into one after like Blink BKB perhaps, but it's not too early. So really, this mid matchup is super important. I'm going to expect a lot of water rune rotations, a lot of minute 6 rotations, and whoever gets a level 6 first. Like if you can call the storm, kill him early on with like a Spirit Breaker rotation, that could really set you up for success.
What's the control on either of these teams? There's not.
They don't have a lot.
There's not much in the game at
Spirit
all.
Breaker puck.
There's
Medusa
Vortex. Yeah, Vortex, Stone Gaze, Coil, Stomp, maybe.
Yeah, Spirit Breaker charge.
Charge with
Mars is a pretty
hope
good
for a
one.
bash, Spear, yeah.
Very hard to set up. You cannot blink Spear puck is impossible.
Yeah.
Like if the puck is on top of his game, he'd be like, yeah, puck out, and you're gone.
That's it. Just gone. That makes sense. All right. You know, I'm probably going to see that from Puck. You know, when you've got two mids that don't really have counters, it kind of alludes to probably two pretty explosive mid games. And not mid timing, mid heroes. And we were kind of already alluding to that and saying, hey, we're going to see a lot from both these heroes, but if Storm gets off, you don't. Why don't you like the Witchblade? Because I heard you say, I hope he goes Orchid, not Witchblade. Why not?
Because he's the guy that counters the puck this game.
So it has to be Orchid.
In order to do that, you need that Orchid.
Okay.
Because if you go Witchblade, you can potentially kill him if you miss plays, but like it doesn't really help you against the Pugna. It doesn't really help you to kill against the Medusa. And yeah, like just overall, it's going to be like a very awkward build-up if you go to Witchblade, you don't have any counter to the puck.
Right. So, you know, we look at both this, not really just the supports, but even I was talking about the Snapfire. I feel like that's not a. You talked about how Pugna has to stand still to life drain. Well, Snapfire has to stand still to throw out those Mortimer's Kisses. So, to me, it feels like their lineup's pretty vulnerable when it comes to it.
It is, but at the same time, like, I mean, it's a very hard draft to play overall. Like, they in order to do anything for them, they'll be standing still, as you said a lot. And then if they stand still, they're perfect food for an easy spear, for Storm to just come on top of you and rampage through you. Elder Titan Storm, which is why I like the hero so much. Like, it is an amazing answer to Pugna because Life Drain has like 7 seconds cooldown.
Right.
If he starts Life Drain, you instantly send a Spirit on top, start the Storm. He either gets stunned for 5 seconds or he cancels his Life Drain. Either way, the hero he's trying to help is probably going to die.
What's the build for Elder Titan? I know he's a support. I know he's probably not getting much. But is there an item in particular that you'd like to see him get? Is it Force Staff? Is it Yule's? Or is it something completely different? Or are you just saving up your cash for a Lotus Orb?
I think a lot of them nowadays build drums and Solar Crest, just these support items for their carry. And honestly, Solar Crest and drums on Elder Titan make him very tanky, so I could definitely see them go for that sort of build. I'm trying to think, is there anything better? Like Force Staff is okay, but not super necessary. And he obviously can't build like an Orchid or Hex. That's way too expensive. Yeah, I think drums on Solar Crest makes the most sense. He can run in as well. Gets quite tanky.
Yeah. So we'll have to see. Going back into this one.
Already 1K lead.
Yeah, it's a quick 1K lead, and you're still looking at Storm, I believe, perfect CS, right? 18-3.
Still perfect. 18-18.
Wow. That is...
Did we curse him?
Pretty ridiculous.
We
no,
did not.
19-20 right there. We saw it. Taking a look at the CS. So, you know, already a great start CS-wise. I mean, things are looking...
They're crushing every lane.
Yeah, that is not the numbers you want to be seeing. And yeah, they've got themselves 3 kills, so it is a 1K net worth lead, not strictly based off of CS, but I can certainly see it starting to boost up pretty quickly, and you can see that early damage coming in from CML. He gets a little bit of help, and things could really go awry in this top lane, and Puck already getting low as Max trying to get that kill.
Oh, miss
the uphill
it.
miss!
No way. Like, I'm telling you, you probably heard me say that a lot. This needs to go.
Uphill miss?
Uphill miss is just, no. Like, he outplayed him, but didn't kill him.
I disagree. I like uphill miss.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, make it deal, like, reduced damage or something. Like I just don't like RNG in general. You know me. I like to calculate my plays. That puck right there should have been dead. And that's the beginning of the snowball for the Storm.
Right. I think the beginning of the snowball is this 28-4 on CS.
He still hasn't missed a single one.
That's insane.
While even almost killing him. That's crazy. Here's the water rune controller we spoke about.
Yeah, so he bottles one. He's going to be able to fill up on mana. And there's a deny, so the perfect CS is now gone. But Pinkman, one more right click. We'll just throw that spirit out. CML is going to get a 4th kill on the board here for the Filipino squad of the Dire. And Treads, 4 minutes in for this Terrorblade. They're looking for that sleep. As Krish is dealing with Mac and CML, and here he comes, Silence needs one more right click, charge comes in, can't hit that puck. And now with those tower shots, the turnaround may be there, but Pinkman has to chase CML quite a ways out. And just keeping an eye on this Elder Titan while that Snapfire, you can see taking a little bit of damage here from the reflection. And pause on pause. Here we go again. Ooh. Ping? Potentially. Or if you've watched a little bit of the Chinese region, Kale.
Kale, yeah.
Is it Kale?
No, it's Kale.
It's Kale?
Yeah.
I think the other symbol for that is the double equals, right?
Yeah.
That means lag.
I think Kale literally just means, like, stuck.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Game stuck.
So
yeah, the Chinese language is very literal.
Yeah. What are you played in China a little bit? What are some of the are there any heroes here that had like that nickname that you'd hear from teammates? Like wasn't Brewmaster just Panda?
Yeah. I mean, they have very interesting names for a couple of heroes. Like Storm is a blue cat.
Really?
Yeah.
Blue cat?
Yeah.
Why cat?
I don't know. Ember is fire cat.
Okay, so all the spirits are just cats.
Yeah.
So Void Spirits, Void Cat?
Mm-hmm. Or Nothing Cat, rather.
Yeah.
And then we have the Stone Cat.
Very, very different on all three, on all 4 of those. Very unique.
How about Tree and Protector? What do you think that's called?
Leaf.
Oh, big tree.
Big tree. All right. I have to think more literal.
Yeah, it's literal. Very, very literal.
What are some other ones?
They use a lot of abbreviations. Like, instead of alchemist, they would say GA, Goblin Alchemist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not Guardian Angel?
No, not Guardian Angel. Dude, when I first came to China, like, I needed to learn some of those abbreviations because they used all those Dota 1 abbreviations that you didn't really use anymore in Dota 2.
Because they all got different names.
Yeah.
Are you an advocate for bringing back the old names?
I think the old OD name was the most badass, for sure.
Obsidian Destroyer?
Yeah, like, that is insane. But I think there was some copyright stuff, and they had to get it changed. Didn't OD change his name like 3 times?
Wasn't he Obsidian Destroyer, then Obsidian Devourer, and then Oblivion Devourer?
He's Outworld Devourer
and
now.
then Outworld now?
Or is he Outworld Destroyer now?
I think it's Outworld Destroyer now.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, OG's had a lot of them. A lot of name changes. Also Pit Lord. Underlord was Pit Lord. Now he's Underlord.
I mean, I'm not going to say the name live on stream, but basically Underlord in China is a big bum.
Oh. Damn.
Yeah, literal name.
I guess he is pretty big. And, well, now he gets beat by Primal Beast, which is a big hero.
Yeah.
Biggest model in the game, I think, for heroes. Primal Beast.
Very big.
It's
very loud.
Yeah, kind of ridiculous. If you've got a big base, you can really hear the trample and the stomps that come from that hero.
Yeah.
So what about the heroes in the game? What are some of those like old school names? Obviously, Snapfire doesn't have one.
Snapfire doesn't have one. Like the newer ones are very, very boring, to be honest. If you really want to go back to the old ones, Anti-Mage does literally just anti-magic. He doesn't even have a name, he's just anti-magic.
Okay. That sounds pretty exciting. Anti-magic.
Yeah.
That's why his voice line is just, I hate magic.
Yeah, magic is an abomination.
Yeah.
What else do we have? Leshak is Old Deer.
Old Deer. Well, so I have this memory from Dota where there was a dual lane called the Dog and Goat lane. Was that Leshrac and Nyx? Back when Leshrac was being played as a support?
I don't remember, honestly. I don't remember. But Lesh was definitely a support. And he was played in almost every game.
I swear dog and goat lane was like a thing.
Brings me back to memory lane, man. Dude, the most, like, literally when I started playing, it was all about just Klings versus Silencer middle or Lich versus Silencer middle. Like, the mid matchups were so awesome. Like, Viper still had Unholy Rage. I don't even know if you know that spell. Might be too old for you.
Nah, yeah, I'm not that old.
Unholy Rage is you get increased attack speed, but you take damage every second. And, like, 5 different heroes had that. Like, Dota wasn't as original as it is now. Like, a lot of heroes had the same spells.
Well, I was reading today, actually, that Terrorblade, instead of Sunder,
he had golems.
He had 4 golems.
Yeah, Chaos Rain.
Which you know how strong that is on Warlock these days. You need an Axe and a Refresher to pull that off.
But the golems were a lot weaker. They were a lot weaker.
Okay,
because they were like the Warcraft 3 golems, not the Dota 2 golems. Silencer had what he has on his glaives now. Like every couple of hits he would get silenced. He also had a heal wave.
Okay.
I'm surprised that we don't have a heal wave in Dota 2, to be honest.
Well,
like an actual heal wave. Like it bounces from here to here and just heals.
Well, there's technically Coddle, right?
Yeah, but it's not really like a wave. It's more like like it passes through you. Like that is literally bounce.
In a wave.
Yeah, but it doesn't bounce.
Yeah, but a wave would never bounce. That's not how waves work.
It's called healing wave. Don't talk to me. Talk
yeah,
to
but you're telling me that waves are this and waves are that. I feel like you're just telling me not the truth.
What else do we have? Oh yeah, Tidehunter had Tranquility. Do you know what that is?
Is it something similar to Tranquil Boots?
No, I mean it's a heal. You literally just stand still and heal everybody around you.
Okay. So it's like Seeds of Serenity now.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
And then you have Patch was a summoner.
Right.
He didn't have hook. He literally just summoned zombies.
Okay.
Ran you over.
So you remember when you could repel your enemies?
Of course.
So back when my brother and I were playing a game together with my stack of friends.
Hello there.
He embarrassed me, and he was just like, you know, he was playing Omni Knight. He was trying to learn Omni Knight and everything, and he repelled the enemy Timbersaw, who went on to run us down in lane and destroy us. And it became a big meme with me and all my friends. And my brother, who's now 41, has not lived it down. And I swear this is about 8-9 years ago. You can make one mistake in Dota, it lives with you for your entire life. Dropping Yules in the bottom lane during a TI, that'll live with you for your entire life.
It will.
What's a mistake that lives with you your entire life? From Dota. I know a lot of...
I was about to go real deep.
Yeah, don't get deep on me. I don't need
Dota,
to hear any of that.
I'll think about that for a while.
Okay.
I'll think about it for a while.
Okay.
Actually, no. Moving to Singapore.
Oh, nah, that's a lie. You said you love it over there.
It's a great country, but like the esport there's dead.
Nah, you're lying.
It was a pretty bad career mistake. Hello.
We're taking a look at all the people out there.
Yeah, very lovely. Lots of support for the Filipinos.
Is that hot cocoa or is that coffee? That's the question.
I'm going to have this discussion again.
No, that was a mocha and a coffee. Just because there's coffee in a mocha doesn't mean that it is coffee. That's like saying that you call a cake sugar because it's got sugar in it. That doesn't make sense. I really don't believe that makes sense.
Look,
everybody pulling up pictures on their cameras. I can't have that conversation with you again. But you know, I need to go back to Dota talk. We're out of the cake and coffee talk. That's for after the game when we end up having some cake and coffee. And with all the old skills, do you remember old Silencer that was red instead of purple?
I do.
Who else was like that? Was DK different?
Let me think.
Because Lion got a new model, right? And then Storm got a new model.
Lion was so ugly when he first released.
That first,
first
old Lion.
Like it was like some Lord of the Rings
Golem.
or Golem thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know what that was. I can't believe we don't have a morphing remaster yet or a re-pixel.
You didn't see the one at the Bali Major?
That was about the same amount of pixels.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm talking about like a revamp.
How many pixels do you need in water?
Dude, I'm just telling you, the Wind Ranger, I think Arcana, had more particles than the entire morph model, and that got me a little depressed.
In just the cape, right?
Just the cape.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
That
it was ridiculous.
Maybe it's time for a little bit of a change. Because Faceless Void, he got a remodel as well. He
He
also
was
got an
badass.
Arcana. That new remodel looks pretty good.
You know, I find it a little bit unfair though, because it puts these expectations on you. Like all of these heroes have this massive six-pack, and they all look amazing.
Same. So do I.
That is true. I've seen it.
I love being backed up on false information of me not having a six-pack. This is great. I could use this all the time. You want to move to New York and just be my confidence guy?
I
I've
would
got a
love it.
six-pack. Yes, he does.
Are you gonna pay me for that?
No. I can't afford that.
I'll still do it.
All right, cool.
I'll still do it.
Well, we'll figure that out, and we are figuring out a technical delay. They were spiking pings of about 1,000. I know you said you could play with 200, but 5 times that amount, maybe not so much. That's not exactly the. That's like if I wanted to walk to you, you wouldn't see that happen for another second and a half.
Yeah, 1 second delay is a little much.
Is it 1 second? 1,000 ping?
I think so.
Is that?
Because the 200 is like 0.2 or so.
I don't know if it's equal like that. I couldn't tell you.
I mean, I'm not a tech guy. I just play. Honestly, okay, so.
It's a misnomer. It's a misnomer. We'll
Yeah.
have to hear about that a
Fair
little bit
enough.
later. We're going to take
Fair
a quick
enough.
break as we figure out the technical difficulties. We'll see you guys when it all gets figured out. We'll be back in just a moment, so stay tuned. Welcome back, and we've got some not so great news. We're back from the technical break, but unfortunately, we are still dealing with some technical issues at our a foul here at the LAN event, and that does mean we are going to have to postpone this game between the Philippines and India to tomorrow, where they're going to be starting back at 0, same drafts. They're going to be going up against each other in their BO1 matchup, but for right now, it is pretty much, that is it, because we've got nothing else we can do here. It is just issues that are plaguing the entire building at the moment. So we are going to go to a break. We're going to be back with an opening ceremony for the entirety of IESF as a whole, representing the entire country. So I hope you guys stick around and take a watch as that opening ceremony will happen in just a few minutes. So stay tuned, and we'll be back.
And ladies and gentlemen, gamers and viewers around the world, what a beautiful day was this. Swear to God, this has been an amazing moment being right here at the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship, the road to Romania. وجيه هذه أول يوم والحماس قايم.
أكيد أخوي براء، حياكم الله جميعا أعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان. حياكم الله في جيمر زيت، بطولة الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية. فعلا لاحظنا أشياء كثيرة ومبهرة في هذا اليوم، سواء كان من لعبة دوتا 2 أو موبايل ليجند. أما الآن أخوي براء وأعزائي الحضور والجماهير، بيكون عندنا لحظة جدا مهمة، فليتفضل معنا رئيس صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير فيصل بن بندر بن سلطان آل سعود، رئيس مجلس إدارة الاتحاد السعودي للرياضات الإلكترونية، ونائب رئيس مجلس إدارة مجموعة سافي للألعاب، ونائب رئيس الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية.
And ladies and gentlemen, it's with great honor to present to you right now the Vice Chairman of Savvy Games Group, the Vice President of the IESF, the Chairman of the Saudi Esports Federation. Please welcome His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bender bin Sultan Al Saud for his speech.
Qualifiers here in Riyadh. Today we are honored to have you here, and we're excited to see some of the best players and teams from Asia. As an Asian nation, we gather today to celebrate the competitive spirit of esports and the power of gaming to bring people together. We take pride in our strong heritage and recognize the important role that esports plays in our culture and society. Gaming and esports have become a global phenomenon, with millions of fans and players from all corners of the world. And here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we are proud to be at the forefront of this exciting industry. We are committed to creating a thriving esports ecosystem that fosters talent, innovation, and collaboration. And we are determined to become a global hub for gaming and esports. And that is why we are thrilled to have you here today. Your presence here is a testament to the growing importance of esports in our region and to the world. And we are grateful for your support and collaboration. We believe that events like the IESF Asian qualifiers are crucial for the growth and development of esports in our region because they provide a platform for players to showcase their skills, for fans to connect with their favorite games and teams, and for the industry as a whole to come together and to collaborate. We are confident that this festival will be a huge success thanks to your talent, dedication, and passion. So once again, welcome to Riyadh during the Gamers 8 Festival, the world's largest gaming and esports festival. We hope you have a wonderful time here and that you leave with new friends, new experiences, and new memories. We look forward to seeing you compete and excel and to working together to make esports an even more vibrant and exciting industry for many years to come. Thank you very much.
شكرا للأمير فيصل بن بندر بن سلطان آل سعود. صراحة كان كلام جدا مهم وجدا مؤثر أيضا بخصوص الأشياء اللي جالسة تصير معنا السنوات الأخيرة من ناحية التطورات ومن ناحية الأعمال اللي جالسين نشوفها.
Our sincerest gratitude is revealed to His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bender bin Sultan Al Saud for his speech. And now it is with great privilege to present to you the President of the International Esports Federation, Mr. Vlad Marinescu.
فليتفضل معنا الرئيس الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية فلاد مارينسكو.
Thank you, our hosts, for the evening. Beautiful English and beautiful presence on stage. Your Royal Highness, Prince Faisal, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, eSport family members, distinguished guests. all of our esports family delegates representing the more than 41 national esports federation here at this IESF Asian qualifiers, the Asian Championships. I'd like to begin by extending to our hosts, both the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as well as, of course, His Royal Highness Prince Faisal and the Saudi Esports Federation, our gratitude, our thanks, and our appreciation for hosting us here on our way to the World Esports Championship happening late August. From 43 national federations, we have here 41 present. This is a record number and a record event, the first time in the history that Asia has a live finals on the way to the World Championship. I think that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, from the Minister of Sports, Prince Abdulaziz, from the Crown Prince, of course, with the direction, is an example nation that shows the importance of sport and how sport can affect and educate and create solid foundations for the youth. This is not too much different in all the sports, as we saw with the Saudi Games that took place recently, with huge prize money motivating interest and great excellence by all the sports in Saudi Arabia. With esports, it is more than that. With esports, this is a federation that shows an example to the world of how to develop, how to appreciate the athletes, how to give them a fair stage, recognition, support, appreciation, and love. I'd like to say that our family has grown in the past years, and I'm very grateful to the IESF Executive Board. I'm very grateful to the entire team from the national federations, the organizers of last year's World Championships and next, for the investments made in terms of time, energy, and passion to develop our community with one important target in sight, and that is complete unity. We are one family, we are one community, and we represent the highest ideals of sportsmanship and values that need to be reverberated throughout the world through the influencers that are here present to all the billions of people who are gaming around the planet. And that is to have a happy life, to be healthy, and to be socially engaged with your community and everyone around you in a way that presents peace, unity, solidarity, and friendship. In conclusion, looking forward to seeing all of you very soon, wishing the players all the best of luck in this tournament, in these Asian Championships. And of course, very much looking forward to the entire unity of the entire ecosystem of esports, the esports family. Thank you very much. Enjoy the competition.
And our sincerest gratitude is revealed to the President of the International Esports Federation, Mr. Rad Marinesco.
شكرا للرئيس الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية فلاد مارينسكو، وأيضا ما ننسى الأمير فيصل بن بندر من سلطان آل سعود. ولكن أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، إلى الآن ما انتهينا، بتكون عندنا فقرات جدا مهمة بخصوص الأعلام.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, happening after this right now, we're going to have a short video recap, our journey in this esport world. Let's have a watch. And ladies and gentlemen, from Indonesia, Bali, to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, and heading to Romania, Yash. What a beautiful journey. ولا رايك يا وجيه؟
فعلا مثل ما شفنا قبل شوي في المقطع، كانت السنة الماضية في إندونيسيا، ولكن السنة هذه بتكون الاستفتاحية في المملكة العربية السعودية وتحديدا في الرياض. ولكن الآن بتكون عندنا استفتاحية أيضا الأعلام، وكل شخص بيكون حامل لعلم دولته وبكل فخر. ولكن الاستفتاحية بتكون مع علم المملكة العربية السعودية.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the flag parade, starting with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And let's keep the hype on. And let's hear it for Australia.
تحية قوية لمنتخب استراليا.
And coming up next, let's hear it for Bangladesh.
تحية قوية لمنتخب بنغلاديش.
And now, big shout out goes to Cambodia.
أما الآن مع منتخب كمبوديا.
And now, let's hear it for Hong Kong, China.
هونغ كونغ الصين.
And coming up next, let's hear it for India.
تحية قوية لمنتخب الهند.
Let's keep the hype on and hear it for Indonesia.
أما الآن مع منتخب إندونيسيا.
And now, coming up next, let's hear it for Iran.
تحية قوية لمنتخب إيران.
And coming up next, let's hear it for Jordan.
أما الآن مع منتخب الأردن.
And now let's hear it for Kazakhstan.
أما الآن مع منتخب كازاخستان.
And now coming up next, let's hear it for Kyrgyzstan.
تحية قوية لمنتخب كyrgyzstan.
The hype is on, and let's hear it for Mongolia.
أما الآن مع منتخب منغوليا.
And coming up next, let's hear it for Myanmar.
تحية قوية لمنتخب ماينمار.
And coming up right now, let's hear it for Nepal.
أما الآن مع منتخب نيبال.
And let's continue with the hype right here at the flag parade. And let's hear it for Pakistan.
أما الآن مع منتخب باكستان.
And right now, let's hear it for Palestine.
تحية قوية لمنتخب فلسطين.
And coming up next, let's hear it for the Philippines.
تحية قوية لمنتخب فلبين.
And let's keep it up with the hype right now. And let's hear it for the UAE.
أما الآن تحية قوية لمنتخب الإمارات.
Oh, we're not done yet, Wajih.
فعلا إلى الآن ما انتهينا أعزائي المشاهدين.
Let's go right now and make some noise for Uzbekistan.
تحية قوية لمنتخب أوزبكستان.
And now, concluding this beautiful parade, and let's hear it for Vietnam!
وفي الختام معنا منتخب فيتنام.
Well, that was it. A proud moment, Wajih. All the countries participating right here at the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship. صدق فخر جمال ورقي ولا ايش رايك يا وجهي؟
فعلا لاحظنا الفخر لكل الدول المشاركة معنا هنا في هذه البطولة، بطولة جيمرز 8 من الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية، وكلنا متحمسين ومتشوقين ايش ممكن بيصير معنا في السيناريوهات القادمة، سواء في لعبة دوتا أو ليجندز موبايل أو في كافة الألعاب اللي معنا في الأيام القادمة.
That is totally true. يعطيك العافية يا وجيه. And now to another creative and beautiful segment. I would say this one's going to take us to a beautiful journey. But before we even carry on, Wajih, سؤال لك and to everybody else. Do you enjoy the sweet arabesque sound of the عود؟ تحب ألحان العود؟
في أحد ما يسمع العود، ولكن بتكون عندنا المرة هذه بأسلوب مختلف، بنسمع نغمة الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية ولكن بالستايل السعودي.
There you have it, صح كلامك. Imagine hearing the beautiful theme of the ISF, but with the performance of the Oud with the very talented. Let's hear it for Riyadh Al Ali.
It's time to play. It's time for games.
حياكم الله جميعا ورجعنا لكم من جديد اعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان. ومثل ما سمعنا من رياض العلي اللحن اللي نقدر نقول باسلوب مختلف المره هذه، ولكن نرجع ونقول اعزائي الحضور والمشاهدين ما زلنا باليوم الاول وبتكون معانا 6 ايام زياده من المتعه والحماس والاداء الاسطوري اللي بيكون من جميع المنتخبات اللي شفناها امامنا قبل شوي. فباذن الله بنشوفكم بكره في نفس موعد اليوم من الساعه 11:30 صباحا الين تنتهي البطوله. فاتمنى انكم دائما تكونون حولنا في من اليوم الين نهايه البطوله.
يعطيك العافيه وجيه. Because of all the excitement, we even lost the energy on this mic. That's how much excitement we have here, ladies and gentlemen. It's really happening. Ladies and gentlemen, أعزائي الحضور, that was an amazing performance in this beautiful Arabian Nights in Riyadh by Riyadh Al Ali. What a beautiful performance taking place right here. And we're just getting started in the first day right here in Riyadh. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the first day, but we have a lot going on and a lot to take place and a lot of memories. The esports journey happening right here to the road of Romania, Yash, for the 15th IESF World Esports Championship. Who's gonna make it? We'll be seeing that in the coming days. So don't forget to join us tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. That is Saudi time. We're going to be early because a lot of excitements will be taking place right here, ladies and gentlemen, in Riyadh at the biggest esports and gaming festival. I'm Bara Abdallah. With me was Wajih and the beautiful team working behind the scenes. Thank you so much. God bless you all and keep your game on, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.